that look nice? The morning after the day before. Maybe we should just keep that up for a little bit longer, I feel. Welcome to Trent Bridge Live, the home of Nottinghamshire CCC, who are your 2025 County Championship winners. Doesn't that sound lovely? Yes, very good morning to you. This is day 3 in this Division 1 clash between Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire. And what a day it was yesterday. A day of history for this fantastic club. Let's remind you of everything that happened yesterday with the highlights.
Comes to pass. Bamber in, that's a beautiful shot from him. He just leaning on it through a straight mid-wicket. And that's the first boundary off the bat this morning.
Short wide and put away for 4 and not move to 26 for no loss. Booth to Slater, and that's cut away for 4. Beautiful. This is fun, isn't it?
Dan's a long leg. He just bowled it across the body.
In comes Booth. Bowls to Slater, who has a flash at that one, and he's gone this time, has he? Yes, he has.
McCann has 1. Oh, he's bowling. Lost his middle stump. Super bit of bowling here. Bamber to Amid. Can't get his 50th run. Runs it to backward point, but then there's a misfield, and he will get his 50th run. And
It's past the umpire bowls, and Clark just clips a full ball right through mid-wicket. Booth over the wicket, and that is a glorious drive. Picked out the gap, an extra cover.
in again, and bowls, and this is pushed into the offside, and there's a single for Joe Clark. That takes him to 50. Joe Clark. Tazali in again to Amid, has played some lovely shots today, but none better than that as he caresses it through the offside for 4. Clark's on 52. This ball is through to the keeper with the outside edge. Joe Clark just trying to dab it away, I think, trying to run it down towards third, and he's feathered it through to the keeper. Bamber to Haynes, passed on by Sag as he comes, and there's another one. It's 2 in the over, and Jack has thrown his head back, stands there, he'll have to go. Bamber passed on by Saggers, bowls to Hamid, and he'll drop this on the leg side, and he'll go for a single, and a direct hit. He'd have been out, but he gets home. Now another opportunity for a run out is squandered, and Hamid, in a heat at the far end of the ground, can celebrate his 19th first-class 100.
Championship situation. Hamid waits as in comes Gilchrist. He's bowled him. He knocks middle stump out of the ground.
Lyndon James reasonably fresh at the crease, and he's nicked this one behind. Davis has got another catch, his 4th of the day. Goal band's on, of course, for dear old Dickie, and that's glorious from Verena. Absolutely magnificent through the offside from Kyle Verena. Take a bow, young man. That's 296 for 6. Verena will pull this one away, all the way for a huge 6. And Verena has done it. And Nottinghamshire are county champions for the first time in 15 years. Hasib Hamid and his troops have done it. A magnificent moment in the club's history. Start of a new over from Bamber, and Patterson White's in the mood, pulls this away, and there's his 50.
It's Patterson White on strike now as Tazali comes around the wicket again, and down on one knee, the big slog sweep. That's gone for 6. That's gone absolutely miles.
Around the ground at the moment. This is short and it's 6. He's dragged that down, and Verena says, well, okay, I'll have that.
Dipping behind something as Barnard is in over the wicket to Verena, and he's actually managed to get a little feather as it goes past his bat.
See how he goes. Oh, he's taken his off stump. And Patterson White goes for 70, and that's 6 o'clock to do as well. Oh,
Bowled him. The off bail has gone off here. And he's caught, and he's out. And now, of course, they've changed ends. First ball strikes him on the pad, asking umpire Goff, and he's given! Mo Abbas strikes early on.
hardly a force of nature, Nick, is he? There's an appeal for LBW here. There sounded like there might have been 2 contacts. There weren't, and Alex Davis is given out.
Kevin Howells as Brett Hutton bowls, and edge to slip, and another one, and that'll be the end of the day's play. With Bamber, the night watchman, edging Brett Hutton's first ball of the over into the hands of Freddie McCann.
by Stephen Mullaney and, well, a man that just is oozing class right now, assistant head coach Paul Franks. Thank you very much for joining us, you two. How are you feeling this morning? Describe your feelings.
Yeah, hard to put into words, really. A mixture of relief, very proud, honoured, and it's just a pleasure to be part of this group. From obviously the work that's gone in, it's not just happened over the last sort of 6 months. It's been a long time coming, and it's been a privilege to work at this club.
General, for you, let's talk about the jacket. I just wanted to say, you said you were willing to wear it.
Yeah,
You've not been forced. I'd like viewers to know that.
This
was your decision.
Disclaimer's there, mate. That's fine, okay.
You get that out of the way. For you, how are you feeling this morning?
Oh, pride, mate. Just pride. Pride in the group, the journey they've managed to take this on. No end of lads. I've not had the chance to do this before, and you don't realise how lucky you are until you've done it. And you do it for a whole host of reasons. Your teammates, the people that come and watch, the people that have gone before, and that level of emotion that overflows is a slow burner. It starts to hit you more and more in the coming days, and they deserve everything that's going to come their way.
I spoke to obviously both of you yesterday. There was a mixture of emotions, shall we say. There's still a game to be won, obviously. So how do you kind of balance that of winning the trophy, knowing that that's going to come at some stage, you know, today or tomorrow, but also making sure that we potentially get the right result?
I think a mixture of, obviously you've got to enjoy it, and the lads have got to soak up every second when they get out there, like Franks has just said. But ultimately we want to make the gap as wide as possible from us to second, and put a real dominance and win ultimately 7 out of 10 Duke ball games in the season, which I think is an unbelievable effort, and to win half the games would be, not done very often, and if you do it, you'll win the league. So ultimately, our goal is to get these 7 wickets as quick as possible, and then chase whatever they get. 15
years it's been. You were both there. Shall we say less grey hairs?
Yeah.
Potentially a little bit, looking a little bit younger.
Yeah, probably.
Just describe that kind of 15-year gap. You were players back then. How does it feel different being coaches to being players?
Well, there's only so much you can do as a player. You get out there on the grass and you've got the opportunity to do it. As a coach, you're limited. You can't go out there and hit it or bowl it for them. You can do so much in the behind-the-scenes stuff, but the best thing about this cricket team is they've done this. It's been led by a group of lads who've grown with each other over the course of time. They've been comfortably the best team in this division, without any shadow of a doubt. And they've been dominant at so many different times. And they deserve to win this game, because they deserve to win this league by a gap, a significant gap, because it's been a pleasure to watch. We've dominated games which we haven't managed to win as well because of other reasons. That tells you a lot. And as I mentioned before, this doesn't come round very often. But if anybody's going to do it, again, it'll be this group, because I genuinely believe they might have unlocked something.
I was going to say that. Do you feel like it's an opportunity now? The group is at a stage where they're settled, that it doesn't have to be another 15 years, for example?
No, well, it shouldn't, and it doesn't have to be at all. But everybody tries to win. You've got to build the opposition into that equation as well. So there's all sorts of things that go into getting close to winning. And it's felt like once you get on, that space of winning games, it builds confidence in everybody. And credit to the leadership of the group, and they've done it. They've done it themselves. We've just looked after them, and I really hope there's more to come.
Now, I've known both of you for a long time. You're both very different characters in the dressing room. I've been lucky enough to be in the dressing room with you during games. How did you find yesterday? Was you pacing? Was you hiding behind? Or was you kind of calm and just collected your thoughts?
The hardest bit of the last few weeks was Worcester, without any shadow of a doubt for me personally, because you don't get to this bit without that. And that felt like the biggest bridge we had to cross. I was always confident going into last week's game, because I thought they'd meet that challenge. And then this week was sort of like icing the cake. And again, I watched them prep. I watched them come in earlier in the week, and I was like, we're all right here. We're okay. And that comes from an observation point of view. You watch them, you work out who's doing what and who needs what, and they've got it absolutely bang on. And long may it continue.
Mull, you were obviously previous captain of this great club. You won Division 2. I think it's fair to say, and hopefully Frank will back me up, obviously when you was captain you tried to implement certain sort of standards and that kind of mentality of challenging and winning trophies. How do you feel Haas has taken your captaincy on and delivered obviously the Division 1 trophy?
Yeah, well, obviously someone who knows what they're doing in charge, and we win. So it's.
Well, I didn't want to say that, but you know.
I think, you know, this is not about me at all. I think that I've played a small part in us getting to where we've got to as a player, and then now as a coach, you feel like you've had a small part. But this is not about me or Frank's here. It's about the players, and they deserve every second of hopefully what's going to start tonight, if not tomorrow, and then the next few days is going to be incredible. Like they don't. Frankie said in the dressing room last night, they have no idea at the minute what they've just achieved. They have not. And you know, 15 years is a long time, and if it happens another 15 years, Frank's will be getting his pension, and I'll be mid-50s. So it's going to be well worth celebrating, and you know they deserve every ounce of credit because they put the work in.
Finally, from you, General, you know, I think most people that know you know what this sort of club means to you. You've been at this ground, you've bowled, took wickets, scored runs. You've spoken to members over the years, etc. I mean, I saw people yesterday in tears that, you know, you don't necessarily realise what this club means to some people on the outside world. Just for somebody that's been around this club for a very, very long time, what do you think everybody should do over these coming days?
Oh, I think embrace it. The strength of this club has always been its people, whether it's been the people that sit in the stand or the people that sit in the dressing room, and the people that work for the club, the wider cricket community. Nottinghamshire's not that big. So within the cricket community, everybody knows everybody, and it's a special moment for everyone. We should embrace it for what it is. Never rest on our laurels, because we don't have time for that, and the game will move on really quickly. But if we get the chance to just smile about it and enjoy ourselves, enjoy what's come our way, then that's a really exciting place for us to be.
Well said, well said. Well, the umpires are making their way out. Just very quickly, is Dave Brees good? Or going to get that back, or is that now that ownership of Paul Frank?
I haven't seen you style it out yesterday, mate. You can have it back.
I'm not sure about that, to be honest. Thank you very much for joining us, guys. Obviously, wish you the best for the rest of the day, and yeah, we'll catch you up hopefully later on. Yeah, all right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Right, the umpires are out, so let's hand you over to your BBC commentary team and for day 3 coverage here at Trent Bridge Live.
You've got to press on, but I think they did realise they would have been better off if Notts had got within the final 3 overs.
Yes.
Let's put it that way. Very difficult situation, but I'm sure the Notts lads enjoyed themselves last night in whichever way they choose to celebrate. It might have been a good meal, it might have been whatever. There might have been one or two, drank a couple of pints, who knows? But why wouldn't you? Because I think actually part of professional sport is celebrating as well, enjoying success when it comes. And all the players will have their different way of doing that. And Sam Hain will join Will Young for the first thing this morning. Just to point out about Sport Extra 3 today, Dave, so that people are braced to listen elsewhere. They've got us till midday.
Okay.
At which point it's them people with the golf sticks.
Oh right.
Yeah. It's the Ryder Cup from midday on Sport Extra 3. So
if you watch the pictures, we'll be on there for as long as the game lasts, be it all day today, even all day tomorrow, and on the BBC Sport website and app as always. And Kevin Howells will certainly from time to time mark your card on the various BBC 5 Sports Extra channels and feeds, letting you know what's about to happen. Yeah, but be aware that there will be a good chunk of 5 Sports coverage over the next couple of days, certainly devoted to the Ryder Cup.
And congratulations to the team on Trent Bridge Live for their coverage yesterday when they were very tense, a lot of them. But I have to say, you look at the TV coverage around the grounds, the one here is an elite service, so congratulations to them for all that they've done. It enhances it, doesn't it? You get the chance to see the pictures and still hear Dave Bracegirdle. I mean, what more could you want in life?
There is a mute button, and again, I don't say it often enough because I often forget. Huge thanks to our camera crew that's been on operation this week and all season. Hope you saw some of your pictures last night on all the various news channels of the various moments in the day, and that's only possible because of your excellent work. Thank you all.
They've got their coats on today, and I don't blame them. It is chilly out there. Brett Hunt will continue his over. He was 1 ball into his second over. Sam Hain is the new batter on strike, and the first ball of the morning is full outside off stump, and he almost jars his hands as he jabs down on that. Sam Hain, who the both batters have come out without a jumper.
Bold.
Well, I think they may have thermals. I mean, it's allegedly 14 degrees. You would not know it.
7 this morning and 7 this afternoon.
Yeah. So the clouds set to get darker and heavier around 2 o'clock. Warwickshire need to show a bit of gumption this morning if they're going to get there, as Hain pushes forward and defends the ball out into the offside. I mean, the other thing is if they do come out and show their professionalism and show their determination, then they can maybe just turn a bit of pressure on Notts, and we might get through to the final day of the season. So that's got to be their goal, isn't it, to take the game into tomorrow?
Yeah. Do you think that will be the response? Do you think there will be, as you say, I think you used the word backbone, the necessary backbone to show a bit of fight? Yeah,
I mean, edge here that's dropped short of third slip from Sam Hain. I think the challenge they've got is that this morning they've got the heavy cloud and the floodlights, and we know what Brett Hunt and Mohammed Abbas are capable of under those circumstances. If the ball is going to do anything today, it'll be in this early session. It's only in its 4th over as well.
I've got a face for radio, that's why I sit up here out of the limelight, but a man who's absolutely tailor-made to be there in front of the cameras. You've just seen, those of you on Trent Bridge Live, watching the build-up to the day. Stephen Mullaney's just slid in alongside. We'll say hello in a moment.
As Hutton is in once more to Hain. Big stride forward this time from Hain. Dabs it out in the offside, and there's no run.
Good morning, Stephen. Wise words. I've just had a listen to you.
Very kind words from you, thank you. I'm out of breath now because I had to run up and get the lift sharpish. Thank you very much.
Crikey. I never thought I'd see this day again, and I hope that doesn't sound too critical of the side. Did you?
Well, when you put someone in charge who knows what they're doing, it changes, doesn't it? So, it's been unbelievable. They deserve I said on camera then, they deserve every bit of what's coming.
Hutton, burly figure, in once more, outside off stump, left by Hain. End of over number 4, Warwickshire 7 for 3, trailed by 99.
Lot of nice messages have been sent from here, there and everywhere, and the only reason I'm mentioning one person in particular is because he's mentioned you as well. Scott Reed's been in touch to say the Lancashire contingent. Scott, our good friend who looks after Lancashire for the BBC, sending his best to Peter Moores, to Asiba Mead and to Stephen Mullaney, as I would if a county had won the title elsewhere. I'd be looking for the Nottinghamshire link. Congratulate Worcestershire because of Jake Livy and Fatty Singh and whatever, but we know what it's done. But he's a good man. He's sent his best to you and to the team. It's just amazing how yesterday unfolded.
Yeah, I mean, the range of emotions. I mean, obviously, day one couldn't have gone any better for us bowling them out, and that spell from Bassey and Brett to finish it off, and then obviously Surrey getting bowled out without a batting point made it really clear what we had to do, and then a little bit twitchy when Linden nicked off, but then Patterson White and Verane's partnership was incredible, and then you just enjoy it and soak it all in and keep the over rate above minus.
Here is Bassey. Mohammed Abbas from the pavilion end bowls. Sam Hain drops it on the leg side. Yeah, it's just a great day, and Mystic Kyle, who was in that seat this time yesterday.
I saw it on social media last night. It was unbelievable. I mean, for him to hit the winning runs yesterday and hit the winning runs in the World Test Championship.
That was how it led in. I asked him about hitting the winning runs, and I want to be out there today.
And what a shot to do it.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I think people forget that just because it went for 6, but it was an unbelievable shot.
Well, Kevin Howells revealed, I'll mention it in a second, because Abbas is coming in to bowl the second ball of the 5th over. The Bears 7 for 3. And this is pushed into the offside. Obviously, we all sensed that the moment wasn't far away, and Kevin Howells admitted that he wanted to get some photos of the balcony and be down there pitch side. And he was stood down there in the 290s with a camera pointing towards you lot on the balcony, and just heard the commotion, and the ball landed right beside him, nearly hit him deep over the deep mid-wicket fence. So that would have been a nice memory for him as well. 7 for 3. The 3 wickets going down last night: Rob Yates, Alex Davis, and night watchman Ethan Bamber. 2 wickets to Abbas, who's bowling now, past umpire Goff. And Sam Hain with a little push and run into the offside.
It's Will Young, that, Dave.
It is Will Young. It is Will Young. You're very good at that. 8 for 3.
I'm going to bail you out and say they've got very similar frames. I mean, it's not quite true, but I'm going to show the team spirit.
And Sam Hain's 16. Sam Hain's number 16. Sam Hain's always been number 16.
I'm getting abuse of Carl Hopkinson for my accent here. Sound more northern, he said. I thought I'd got a bit posh. My mates from back home now think I'm posh because I live down here.
It always used to be. I see you've got Peter Kay on with you again, Dave, when you used to pop up.
Yeah.
8 for 3. Now, we sort of spoke almost via an interpreter, actually, via Kevin Howells last week. I was on one end of the line at the Oval. You were in a field in Yorkshire as Abbas bowls, and this goes through to the keeper. Is that where you were, Yorkshire?
Headingley, yeah.
How much of the Oval match did you see? Were you free to sort of have a little look on day 4?
I probably shouldn't say this as head coach of the second team, but I saw more of the Oval match than the second team game. So we had it on in the dressing room. Obviously, I mean, it was. I think Morsey was quoted saying it was box office. I mean, it was literally felt like you was watching a test match.
Yeah.
I mean, Tong, face him. I don't fancy that anymore.
We certainly missed him last year, didn't we? Knowing now just what he can produce, what a performer as Abbas bowls on this wide of the off stump. 8 for 3. Stephen Mullaney with us, former Notts championship winner all those years ago at Old Trafford, former Notts skipper, now head coach of the second 11, very much part of Peter Moore's backroom staff, here with us today, hopefully just to reminisce for the 10 or 15 minutes we've got you with us a little bit. Josh Tong last week, terrific, and that win obviously set up what was needed this week, and obviously Surrey being bowled out cheaply meant that yesterday Notts could get over the line as they did, as Sam Hain turns this to mid-on, and there's no run end of the over. 8 for 3. Did it bring back a lot of memories, the title win?
I mean, it's such a long, it feels like it was yesterday, but it was 15 years ago. I mean, that's when you feel old. It was a bit, it felt a bit easier yesterday than watching Darren Pattinson and Ryan Sidebottom get 10 runs.
Well, I got home last night, Stephen, and by the end of the evening I'd counted 200 messages from well-wishers, which I appreciate them all, but one that really struck. How good is this, Dave? Many congratulations to everybody. Just been watching the highlights. So proud. Andre Adams.
Yeah, I had messages like Dan Christian, Henriquez, Dan Sams. You know, it's amazing that how many people around the world are watching, not just in this country.
I hope Fergus O'Neill I
think he tried to FaceTime Jack Haynes as we were trying to hit the winning runs. But
is Richard
Hutton coming into bowl to Will Young, who's on one, had a half of the bat, just manages to get it backward of point. I would just say there are many professional cricketers who never get to win the county championship. Is it the one that gives you the most satisfaction?
Yeah, 1,000,000%, because I think it's culminates over 14 games of hard fought 4 days of cricket that takes the longest, and ultimately the best team wins it every year. Whoever wins it is the best team, and I think it's fair to say we've been the best team this year.
Hutton draws Young forward and he pushes up towards mid-wicket. We were particularly talking about Brett yesterday because, you know, this is he started his career, his first-class career, the year after that title win.
Yeah.
And it's like a 15-year cycle, a spell away at Northampton, and what it must mean for him.
Yeah, I mean, if you look on, like, Patterson White, McCann, James, Brett, you know, homegrown players who have come through. But then I think if you look, everyone, Slater, Clark, Hamid, they're all part of the furniture now.
Hutton approaches full outside off stump. That's just kind of seemed him after it's past the wicket there. It's just a little bit of shape to it and goes through to Verena. But the other thing that's so impressive is the number of different people who've taken fifers, the number of different people who've made hundreds.
Is it 9 people got hundreds?
Something
8
like that.
or 9?
It's 9, including Calvin, who's a Nottinghamshire player, but he got his for Northend.
But everybody's contributed this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's been incredible.
Hutton strides in once more. Young leaves that alone outside off stump. It's a test of both teams' professionalism today. It's a bit after the Lord Mayor's show For Notts, the greatest thing that they wanted to achieve has been achieved. For Warwickshire, they need to dig in and show some professionalism. But you were talking about the fact, if they end up winning this game, Notts, that's likely 7 out of 14.
Yeah, 7 out of 10 with Dukes. 4 draws with the cookie.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I think we're all going to be on the same page with that one, Stephen. God dear. Young on 1 awaits Hutton once more, guided into the leg side. There'll be a quick single there. Hayne was a little bit slow to react, but Hamid's throat doesn't hit the stumps. 9 for 3, Warwickshire.
I just liked your line there. We've been the best team this year, so we deserve to win it. Yeah, the table doesn't lie. After 12 games, Notts for second, and they have been top of various points. I mean, it's a mighty side that they've managed to topple, and it got to the situation really. I mean, it could have come down to bonus points here and at Southampton, but they went to the Oval and won it. They've won it in style, and they deserve to win it, as you say.
Hunter Hayne drives it straight, beautiful shot. That's 4 runs down below us. Very clean strike from Hayne. That gets him off the mark. He's got 4, Warwickshire 13 for 3.
The green and gold jacket keeps getting passed around at the moment. I just can't believe it's shrunk while it's just been in the wardrobe for 3 years without anybody wearing it. It's a funny old thing, but it's been to Lords, it's been to Edgbaston on finals day, and Mr. Lord has worn it for his excellent coverage. Nice to honour everybody here at Trent Bridge. You were down there this morning, because Trent Bridge has always had that family feel. It's not just a bunch of cricketers, a few members of the coaching staff and everybody else, and Peter and you and all the coaching staff, and everybody just makes everybody so welcome. And it was nice to see the way that all the backroom staff as well, and you know, all the other people, the ground staff, and lots of other people here, including volunteers, always get a mention and always get thought of at the end of the year.
Yeah, and we just, show our appreciation. The lads dip in the pocket a little bit and, and give them a little token of our appreciation, whether it's... I'll carry on after this ball.
Yeah, Mo Abbas into his 4th over now. Bowls, and that's a play and a miss from Will Young, former Notts player, of course, the New Zealander, just dancing down the track there. He got a couple of paces down there and played outside the line.
Yeah, even what people won't see is Guy and his team over at Lady Bay, who, if we want nets at 9 in the morning or at 10 at night, we get them. There's nothing ever too much. Johnny Gorman came into the dressing room yesterday and he'd fix one of Lyndon's bats. Little things that go unnoticed. Tash, who looks after us with the food and stuff.
Will Young on 2. Pass bowls to him, and a little bit of spite and nastiness in this one, because it just reared up, struck him on the glove, drops on the leg side, no run.
But we think it's really important, and so that's just a little token of our appreciation, really, and we really appreciate what everyone around the club does. It's not just doesn't just happen just the players who go on the field or in the coaching staff. It's much bigger than that.
How are you enjoying your role,
Loving
second
it.
11 skipper? Because when we first do 11 skipper, I like this because we have more meetings.
I'm head coach now. I'm not skipper anymore, thankfully.
13 for 3, next ball on its way, and this is dropped on the leg side. Did you actually play a game for the second 11 in either?
Last year I fielded last year. I batted twice, I think, but not properly. And this year I think I fielded twice, but it's been really good to see sort of someone like Ben Martindale get some leadership experience.
Yeah.
I felt like I felt last year it was really good for me to be on the field to try and transfer some stuff from the first team into the second team, and then this year was quite a good time, as long as Mick agreed to get some leadership experience into a few lads, and it seemed to do well.
13 for 3. Abbas bowls to Will Young, leaves it alone, goes through to the wicket keeper. And of course, the Metro Bank is the ideal competition as it's set at the moment to get some of those youngsters a little bit of first team experience. We saw the likes of Seacheran and Giles, Hattonlow, and one or two others getting a chance. Joe Pocklington, of course, hasn't necessarily come through the academy and through the second 11, but you have worked with him this year, so nice to see his success as well.
Yeah, and Frank's obviously took that this year and lost quite a lot of people to the 100. So it was, that's obviously you want to try and win the trophy, but also it opens up opportunities for other people.
Good stuff this from Abbas. Notts have got a short mid-wicket in. This is turned on the leg side by Will Young. No run. 13 for 3. Warwickshire had 6 runs this morning in Tricky conditions, floodlights on.
Has it been done today, Dave, do you reckon?
That's sort of the one I put to Richard earlier on. I think, do Warwickshire want a Saturday off and, get off on holiday, or is there the backbone there to at least see if they can turn this around and get that third place prize money?
I think it comes down to the first hour, doesn't it?
Okay.
If a couple nick off early, it could happen quite quickly.
Abbas trying to do that. Oh, almost hit back to him, and it's might just have grazed the fingernail onto the stumps at the far end. Horrible way to get out, that is, if he had been run out at the non-striker's end. But Sam Hain back, whether it touched Abbas's fingernails or not, as a moot point now, it's irrelevant. The over has been called. Yeah, I think he did. But Sam Hain clearly back 13 for 3. Ever been out like that?
I hit one, and Michael Lum got run out in the quarter-final against Derby in a one-day game. I remember that. I don't know if I have, actually. Not in professional cricket, I don't think. Oh, no. I've not, because then I got a world record for the most things without ever being run out.
I don't know.
I did, because someone came up to me at the...
I hate it when you're here, because you always out-badger me.
Yeah, because I was at what they called the evenings where you go and speak at what Richard runs.
The Nottingham Cricket Lovers Society.
Yes, so I went and spoke at that, and someone came up to me with a piece of paper and said, "You're a world record holder." And I found it again the other day.
You've never been run out?
In first-class cricket. Most innings ever.
He's been batting and seen a lot of run-outs.
Caused a lot of run-outs.
Most innings ever, I think, in first-class cricket.
I actually thought last night, I spoke to Haas for 7-8 minutes last night, asked him all the questions, got all the emotions out of him, and he delivered as he always does. But I thought afterwards, didn't ask him about that 99, the 100th run when he was on 99.
That was before that, wasn't it?
Ever there was a kamikaze job, it was that one.
Hunting into bowl once more to Sam Hain, who pushes up towards mid-on. We thought they were running it as a relay. Just wait, you had to wait till Haas got to that end before Kyle could set off.
I mean, I could understand if it was like your first ever 100, but he's got about 30 or whatever he's got. What's he got, 16 or 17 or something?
19th yesterday.
19th?
Yeah.
2 doubles this year, hasn't he?
Yeah, carried his bat twice. And you've done that. You've had 2 or 3 seasons or more opening at the top of the order. It's not easy, is it?
He makes it look a bit easier than me. Sure.
Hain pushing forward into the covers, can't beat Lyndon James at extra cover. You were talking about whether this, whether it will be all finish and they'll get their presentation and everything today. These two won't give their wickets away lightly. I mean, that's the one thing we do know.
Yeah, I think this and Barnard are big wickets. I think Barnard's a fantastic player, I think.
Yeah.
These two are obviously very, very good and established players. So I think you're right. I think if we get down to the... Mosley's obviously... I think Mosley played unbelievable first innings. I thought he played beautifully.
Yeah.
I think if you get through that, then you'll have a chance.
It's full of delivery and forward. Not entirely balanced there, Sam Hain, but gets enough of the bat to force out on the offside. See, there was a subplot with that in that Dan Mosley's yet to get a championship 100. And then all of a sudden... the tail collapses around him and he's stranded again and holds out on the boundary in the final over of the day, which probably a shot he'd like to take back and wait till the following morning. But
I don't know about that, because the following morning you bat him with number 11 anyway.
Yeah, true.
So
true that. But you'll see. I think for Notts, the first couple of wickets will determine how quickly today can go. Something very full this time, and he'll be whipped through mid wicket, and that's going to have just enough on it to go for 4. That's the second boundary of the morning for Sam Hain, neatly worked with the wrists. Warwickshire 17 for 3.
Winter plans? Any coaching jobs in the offing?
No,
time at Loughborough?
Yeah, no, not at the minute. Just I'm doing my level, so I'm in the second year of my level 4 coaching course. Oh, excuse me. So I've got a few dates at that. That's at Loughborough actually. But no, looking forward to a bit of a break, obviously. Kunal Manek, who's obviously our
analyst.
Well, old analyst, he's now with
ECB.
ECB. It's his stag do next weekend, and then his wedding later in October, and then we've booked a holiday to go away over New Year because it doesn't fall half term for us nicely this year with the wedding and stuff. So yeah.
Yes, Hutton.
In to complete his over, bowling to Sam Hayne, who gets up on his toes and defends the ball outside off stump to James. In the covers, 8 to Hayne, 2 to Young. Warwickshire 17 for 3, trailed by 99.
Not exactly a 2010 reunion. I know, as you've been saying, a lot of the players who were part of that successful side have been in touch. Did see Sammit earlier in the week, said he might be around for either days 2 or 3, but there's also I believe today a presentation to another of your former teammates who's popping by to say hello.
I believe so, yeah. I've not seen him since. When did I last see him? I went to
did you go to his wedding?
I went to his wedding.
So this is Alex Hales we're talking about.
I played golf with him actually in July, I think. But yeah, obviously he's had an unbelievable career here and around the world.
Abbas to bowl to Will Young, wide of the pegs, goes through to the keeper.
And quite rightly should get some recognition from the club. So looking forward to obviously seeing him. And then I think he's moving to Dubai soon. So hopefully I'll see him over that New Year period and catch up properly for a cold beer.
Of course, he very much in charge of his own destiny, and he will believe he's had the absolute best career possible. I always just thought it was such a sad loss to red ball cricket when he decided just to go white ball only. Fulfilled all his goals, played Test cricket. As Will Young squared up a little bit, pushes this back to Mohammed Abbas. Went out with a double 100 at Derby. So that's the way to go out. But oh dear, I mean, he's obviously become and is one of the best white ball players in the world, and has got I presume he's got a nice lucrative little series of engagements to get him through the months, play as much or as little as he wants. But great loss to the red ball game. 17 for 3, Abbas bowls wide of the pegs and through to the keeper. So be nice to catch up with him and see the club make a presentation to him. Not quite as many in today. It was great atmosphere yesterday, wasn't it? And delighted for the members that have at times seen the county having not such good seasons. It obviously happens from time to time. Cricket is one of those sports that really is cyclical, isn't it? You'll have a year or two where you're not challenging for honours, so you enjoy the good times as Abbas bowls, and this is pushed out into the offside. And of course you've experienced all the highs. A county championship winner, a one-day winner at Lords, and of course a blast winner. That's like the domestic triple crown, isn't it?
And Division 2 and the 100.
Well,
so I've won them all, yeah. I have 1,042. Do you know what that number means? Do you know what that means?
Total matches you've played?
No. That was how many days we went without a win.
Well, I wasn't going to remind the captain of that Nottinghamshire side as this is pushed a backward point.
Yeah, so I never forget that number.
You're only as good as the team you lead, Stephen.
And I tell that story because
it's time you got some sleep.
I tell that story because of where we came back from that, and the club to have trust in myself and Pete to continue what we felt was we were on a journey, and we weren't good enough, and things weren't good enough at that point, but we came through it, albeit in the system in 2021 we were the best team, I thought. And then 2022...
It was the defeats against Warwickshire, wasn't it? And the weird way they structured the points that year.
Table doesn't lie, Dave.
There's Abbas in and bowls, and this is pushed into the offside. Although you can slice it in half and reduce half of your points and then make the table lie, can't you?
Right, but the rules were set before the start of the season. Warwickshire emerged as champions. I've got to stand up for them. I can't sit here and not do that.
Of course. Was it in that run that you had that terrific game here where Hayne and Bresnan got the Bears over the line? Stuart Broad, he had him bowling forever from the far end.
It wasn't Hayne, it was Ollie Stone, actually.
Well, Hayne
batted for a little bit, but Ollie Stone got
then
40
Bresnan
odd.
and Stone, yeah.
And then I think Briggs was in at the end. But yeah, and that's when you felt like
this is never going to end.
And then we had the draw at Derby, Worcester, where Hassan slats batted for 5 sessions.
All the last day.
That's when Ben Duckett was batting 3, took his pads off. I remember that. And then we got over the line at Derby, and then we actually played unbelievably here the week after against Essex, and that's when we thought it turned. Well, I thought it turned.
Hutton comes in to start a new over, and Hayne is looking to drive him wide of Hamid at mid-on, but Hamid is able to gather. You talk about the atmosphere. During that, you talked about the atmosphere yesterday. When I was chatting with Nathan Gilchrist, interviewing Nathan Gilchrist, he said he wasn't aware that Notts were going to win the title if they got to 300. And from about 240 onwards, he had no idea why people were applauding every single. you think he'd catch on?
Well, he has been looking at the bottom reaches of Division 2, hasn't he, all season?
Oh, well. So this ball into the pads of Hayne. There's an appeal for LBW, but it looked to be angling down even before the deflection that sent Verena further down the leg side.
He's not given many, Mr. Saggers, that have been a little straighter than that, so I don't think that one was ever going to find favour.
I think Michael Goff's overcompensated at the other end, Dave, but yes.
Oh, it's close.
Yeah, he went across his stumps, didn't he, Sam Hayne?
He often does. He doesn't usually very often miss the ball when he's going across his stumps, does he? That's one of Sam Hayne always looks an LBW candidate. But has really good hand-eye coordination, obviously. He's on 8. This one outside off stump, left alone. Dylan Pennington keeps on just getting his legs moving, hoping to enter the fray before too long. So if Warwickshire did get through the first hour, we may see a slightly more prolonged day. We may even get into tomorrow if somebody goes well, especially with the light potentially closing in sooner today, judging by the forecast. Hutton to bowl to Hayne once more. Back of a length, and Hayne, for a moment, looked like he might be chopping onto his stumps. They'll take a sharp single. There's a throw that was worth making because Hayne was taking a good while to get to the non-striker's end. And if that throw from Jack Haynes had hit the stumps, it would have been a very, very tight call for umpire Saggers. Goes to 18 for 3, but that was pretty eventful, that delivery.
Yeah, good backing up from Pennington. It was close, wasn't it? Great effort from Jack Haynes. Another one of those who's just blossomed this year,
Yeah,
Stephen. He couldn't convert last year, and this year
Has he got 4 this year?
he's got 4 in the Championship and 1 and a 97 in the Metro.
Yeah, he's done really well. And a lovely lad.
Very much so, yeah. Yeah.
It takes a while to collect himself, and now Hutton comes in, and it's just be guided through a straight mid-wicket for another single. 19 for 3, Young to 3.
Coming up to the 11 o'clock news on Radio Nottingham, we'll let Stephen move on and attend to all his other daily duties. Just a thought on what you can see at the other end. We've got this big game of Jenga going on this week at the far end. I'm sure you'll all be excited to see how it's finished, but there must be a lot of memories, a lot of stories, a lot of late night anecdotes shared over a bottle or two in there.
Hayne just defends the final ball of the over. I'll take my leave to do my report, but 19 for 3, and Stephen will talk about shenanigans in the old pavilion.
Yeah, well, I think if you look how high it's going to go, it's going to look absolutely stupendous when it's done. But now, you know what cricketers are like. They get what's the word I'm looking for?
A sense of belonging, your own little patch.
Yeah, so if you've won the title in these dressing rooms, what's the word I'm looking for? Superstitious, of course it is. So they're not going to want to go back now. So I don't know when it's going to be done, but I've seen obviously a little bit of the planning, but I think it's going to look magnificent, and it's going to, when it's done, it's going to be unbelievable for the club and international cricket and so on, with 4 dressing rooms and things like that. So
we wish them well. We hope it's a mild winter so they can crack on with it. The Bass 5 overs, 2 for 5. Ball's now short, pulled by Will Young, rolls his wrist away on the leg side. There's Ben Slater who took that never to be forgotten catch at the Oval last week to set off the scenes of celebration. Really was a great moment. Real pressure catch. $20 for 3. BBC Radio Nottingham in our ears with the 11 o'clock news. Hayne has 9. Turns this to mid-wicket, fielded by Lyndon James. There's no run. 20 for 3. Last night, Yates out without scoring. Alex Davis out for 2, and night watchman Ethan Bamber hit a boundary and Then edge Brett Hutton to Freddie McCann at second slip. Board showing Nottinghamshire with 6 points, and that's enough to secure them the title of county champions. Abbas in again. Haynes squared up a little bit, runs this to backward point, fielded by Joe Clark. We're halfway through the 11th. Goose Fair starts today. Get the family off to see Goosey?
No, I don't. I think there's they've got tomorrow parties and stuff, the kids. So I think and hopefully we'll have a few more celebrations to take care of over the next 24 to 48 hours.
Yeah, Kyle Verena was, I think, hoping the game finished today because he flies first thing Sunday morning, which was a bold booking. Abbas bowls again, just shapes away from the right-hander and through to the keeper. Good stuff this from Abbas.
Yeah, it feels like we're close, doesn't it? It feels like if we get one, I think run rate of under 1.9. Both batters obviously struggling to score frequently and fluidly.
Of course, he might have played for you, but for COVID, he was going to come for 2020, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, yeah. He's a fantastic bowler. I mean, seeing him in the nets and the skill he uses, and yeah, it's incredible.
You don't have to bowl at 92 miles an hour to blow top orders away, do you? He's in again, and that's wide of the pegs. It takes all sorts. Nice to have a nicely rounded, well-balanced bowling unit. 20 for 3. I don't know if you're aware of the work of Melinda Farrell, who just slid in alongside. Stephen Mullaney with us. Just do this quick update for BBC Radio Nottingham in a moment. How times have changed. Last night the cricket was top of the bill. Now here we go, just to round off the news. And we started on time at 10:30. No breakthroughs for Nottinghamshire this morning. Warwickshire long way behind in this match. 20 for 3, shades of the morning after, of course, because Nottinghamshire yesterday sealing the 2025 County Championship. Now they'll want to go on and win this game. Warwickshire 20 for 3, still trailing Notts by 96. 2 more overs, Stephen?
Sorry?
2 more overs, is that all right?
2 more, yeah, fine, yeah, sorry.
2 more
I
overs.
what you said, yes, of course.
And a very good morning to Mel Farrell. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. I don't know if there are any other sore heads going around. Mine is not sore. I was very sensible last night, but had a little reminisce about the day and how events unfolded, and what a fantastic day it was for Nottinghamshire, the power of manifestation. I wrote about that, and Kyle Verena. For those who weren't listening yesterday morning, he sat up here with us in commentary and told us that he'd had it all planned out how he was going to hit the winning runs. He did tell me last night that the only thing that made him nervous in the moment was that he told us that he was going to do it. Here we go, over from Dylan Pennington, first ball, just clipped into mid-wicket. They take off for a tight single. Throw comes in from Haseeb Hamid, but they are through safely for the 1 run. Yes, so he was more nervous about having told us and put it out there publicly than anything else. And I asked him, well, seeing as he's now a winning run specialist, would he like to hit the winning runs in this game? And he said, no way. He doesn't want to put the pads on again, and he's leaving that for anyone else who wants it. It was an amazing thing, though, to think just how he's been able to be in that situation.
Incredible, yeah.
Pennington starts his run up again. He's in, bowls to Haynes, full ball. And that's whipped through mid-wicket. 4 runs for Haynes.
Yeah, he's quite a character, isn't he? You know, we talked about all the things that he's sort of been in or around this year, and I sort of asked him about Vian Mulder with his 367 for South Africa against Zimbabwe and declaring, and he said he was furious because he was 42 not out at the other end. Just going to check on this ball. Don't think it should have been damaged. No, it's just been dried by Haseeb Hamid. A little bit of dew on the outfield.
How did you celebrate? Did you celebrate?
No, I just had a couple in the dressing room with the lads and reminisced. Frank's made a lovely speech to everyone. No, and then went home, take away wife and kids, and chilled out and got ready for today.
Oh, well, I think save them up for when this game finishes.
Well, hopefully, yeah.
Pennington is in and left alone outside the off stump by Hayne.
I thought the question was referring to how did you celebrate in 2010?
Oh, I actually celebrated.
That's the only time in my life I've had a what do you call it? A Jaeger bomb. You remember Ryan Sidebottom?
Oh,
he kept buying and bringing Jaeger bombs.
I thought about this the other day. I thought about Fletch, who looked like a big elephant.
Yes. Sat on me.
Wrestling with you in Walkabout or
That's
something
right.
in Manchester. I remember that.
Yeah.
Good grief. The thought of Dave Bracegirdle
And Luke Fletcher.
downing Jaeger bombs as Pennington is in, left alone again by Hayne.
Well, that just I'll come back to that in a moment. But that was a Thursday night in Manchester, and blah de blah. Obviously, the night came into the next day. The next morning, at the Oval, an ODI, Sidebottom's there at the Oval announcing his international retirement. God knows how he got down there from the state he was when we saw him.
Yeah, I can't remember much about that night.
Trophy got lost a couple of times. I think Voges was in charge of it and left it somewhere, didn't he?
It wasn't the real one anyway.
No.
Pennington over the wicket, bowls. Oh, that one has hurried. Hayne manages to keep it out. And there was half a shout for the LBW.
I trust you've looked after the medal a little better.
I've
I
got
guess
all
that's
my
a pride
medals
of
in the
place,
shelf at home with my
nice.
county cap and 2 county caps because they changed the badge, and England Lions cap, all in the spare room, sort of shelf walking wardrobe.
Because you skippered the Lions, didn't you?
Yeah.
Very good indeed.
So you're admitting to having a shrine to yourself,
Shrine to
basically.
myself, yeah. I've got... I don't think my wife likes it very much. I think she wants to get rid of them all, but...
Hayne waits, takes a little step forward as Pennington is in. This is a more determined shout, but still no dice from the umpire. And that's the end of the over from Pennington. 5 runs coming from it. Warwickshire 25 for 3, with Hayne on 13 and Young on 5.
Yeah, word on Peter Moores yesterday. I sort of thought, we went a lot on Haas and all the achievements and Verena. It's a phenomenal record, Pete's got, because his first title was in 2003, 22 years ago. He's won it 4 times with 3 different counties now, twice with Sussex, 1 with Lancashire, 1 with here. Since he's been to Notts, he's won the domestic treble, as we were talking about, of the
T20 Lord's final.
T20 twice, the Lord's final, and the county championship. I don't think there's another coach that... This is down the leg side of Bass starting a new over.
I wouldn't have thought so.
That can sort of compare with that, with one side as well. He's done multiple wins with multiple counties, but with Notts, he's done the domestic treble.
But also, I don't think there is another coach who's won the championship with 3 different teams.
No,
that's
2.
a
I think Mark
first.
Robinson's done it with 2, hasn't he? I don't know if there's anyone else.
I'm quite sure we were looking at the various permutations.
Yeah. I mean, he's the best.
What makes him so good?
I get asked this a lot. It's a great question.
It's a Bass bowling now and pulled away by Will Young onto the leg side, and that's penetrated the gap on the leg side between Dylan Pennington and Ben Slater into the wall base of the Fox Road stand. 4 runs to Will Young. He goes to 9.29 for 3.
Yeah, I think firstly his knowledge of the game, probably from mistakes he made as a player. His leadership is a style of everybody matters, so the youngest player in the dressing room has the same voice as the most senior player in the dressing room. And he's a work hard, play hard. He wants people to work hard but enjoy themselves.
Bass past Michael Goff's left shoulder, bowls the ball of fullish length, maybe a little bit of pace off, but Haynes Will Young solidly behind it.
Yeah, and he's a massive believer that I think ultimately he's made everyone better players, he's made everyone better coaches, and around the club he's made everyone better people ultimately. I think he's a phenomenal. I love working with him as captain for 6 years. We're friends out of cricket, so we've had dinners together and barbecues and stuff. But ultimately he's just a great bloke.
He expects you to work hard, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And 29 for 3, next ball on its way, and this is dropped on the leg side. That's certainly not a bad thing. And
he doesn't miss a thing either. He doesn't miss the minuscule of minuscule details during a game or training.
No.
He doesn't miss.
And can I use the word repetition? Because I'm such an insignificant part of it, but I'm there most mornings. But I know what's going to happen out there and what's going to happen next. And at breakfast, what batting slot have you got today? And this, and this, and you'll have the fielding drills, the throwing drills, the catching drills, the wicket keeping drills. Repetition, 29 for 3. Practice makes perfect, and all that, as this is dropped on the leg side. And he's got his method, believes in it. As we've seen, it works. So why change it?
I also think he gives the players freedom to, it's their career at the end of the day, and he has a saying that he doesn't have to judge anyone anytime. The game will do the judging. So if you do well enough, you'll get judged. And he's a believer of if you do the right things for long periods of time, long enough, winning and success will be a byproduct of that. And this would be a great example of that. I think winning this over the 10 years or 9 years he's been here, or 8 years is it, Dave? He's been here.
Next ball on its way now, and this goes through to the keeper. The first time I met him, the last time I missed any matches, I had an operation in 2016, and the game back was the one where James Taylor got 1 million runs at Horsham against Sussex, and that's where I met him. In fact, I think Mick said, Dave Bracegirdle does the commentary, Peter is our consultant. So it was 2016 down at Horsham, the first time I met him in a Nottinghamshire sort of tracksuit or whatever as a consultant. And obviously end of that year, the relegation year, Mick took his director of cricket role in another direction, and Peter took over as head coach. Yeah. So that's 9 years, isn't it?
Yeah, and he just wants you to get better and get the best out of what you've got and find every ounce of ability that people have got.
Pennington running in from the Radcliffe Road end, bowls, and it is Hayne shouldering arms.
Many thanks for popping up.
No
Great
worries.
to see
Thanks
you.
for having me.
Sharing it, because you've played your part.
Thank you.
It's been fabulous watching your career. It's a joy watching the youngsters that you're now helping develop come into the first team, and I know you'll wish them all success. Pass on your wisdom to the likes of Freddie McCann about how to celebrate, and also have a little word with Brett Hutton, the senior member in the side there, and take it all in with him.
I think we'll give it a nudge, Dave, see what happens. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Stephen Mullaney with us.
As Pennington is in, and the next ball's defended on the front foot by Hayne. No run. Yeah, interesting. One of the details there, observations about Peter Moore's, about every voice having equal weight.
Yeah.
And that was something that Haseeb Hamid said when we were speaking last night as well. He reiterated about everybody having an equal say or equal input. So that's obviously something he has picked up from Moores. As in comes Pennington, and again Hayne shoulders arms.
I'm sure they'll all have an equal voice, but I think if you just come into the first team at 21, 22 years of age and say, look, can we bin this? Why do we have to have a net practice every morning, boss? I don't necessarily think that weight would...
Well, no. And that's why... That's why. But it's important to make people who come in... I've spoken to players who in previous generations talked about feeling so intimidated when they came into a senior dressing room, and how difficult that was. As Pennington in and on the front foot, that's defended by Hayne. There's batting that, surely.
There's other games going on, of course. Surrey 249 for 8 down at Hampshire. Surrey leading Hampshire by 148 in that one. Of course, if Surrey were to turn that round, of course, they were underdogs. They were behind by 101 on first innings, but that would really cause a few problems for Hampshire. If they were to lose that one, they'll be down, struggling for the First Division survival.
Here's Pennington, full ball, and Hayne gets right underneath that one, drops it straight down the pitch back to Pennington.
The side in the drop zone at the moment, Worcestershire have already gone down, of course. They're playing Sussex, but Durham, they're at Headingley against Yorkshire. Durham 346, Yorkshire 331 for 6. So as the day goes on there, we'll see who can grasp the initiative. All the other scores and all the text updates on the BBC Sport website and app.
Here's Pennington. And Hayne is just happy to let that one go past as well. He's not wanting to take on anything that puts him in any danger from Pennington. At the end of the over, Warwickshire 29 for 3, very much on the rebuild this morning, with Hayne out there on 13 and Young on 9. Losing those 3 wickets last night just before stumps really set them back in this match.
Yeah, it's a rebuild job. Ben Slater's just popped off, presumably for a comfort break. Calvin Harrison is on the field. The Bass to continue. 29 for 3. Noticed this morning that there are still copies available of the Nottinghamshire yearbook with Hasiba Mead on the cover. Price has been reduced to £6, available from the shop and reception all around the ground as well. If you're listening in on the ground or coming to the ground during the winter, really is a really good read. Next ball past the outside edge and through to Varane. Of course, next year's has the potential to be even better. What's happening here? By Saggers deciding he's going to go over to point, I think, because Notts have got 2 fielders behind square on the leg side and one just in front, and he wants to be in a position to see. Also another mention, Stephen Mullany mentioned it, that last winter he went to the Nottingham Cricket Lovers Society. This year, Thursday the 16th of October is the first meeting. James Taylor, Titch Taylor, is the first speaker, and a little drop by Will Young, and he set off there, and there was very nearly a calamitous mix-up, but Hamid was quickly on the scene and would have been able to execute a run out had Will Young gone any further. 29 for 3. That first meeting of the Cricket Lovers Society this winter, Thursday the 16th of October. This one will be held in the Trent Bridge Inn. Starts at 7 o'clock. Other guests coming up: Angus Fraser, Craig Cumming, the head coach of the Blaze, Andy Afford, and later on they will confirm some Nottinghamshire players as well for those meetings. £20 a year to join the society as a Bass bowls, and this runs to backward point. You can get all the information you want on the website www.nottinghamcricketlovers.co.uk www.nottinghamcricketlovers.co.uk. £20 a year. You can pay on the night at that first one, which is in the Trent Bridge Inn. All the rest through the winter will be in the Derek Randall Suite. James Titch Taylor, Leicestershire coach at the moment, obviously had a spell here before the sad heart condition which forced him to retire when he was at the peak of his powers. 29 for 3. The Bass bowls. Will Young drops it on the leg side. Mel Farrell alongside. Richard Wilford alongside. Nice, quiet, calm start for Warwickshire this morning.
Yeah, I was saying earlier when Stephen Mullany was in, these two won't give their wickets away lightly. You know, Will Young just loves batting. He's one of those who want to be out there all day if you can. Sam Hayne has a very good track record on this ground and will want to end the season well. And if they can get through the first 35 overs here, we could just see a bit more of a match than we might have been anticipating. Yeah. Although I've been berated for that by a Warwickshire supporter, but you know.
Bass bowls, and that's a good delivery. Just does enough to nip away from Will Young, who's not drawn into playing at it. Goes through to Verena.
You're a powerful man, Richard, but you're not that powerful. You can say whatever you like, it will not make a difference.
Well, no.
I promise you.
Warwickshire supporter, I apologise, I haven't got the email with me, but was actually blaming my co-commentators, but it was me really, questioning whether the Bears would have the hunger, even the bottle to bat well today, because so often in this situation, with all that's gone on and the events of yesterday, it would have been very easy for them to roll over and let Notts tickle their tummy this morning. Now, they haven't done that, but I suggest they could.
Bass bowls, and there's a catch on the leg side. He just spooned it up on the leg side. Will Young. Bass has got a third, and Warwickshire lose the wicket of their New Zealand import. Simple catch for Lyndon James in the end. Got him in a position, a very deliberate position there. Brought him in sort of where the square leg umpire wanted to stand. That's why umpire Saggers crossed over. and it was in the right spot to just take a nicely lolloped catch on the leg side. Will Young caught James, bowled a Bass for 9. The Bears 4 for 29 in Mel language.
It looked like 2 contacts there, didn't it? I think he's bat onto pad or onto thigh pad, and it's floated out to that position. We'll see a replay here. We've got a monitor. It was hard to tell from that side, but I've got a feeling there may have been 2 contacts. And look, there's been something in this surface for the bowlers throughout the course of the game. And we also know that the Duke ball sometimes, you wait 10, 12 overs for it to start to do anything. And perhaps that's what we're seeing there from Mohammed Abbas. But this will test their resolve again now. Zayn Malik, he will want to end the season on a high, and that it's been such a huge breakthrough for him. Coming from the Saka programme, which is, what was the number of Saka players that you're saying have played this season?
Well, 17 have now got played professional cricket, got professional contracts.
And that's happened really quickly in the last 2 or 3 seasons, hasn't it? I mean, just from Kashif Ali really making a huge breakthrough. I mean, last season, his 2 centuries at Edgbaston against Warwickshire, real sign of how good he was going to be. But now you see more and more making their way in the game, and Zen has been one of those this year. Has made a couple of very good hundreds. One was on a bit of a featherbed, the other was in much more difficult circumstances. Match-winning innings, chasing a low target in awkward circumstances at Headingley earlier in the season as well, which was a very important victory in Warwickshire's year, that in terms of setting the tone.
Well, he was out for 20 in the first innings, but it has to be said, the ball that got him from Lyndon James, he was caught behind, but that was a wicked ball. I'm not sure who in this competition would have been able to deal with that one. Probably someone who wasn't as good, because they wouldn't have got the edge. But it was a good ball that got him out.
As Dylan Pennington comes in to bowl, and Hayne shoulders arms, leaves alone outside off stump. He was the first person on Wednesday to actually look like he was timing the ball.
Yeah, he was.
So he will hopefully. Dave's jacket, which was on the chair that I'm sitting on, it's been sent off for more duties. I said, "Oh no, he's just moved on to your chair." I thought it was good. It has been worn by so many people this week.
It's a hussy of a jacket.
It doesn't mind who it puts itself on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Many an arm has been down its sleeves. So Pennington gets that one to strike Hayne on the pad. That was a tremendous analogy for something, isn't it?
Dave's floozy jacket. I haven't been there yet. I haven't tried it on.
To be fair, it had been in the wardrobe for so many years. You can't you can't blame it for being loose with its affections this week. Pennington comes into bowl to Hayne, pushes it through mid-wicket for a single. 30 for 4. The Bears still trail by 86 with 6 wickets standing in this second innings. So they try and make a game of things today. In awkward conditions, plenty of cloud cover, floodlights on from the start.
And a good few fans coming in again today too, already this morning, warming themselves up. They'll be hoping that they get to see a trophy presentation today, undoubtedly.
Yeah. So I was just counting the ones in the what I've now dubbed the William Perry stand, because William the refrigerator Perry, with it being the fridge over there. There's about 60 in that stand. It's an interesting choice of vantage point. Long way away. This is driven by Malik, and that again was with a bit of timing. Up towards wide mid-on. Hamid does the fielding, but Malik's off the mark. 31 for 4.
It's the ones who are in that stand. I don't get why, when you've got a lot of choice, you'd be in... What's that stand?
So away to our right, you've got what I would call the low single-decker stand, Dave, which is...
what's that one called, Dave?
Which has got that elevated building, which used to be the sort of, many years ago, was the old press box, wasn't it, around the corner there? But what we call in that section, as Pennington is in once more, and Hayne chops it down onto his foot, and it goes out into the offside.
That's the William Clark stand.
William Clark.
One of the great early pioneers of the domestic game, and William Clark ran the All England 11, who from your cricket history may know, he used to take the best players in the country up and down to play 22 of York or 22 of Bridlington or 22 of Taunton or wherever. He used to take the All England 11 everywhere.
And the stand next to it is the. I'm trying to get my knowledge here. Pennington pushed into the leg side for a single by Hayne, 32 for 4. The one that's at the weird angle is...
Right, well, that road behind it is the Bridgeford Road side of the ground, so you would say the Bridgeford Road stand or whatever, but the sponsorship, it is the Smith Cooper stand. And then, obviously, the pavilion, the Hound Road behind the pavilion and the Hound Road stand, and then the Fox Road to our left, so the Hounds follow the Fox.
Clever.
Hounds follow the Fox. Yeah. But I've just been told that they've just hoisted the county championship winning flag. So I'm presuming that is
the one on the left,
above
the white one.
Above the Hound Road stand.
Yeah, because
there it is.
There are two flags. There's
the green one is the Nottinghamshire one,
and the white one is the...
That is it.
No, I just wanted to honour somebody who played for both counties. I'm going to suggest now that between the William Clark stand and the Bridgeford Road stand, that little gap between the two, where they're at a rather odd angle to each other, I'm going to call that the Eddie Hemmings Nook.
He'll be delighted.
That is the Eddie Hemmings
will be delighted.
Mohammed Abbas is running in, and bowls, they're all leaping up, hands in the air as that ball skews out onto the offside, and Hayne takes a single. Umpire not interested. See, when you say Eddie Hemmings, I automatically think of the great rugby league commentator, Eddie Hemmings. That's he'll always be the one Eddie Hemmings.
He's the nouveau Eddie Hemmings. Eddie Hemmings, the spin bowler who could bat a bit. England Test player, Eddie Hemmings.
Yeah.
Played for Warwickshire and then Nottinghamshire. He was
90 odd in an Ashes Test, didn't he, in Australia?
And he used to bowl at a reasonable pace for a spinner as well. Eddie. He wasn't the build of your modern Test player. I don't think I'm being unfair.
No.
He wasn't the build of a modern Test player.
No. The Australians certainly had a little bit of fun at his expense.
Yeah.
Mohammed Abbas is just playing with his field, by the way, at the moment. He's got 3 slips in, but he's just brought a fielder who was out a deep square leg, just in on the ring, and he's got a catching mid-wicket as well. It's a mid-on. In comes Abbas again. That's outside the off stump and left well alone by Malik.
Just having a correspondent saying, all this talk of the jacket, can you post a picture? So for the benefit of Gary Regan, that's what I was doing, folks, whilst I was just getting the jacket.
I tell you what, that little video on social media of you calling the winning hit yesterday's done well
Got
for
some
itself.
Traction, didn't it? You did well there.
You should have put the jacket on for that call, though.
Well, did you know he was going to hit a 6?
Oh, yes.
Did you know that was going to be it?
Yes.
The beauty of it is that is the only ball I filmed you for. I only had to film you for one ball because it was the first ball they could have won. And I had said he'd get the 2 boundaries.
You did. You and Mel both did, actually.
Yeah, it was like, of course he would. He had to keep a promise to Mel.
You weren't here when I was saying earlier, when I spoke to him last night, he said that was the only thing that made him nervous, was that he'd said it to us on commentary. Here's Mohammed Abbas, and a bit of an extravagant leave by Zem Malik.
Well, I don't mind an extravagant leave.
It'd
be really good for him to play a knock here, actually.
Yeah.
And he's coming in conditions that favour the bowlers. Mohammed Abbas is, as is so often the case, in tremendous rhythm. Bowling beautifully. 6 wickets in the match for 44.
Yeah.
Mohammed Abbas doing Mohammed Abbas things.
Well, he's crazily consistent, isn't he? And consistently good. There's no let up. As soon as he's up there, you know, or you feel that there's a danger that something might happen at any moment. He runs in, bowls, and he tries to flick that down the leg side, Malik, but doesn't make contact. They dropped that fielder back down to deep square leg, by the way, but kept the catching mid-wicket in.
That was a rare loose ball from Mohammed Abbas. The Zed Malik story as well, for Notts fans who might not appreciate it. I mean, come through this Saka programme, which gives cricketers of South Asian heritage another chance to make it as a professional. I mean, sometimes they never really gave it a go. It might be that they stayed in education, they went that way. But he is in the second half of his 20s before he made his first-class debut. And credit to him, he has looked the part. this season.
He certainly has. As a bus in again, this has just squirted out in front of square leg, but that catching mid-wicket does the job and prevents the run. Yeah, he'd been around a bit, and this is a bit of a common story as well, isn't it? The players who have been around and trialled and played second 11, but there's just been that barrier that whatever it is, for whatever reason, and that's what Saka tries to remove, those barriers, and get an understanding of what is holding players back and changing perceptions out there as well. And, he certainly looks like he belongs. As a bus is in, and it's played with soft hands, ends up at third slip, a little shy at the stump, so he makes sure he gets his bat back in.
Yeah, out there on the field, they'll be saying, which end was that throw at, Jack? So he was nowhere near the stumps he was aiming for. Mark the Mod down in Sevenoaks in Kent says good morning to us all, and says one Nottinghamshire player clearly hoping that the Bears at least make Notts bad again, of course, will be Ben Slater, who's on 985 first class runs for the season. He needs 15, so he'll dearly be hoping that there's I'm sure a few to get later on in the day. Again, there is that little thing, isn't there, to be out there to hit the winning runs the last match of the season. It has added importance. I know that the title's already confirmed, but it'd be nice to get the winning runs still.
Pennington into Hayne, guides it off his pads behind square on the leg side for a single down to Mohammed Abbas. 17 then Hayne, 34 for 4.
I wasn't going to go there, but Steve Crawley did. Can anybody forget the Eddie Botham pig on the outfield at the Gabba? Producer Kirsty's in the room, folks. Producer Kirsty and her team.
Hey!
Our team were in the room. I'd like to put that out. It was just producer Kirsty. She just comes in every now and then to look at us askance.
Yeah, genuinely fear that I'm in trouble when she pops in.
What they're talking about now. Pennington well outside off stump. No interest from Zen Malik. But I was visualising the pig, but I didn't want to bring it up.
I always
And
felt
Steve's done
sorry for the pig. The poor thing. Well, I don't remember it, obviously, but I've seen footage of it. Poor thing.
But you don't remember Eddie Hemmings. It had Eddie written on it.
I know. It's before my time.
Did you think the pig was called Eddie?
I just felt sorry for
It's
the
Eddie
pig.
the pig. It's Eddie the pig, she thought.
I know, I just felt sorry for the pig.
Pennington in, driven by Zen Malik out into the offside. There's no run. Could have been a cricket lover. You don't know. He's a big fan of Dominic Pork.
Oh dear.
God, that's the best I could do just off the top of my head.
I tell you what.
I was going in a Roland Butcher sort of.
So that was definitely the Rasher joke. Pennington into bowl to Malik. That's neatly wristedly played, very fine. Mohammed Abbas has to move around to his right and pulls out a tumble to stop it, but that gives them time to come back for 2. Malik to 3. 36 for 4, the Bears. They still trailed by 80 with 6 wickets standing. I mean, on X, one of the people who was getting in touch yesterday, it's effectively 2 dogs. 2 dogs have got their own X handle. and I thought, the fact that we're being appreciated by cricketing canines, I thought that was very good. Very, very good.
Big woof to all our doggy listeners out there.
Pennington back of length. He went to cut it, then dragged the bat back, a bit like a baseball player, trying to pull out a little bit too late. First base umpire will decide whether he's had a swing at that or not. But yeah, so maybe for the dogs we should do some of the commentary at a really, really high pitch, so only they can hear it.
Surrey 258 for 9 against Hampshire. They lead by 157. My word, we've got another of the great and good of this parish in the room. This goes through to the wicket-keeper. It's my turn for a little 5-minute breather, so I hope Richard Wilford and Mel Farrell won't mind being joined for 10 minutes by, as I say, one of the great and the good who has a county championship medal or two. Yeah, he's just giving me the confirmation. I think that's what he was doing, that he's got 2 county championship medals. Very much part of the success. Will you two guys please welcome Paul Franks?
Oh, Paul Franks is going to be in the building. I think the first time I ever came to Trent Bridge when the commentary position was at the far end of the ground. I remember Paul bowling a very good spell against Warwickshire, which ended the game rather quicker than I anticipated.
A hat-trick against the Bears.
I suspect I was here for that.
Mohamed Abbas, meanwhile, in, and it's clipped off the toes by Hayne. Just get the 1 run. Takes him to 37 for 4.
Good morning. How are we?
Very well. How are all of you after a night celebrating gently, I'm sure, because there's still business to be done, but my word.
Warming to the task. Yeah, very happy, very content, very proud. It's certainly not lost on me what it takes to win a county championship, and the players deserve all the credit that's going to come their way. It's a special moment for the club.
As Mohamed Abbas begins his run-up, he's in, bowls to Malik, who just pushes this one out into short cover where Hamid does the fielding. And I guess, has it sort of sunk in? Because it's kind of a funny thing, isn't it, when it happens in the middle of a game and there's still a game to be played.
Of course.
And, so I think it must be this kind of weird, I guess, melding of a whole heap of different emotions.
It is. I liken it to tightening a lid on a jar. Like the last few weeks have felt like you've been screwing the lid on as tight as you can, and last night it just popped off. And it felt like that. It was. You almost go, is that it then? Because you get to that point and.
Oh, next ball. There is another shout, but umpire says no.
On
I think
height,
it might have been height, yeah, a little bit high. Then Malik survives.
So it's a quite a unique situation. It wasn't like the game stopped.
No.
It wasn't like you just walk off and that's it. Like that's the result, because games have to play out. And we were lucky, and I don't want to hark back to 2010, but we walked off when we won in 2010 because that was the end of the game, right? And that was it. So, but these guys are still, very keen to show their dominance, which we have been dominant. And we want to prove that by having a gap at the top of the division, and that's what got them out of bed this morning. So that was what they wanted to do. So go for it, lads. I
actually think the umpires were terrific in calling for a drinks break at the exact moment. As Abbas is in, it's a play and a miss from Malik. Yeah, they got Kyle Verena hit that 6, and they immediately called for a drinks break. And I actually thought that was great sensitivity by the umpires, because it gave everyone, it gave the fans, it gave the players just that moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes sport can lose that moment, can't it? And because it just gets swallowed up in play. But to see it actually happen, and everybody then just okay, that's it then, is it? Because we knew what we had to do. And when it's so finite as a number of runs or a number of wickets, and then you get your points, it's like, if that just happens like it did, it could have easily got lost.
Absolutely. Here's Abbas, left alone outside the off stump. And you talk about the lid popping off. You actually saw it in Kyle Verena and Liam Patterson-White, because as soon as they got to that milestone, they just started having fun.
Yeah, and it was almost as if the game completely changed, wasn't it? Like, understandably, Warwickshire had fought tooth and nail, and you wouldn't expect anything less. I thought they bowled brilliantly yesterday morning and made us work really hard for every run we had to score. And you could feel it, you could feel that it was a proper contest. It was really good cricket. Hass's innings shone through that and took us to a place where, we knew we were in contention. And then you lose another couple of wickets and you think, really, is this actually going to happen this way?
Yeah, it certainly was exciting as Abbas in. It's just defended up towards extra cover by Malik. No run. That finishes off the over from Abbas. Another tight one as always. Warwickshire's 37 for 4. Hayne on 18. Malik on 3.
It was interesting earlier, Stephen Mullaney was in with us, and we talk about the fact that, for many cricketers you don't get a chance to win a title. For those lads who are born and bred and developed by Nottinghamshire, it's even more special, isn't it?
It is, and it has to be, I think, because I was lucky enough to watch the team, in the 80s and in the early 90s, had some fantastic players in it, and they had their own share of success during that time. And the club has since then gone on to more success, and sometimes it's a while between drinks as well. It takes a little bit of time to build a team.
Pennington onto the pads of Hayne, who whips this behind square for 4. Beautifully timed by Hayne. He goes to 22, 41 for 4.
And there's always another team that wants to win, remember. And every single team, I've not met a team that doesn't want to win. I've not met a group of supporters that doesn't enjoy winning. And sometimes it just all comes together, and it's your time. And you start to play well, and guys start to look at each other, and the growth and the development of the group is such that it just happens.
Yeah.
And everybody's going to ask, why did it happen? Why was it like this year? Well, it's not an exact science. They're at a good age for it. We've had a lot of players playing well. You have to have your fair share of lady luck as well, because she comes and shines on you at times. Other times when you look for her, you don't find her. So, those types of things happen for you at different times in games. Like I look back to Headingley this year, and it was raining everywhere apart from at Headingley.
Yeah.
And we had half an hour to win the game, and we won. And then it rained.
Pennington turned behind square for a single by Hayne, 42 for 4.
And you start to believe that that's actually a sign that something might happen for you.
Yeah.
And everybody believes it, and all of a sudden momentum's a wonderful thing, and off you go.
Even last week, nobody else in the country played on day one.
Absolutely.
And they set up what was a decisive game. And you may have only played Surrey once this year, but to go to the Oval and win it, I mean, teams do not go down there and win, especially if you lose the toss. No,
exactly. And an enormous amount of credit to what they've managed to achieve as a club over the last few years, Surrey, and they've set the benchmark for county championship play, so they deserve to be held in high regard in that space. And we've been very respectful of what they've managed to achieve, but as a club and as a team, we've been on our journey towards that. That game has felt like it was looming large in the rearview mirror for a while, and we knew it was coming, we knew we were going to get there. And when we got there, we just knew we had to play well. And credit to the lads, because they have played absolutely brilliantly for the whole game.
I think really I was saying this to Kevin next door. Just the fact that you went there, they were basically full strength, and we know the quality of that Surrey attack in particular.
Pennington short of a length. That's a beautiful shot off the back foot from Zen Malik through the covers for 4. He goes to 7. Warwickshire making a fight of things this morning, go to 46 for 4.
But it was Surrey on home turf, preparing the pitch that they want with their full attack, and I guess it is really fitting, or it must be really satisfying, because no one can question, because you beat them there on their own turf, within their own conditions, with their best team available. You still beat them.
Absolutely.
And all of those things would normally have gone against you being able to do it.
And you would say that the odds, you look at recent history, the odds would have been against us. And you would say, actually, no one's won there for 2.5 years, and they've been so dominant. And I think they fully expected to win. And in all honesty, why wouldn't you? Based on their confidence that they had within that group. And Alex Stewart and Gareth Batty, like I say, deserved an enormous amount of credit for the team that they've built and how they've gone about it and the cricket that they play. But it just felt like this team was ready to take on that challenge. It came at a really good time for us. We had a massive game the week before at Worcester.
Pennington draws an edge from Zenma, third slip.
It was arguably as important as a game at Surrey, because you can't get the second one without the first. A low-scoring game, Worcester, on a pitch and an outfield that wasn't conducive to fast scoring. And it felt like that was a really crux moment in our season, because you're not going to get to the Oval in touch if you don't manage to get past Worcester. And they competed and competed and competed, and we were just good enough in the end to get over the line. And you could see the lads go, right, we're good now, we're good. And they got on the bus to go to the Oval, and off they went. And we just packaged them up, and they went and played.
At this point, I want to talk about redemptions. This is guided down to third for 4 more for Zen Malik. Third boundary of the over. 2 of them are fine shots. The other one a little bit fortunate, but he's 15. 54 for 4. Warwickshire trailed by 62. The redemption arcs here, knots from that period not so long ago that Stephen Mulaney was talking about earlier, when it was pretty much 3 years without a championship win, to being down in the second division. Peter Moore's been criticised a lot as head coach. Could he get it done again? And Haas, who's come from almost being damaged by his early experience as a young man, as an England player, and the change in him, and now leading this team to the title. All of those things come together are great stories in their own right.
They are 100% right, and it's I genuinely believe that good things happen to good people. I've always believed that. And in both Peter and Hasib, in terms of leadership, they're very good people. They've got a lot of time for their players. Hard work is never lost on them. It's become something that we do and we're just accustomed to doing. We look after each other properly. And in a way that allows them to go out there and play the cricket that they want to play. But yeah, I think you're right. It's not been easy at times. You know, the journey to stuff like this is not a straightforward line often, and you have to suffer sometimes to get to where you want to get to. But credit to all those that have been involved. And Pete's always very good at allocating, praise where it's due. But he's led it wonderfully.
Brett Hutton has come back into the attack, and the first ball was short and wide and left alone by Hayne. And I guess one of the things is that it's all kind of worked out so well for you, because you had that brilliant win away in the penultimate round of the season as Hutton is in over the wicket. And, Hayne tried to turn this into the leg side. It's ended up dropping just in front of him. But you ended up playing your last home game here at Trent Bridge, and also it was in your hands to do it. It wasn't some announcement over the tannoy to say something had happened somewhere else, and so that meant you were champions. It couldn't have really worked out better, could it?
It worked out wonderfully, and I've been lucky enough, like I mentioned, to win 2 championships, but they were both away from home. And it's always better to do it in familiar surroundings.
As Hutton is in, left alone by Hayne.
With your people in your ground. And that's got a little bit more meaning then. It means you're sharing it with the people that you want to share it with the most. And hopefully over the course of the next 24 hours we'll get the chance to do that again. As many of them can come and enjoy the moment with us, because they've supported us through, like you say, through thick and thin, and they deserve an enormous amount of credit to have stayed the journey.
As Hutton runs in past the umpire, bowls, a little shuffle down the pitch from Hayne as he turns this one into the leg side, and they go through for a single. It was pad, leg by single, signalled by the umpire, but might have been going down leg side. Takes Warwickshire to 55 for 4. By the way, I am just keeping an eye on things down in at the Utilita Bowl, and Surrey are now 9 down. 264 for 9. So 1 wicket remaining. That is a very interesting match at the other end of the table that you don't have to worry about. But it's an amazing thing, isn't it, that when you get to the end of the season, something that I've only discovered as someone who grew up in Australia, but the whole last round of the season and everything's
live.
As Hutton is in. Oh, that has bounced up sharply and struck Malik. It's on the hand, I think. It was sort of about shoulder height. Really good nip off the deck from Hutton, and he's just adjusting his gloves now. Is it Malik?
Yeah, he may just have got the top of his bat onto that. But it's another really good test for him at this point in his career. As a late starter. I mean, Brett Hutton, what a career he's had, and at this point to be a county champion. I'll get Paul can react to that in a moment after you describe this ball, Mel, but he's done so well.
He's running in now and bowls. It's wide outside the off stump and good bounce again, but Malik gets on top of it, goes all the way along the carpet to backward point. They take another single. Yeah,
interestingly, you mentioned Brett, and he's obviously a local lad. He's someone I've known for a long time. He made his debut in the 2011 county championship match, which was played in Abu Dhabi, which was sort of off the back of the last championship win. So his career's sort of spanned all of it. He's been away for a little bit, played for Northants, did very well, came back. He's been an outstanding performer at county level for a long time. And he was talking to me the other day, and I think he genuinely wondered whether we'd ever get to this moment, and whether he'd ever get the chance to win a championship.
Yeah.
Because you just don't know. Like I mentioned, it's a funny thing.
Pennington into Malik, who's driving nicely out to mid-wicket for a single. 57 for 4.
There are lots of very, very good players that never get the chance, and lots of very, very good teams that just fall short for other reasons, and you just don't know. And it's difficult to put your finger on why certain things happen when they happen.
Yeah.
One thing too, it's actually a quite young squad you've got there. I think Mohammed Abbas, certainly in the team, he's obviously 35 in that phase of his career, but other than that, the Brett Hutton who you're talking about, he's only 32, and I think everybody else, Ben Slater's 34, everyone else is in their 20s.
Yeah, and to be fair, like it's a nice age. There's some hunger there for this type of stuff, to want to be playing in championship games against the best, and it feels like they've individually gone on a journey with their own games that now fit into the team. You know, it's all right. Sometimes you put players in teams and you think, oh, why doesn't that work, or why does it work? And sometimes it's just timing. The timing of the moment comes where Hasib, for instance, you know, he's churning out runs now and leading the team in his own style, and he's galvanised the group with evidence of runs.
Pennington to Hayne, who guides him down towards third. There should just be a single. He was wrapped on the glove by the previous delivery. Ball is getting up a little bit. You actually put out that there are nice age. There won't be too many players who've been regulars this year who haven't at least got maybe, let's say, 40 championship games under their belt. You think of the way that Lyndon has become a match winner this season. It's the volume of cricket that he's played and the commitment the county have shown to him to get him there.
Absolutely, and the journey that the spin section of the club's been on with Farhan and Liam and Calvin, you know, their results this year have been outstanding, and we found it difficult at times.
Malik leaves alone outside off stump.
To get more than one of them in the team, purely based on the grounds we've played on at the time of the year we've played there. But they've all done their job at different times, and if you looked at our stats and you started to really dive into why and how, it's really good to see, and it will be something for us moving forward to say, actually, that's more of it, lads. That's the stuff that legacy's built on.
You even think about Hasib Hamid, it's hard to realise sometimes he is still only 28.
Yeah.
It's incredible, isn't it? Because it feels like he's been around for so long, and that's because, you know, I was watching him in the Ashes and when he came on the international scene and he was at Lancashire.
Pennington's next ball defended by Malik out into the offside, picked up by James at point.
And that's absolutely it. He's played so much cricket, he's had so much experience of challenge and success, and everything that comes with being in and out of international teams, but his style of leadership has really grown into a place that this very much feels like his team now. It very much feels like he's got them and they're with him, and that's the perfect ticket for any cricket captain. You've got the group have got you, off you go, and it's been a really nice thing to watch.
Pennington in to complete his 6th over of the day, defended back down the track. Warwickshire 58 for 4, Hayne 24, Malik 17. Warwickshire trailed by 58. I've got to go out to do my report, so I'll leave you in the capable hands of Paul Franks, enjoying the part he's played on the coaching staff of this championship side, and Mel Farrell.
Thank you, Richard. We'll get ready for another over. It's going to be from Brett Hutton. He's got that sort of unshaven, slightly dishevelled look that makes it look like he could always have had a big night the night before.
Yeah, that's the look I think he prides himself on.
I like it. He joined us up in commentary for a while yesterday and spoke, I thought, quite beautifully about what it means to him, having sort of been around for a long time and being one of the older players in the group, and making sure the younger players realised how special it is. As he runs in now, bowls to Hayne, who tries to turn this down the leg side. And again, there's the shout. We've seen that a few times. They come through for what will be a leg bye. Perhaps, again, just straying a little bit too far down the leg side. And Dave Bracegirdle's back on his throne.
Hello, Mel. Good morning, Paul, again.
Hello, Dave. How are we doing?
I'm doing very well. Now, a little bird tells me when they got back to the dressing room last night, you were the one that got them all together and delivered a very nice Churchillian speech.
I wouldn't say Churchillian. I've been afforded some responsibility at different times by Pete, and I'm very grateful for having the opportunity to speak to the group, and that's sort of the responsibility he gives.
as Hutton is in and Malik just presses forward in defence.
So as a staff, and certainly something I don't take lightly, but it's it was more a case of just them understanding and trying to take in what they've actually managed to achieve. It was less yesterday about individual. It was obviously led by an individual in Haas and other contributions from Liam and Kyle, but it was more about the collective and more about thinking about everything that's gone into this.
As Hutton is in over the wicket, it's just stroked up to mid-on, no run.
Because they don't realise how far-reaching this is in the wider cricket community, and it probably won't hit home until a few weeks, a month, maybe 2 months down the line, when people are still saying to you in Marks and Spencers or Morrison's or Sainsbury's how proud they are of you, and little things like that go a really long way.
Or even a few years down the line. I mean, Luke Fletcher always talked about, well, it happens, I was 21, and when he's in his 30s, hoping it happens again.
Yeah.
Here's Hutton. That one is down the leg side, and a great diving take by Kyle Verreynne. The only problem is there was no contact with Malik's bat.
Like you say, there's 18 counties, 17 aren't going to win it each year, so you are privileged. Enjoy the moment.
Absolutely, and it's everything you work for. You certainly hope that when you start back into winter training, you're going to be in the shake-up come September. You want to have given yourself a chance to achieve, but like you say, there are other counties that are also trying to do the same.
And now you're going to go into the next season with the target on your back. It's going to be quite a different position as Hutton is in, bowls, it's squirted out behind point, no run. All of a sudden, it's been Surrey for the past few years, and they've been the benchmark setters. Now it's up to you, and what does that mean for how you approach the season?
Well, we'll have to have a proper think about that, I think, once the dust settles on this season and we start to plan, and that'll start in the autumn for certain. But you're right, like it was interesting to see how everything was going to change into this week, because up until last week it was all Surrey.
As Hutton in and Malik leaves it alone.
It was all about the 4-peat. We went as the noisy opposition, and we upset the apple cart because it was all about them. And then all of a sudden it wasn't. And so coming into this week, that was the only thing we really had to try and make sure we didn't lose sight of. Control what we can, play really well, and the rest will take care of itself. But you're right, like the challenges coming next are the ones we've got to try and meet now.
As always, it'll be interesting to see the fixture list, because for the last few years, well, as we know, with the structure of the county championship at the moment, you don't play everybody twice. So 3 years ago Surrey came here, 2 years ago you went to the Oval, last year Surrey came here, this year Notts went to the Oval. You've only played them once. It's not like, two prize fighters.
Surely, come on, surely they have to play each other twice.
I was just going to say, it's not like two prize fighters. You have a world heavyweight title and everybody demands a rematch. Last week, so many people saying, I just wish that we had this again, that they played each other twice.
I've got a sneaky suspicion, Dave, we might play each other twice next year.
They have to. I'll start a riot myself. I'll start a movement.
Here's Lyndon James, who's had a really, really terrific back half of the season. He's coming in from our end of the ground, the Radcliffe Road end, and bowls his first ball of the morning. This is pushed into the offside, and Brett Hutton looking a little stiff there. Mel Farrell might very much like his swarthy good looks, but I don't think the coaching staff will be too pleased with the chase there. That one just got away from him. It was like a three-legged hare getting away from the greyhounds there, really.
Might be down to his last set of trousers there, Dave. I thought he was going to put a dive in, then changed his mind about 3 times and then ended up in a right pickle.
You do put words in my mouth, by the way. Blimey. That was a lovely bit of timing for Hayne. The ball seemed to pick up pace as it went on.
Next ball on its way now from James, pushed into the offside. The headmaster's in the room.
Kevy.
I will indeed, yes. Just a reminder for those of you listening on Sports Extra, we've got former Notts all-rounder, now very much one of the significant members of the backroom coaching staff here at Trent Bridge, Paul Franks. Former England international Paul Franks as well, to give him his full title. Here alongside Mel Farrell, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, watching on as Lyndon James runs past umpire Saggers and bowls now. This is pulled away behind square on the leg side. 64 for 4. Yeah, bit of a back twinge out there, Brett. No, he's okay.
I tell you what, I've mentioned earlier, Zem Malik got out in the first innings to Lyndon James, and it was an absolute cracker of a delivery that I'm not sure how anybody could have kept that out. So this is a little bit of an interesting contest here now.
It was very similar to the ball he got Ben Foakes out with at the Oval last week, and he's got this habit, and he's developing a really good habit of producing a lot of them.
Yeah. Comes in again. Jay, this is fairly wide, goes through to Verena. I'm sure Mum and Dad are here somewhere. They're generally to be found on the ground, aren't they?
They don't miss a day, Dave, do they?
Love to watch him perform, and certainly this second half of the season, the back end of the Kookaburra matches, the double 100 at Southampton, 70 odd at Taunton, the 5 at Worcester, out there for the winning runs, and then obviously a major role last week with runs and wickets. Having a good end to the season. He comes in and bowls. Oh, now then, did that carry on the fall, Coach Franks? Need to have a little look at that one again. It was drilled back to him by Malik.
It's close, that.
Hopefully we'll get the chance, maybe even a side-on look, just to see if that carries. Be doing an update for Radio Nottingham in the fullness of time. Hitting midday. Of course, lunch today at 12:30. No longer making up lost time with regards to the sessions, but 2 extra overs will be added on at the end of the day, we're told. This is a 98 over day. Didn't get the chance to see a replay then. Hopefully at the end of the over, as James bowls again, this one wide enough for Malik to withdraw his bat inside the line. Here is that update for local radio. Grey skies overhead, floodlights on, but a great mood inside Trent Bridge here as the county champions try and press to end the season with a victory. Warwickshire 64 for 4, only 1 wicket's gone down this morning. Mo Abbas, who got 2 last night, has picked up the wicket of Will Young, a simple catch at square leg by Lyndon James. Warwickshire 64 for 4, still trailing by 52. It's a funny old thing, Paul, as I was saying earlier. Yesterday, we were the first item on the news, and today, back to normal. Back to normal, I wonder why.
Ah, dear. He does that so well, though, doesn't he, Dave Bracegirdle? Here's Hutton. First ball gets good bounce, but it's left alone by Hayne.
It's a little easier on days like today or weeks like this than... did it carry, Paul? You've just seen a replay.
It maybe did just. Here we go. Slow it down. It's a tough one. No, yeah, it does. I think it does. Yeah, I think it does, but it's such a difficult one to take.
Yeah, I always give him a hall pass for those. See, they're in the follow through. So much has to go right, doesn't it, for you to be in the right spot. Here's Hutton again, and that's a good delivery that just gets Hayne in a bit of a tangle, and the ball ends up dropping in front of him.
50p at Farnsfield on a Saturday?
Yeah, definitely. And that's me being a tough taskmaster, Dave.
64 for 4. Did you get down there much?
Not a lot. I've been following them a lot this season. Obviously, they've had a very successful season and got to the national finals, which unfortunately were rained out. I think of the Vitality Village Cup, I think, down at St John Paul's Getty's ground.
In comes Hutton. That one's just played out in front of Hayne.
Is that all your sort of stuff, is it?
That's Wormsley.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's mine and Dave's local club. Dave used to play in the 3rd team back in the day when I was a young man.
That was one of the first grounds. That was one of the first grounds I ever been to. You're talking to, there's no disrespect, you're talking to the great Italian player.
Oh, I know.
Dave
Don't worry about that.
I don't waste an opportunity to tell him. I think I was in my 50s when I played a couple of games for Farnsfield Thirds.
That was one of the first grounds I went to in this country, Wormsley. As Hutton is in, Hayne does that little shuffle down the pitch, and then the ball comes off the outside portion of the bat and squirts out to backward point. No run.
There are worse places, Mel, to get connected to English cricket.
Oh my gosh, no! I have one problem with that ground, is that one of the end is called the Dibley end, right? Because the Vicar of Dibley was filmed
in the next village.
The next village. They've missed a trick because the other end should obviously be called the Dobley end.
Oh, there you go.
If you have the Dibley and Dobley end,
that would be perfect.
That would be perfect. That's the only trick they're missing at Wormsley. As Hutton is in over the wicket, clipped straight to short mid-wicket. There's a shy at the stumps, and Sam Hayne has to quickly shove his bat back into his crease.
Were you still playing when Notts went there with the Unicorns, didn't they? Well, to play the Unicorns. Remember when they were in the one-day competition?
I think I probably was, yeah. It feels like a lifetime
It
ago,
does,
Dave, I'll be
it
honest.
does. In fact, somebody yesterday sent a message from Cornwall. It's 10 years ago today that Dave Bracegirdle was calling Cornwall home to win the national county one-day cup at Wormsley. Oh, crikey, you've got a good memory.
Hutton is in. Hayne tries to pull this one, but it goes past him, and Verena had a little fumble but picks it up eventually, and that finishes off the over from Hutton. Warwickshire 64 for 4 with Hayne on 29 and Malik on 34. Partnership now 35 runs.
We'll let you go in another over or so, Paul. I'm sure you not only want to be at the front of the queue for lunch, but also Alex Hale's a presentation, former teammate.
Well, I'll happily stand at the back of the queue to watch, see Alex here again. It'll be great to catch up with him. I think it's an important acknowledgement from everybody at the club for what he achieved for us over a long period of time.
There's Lyndon James going to bowl to Malik, who's on 17. And this is turned away on the leg side. All you players, especially when you get runs, you say how important was that? Well, yeah, it was nice, but we didn't win the match. It was nice, but we didn't win the match, or whatever. He will always have the satisfaction of the highest one-day cup final score being a winning innings. That one against Surrey at Lords in 2017. That day will obviously stay with every Nottinghamshire supporter for the rest of their lives.
100%. And I'm excited to see the compilation. I think there'll be a compilation of
James bowls, and why do they have stumped through to the keeper?
Alex's best stuff that goes on the screen, and when you watch it up close, you realise quite just how good he was when he was in his prime. I mean, he's still a very good player, don't get me wrong, but he'll safely admit he's in that last period of his career, but when he was in his prime, there was nobody better playing white ball cricket.
There's evidence of the destruction of Alex Hale still here on the desk, where he hit the one through the window here, hitting Ryan Pringle for a straight 6. Just in front of me, 65 for 4. Saying earlier, as James bowls. Nice shot, lovely shot. Square cut from Sam Hayne, who's now into the 30s. Great player, great record at Trent Bridge, of course, in all formats. Moves on to 33, 69 for 4. Yeah, I mean, one or two people have said, what do you remember of Alex? Obviously, that and the Lord's final. There was the night, and I don't know if it's still a world record or not, where him and Ricky Vessels put 106 on in the power play
against Durham.
Against Durham of a T20 match. 106 in the 6-over power play.
Absolute carnage.
So Ricky Vessels could play as well. My word, as Hayne turns this on the leg side, 70 for 4. They really enjoyed watching the pair of them together, and Michael Lum as well, that same sort of era.
They were complementing each other's style of play so well during that period. They were doing it differently, but they were both devastating, and you had Michael to that as well, who the left-handed power hitter that he was, and wow, that was a special time in our white ball cricket.
Well, just even the part he played in the way England turned things around after the 25th Cup and that journey.
On 18, let's just go through to Verena, 70 for 4.
And as part of just the way they changed, he was a big part of that.
Yeah, he was, and he played some outstanding international innings. Not talking domestically, but part of the biggest credit I can give him is like he played on the biggest stage and shone on the biggest stage. Not just at Trent, but overseas, everywhere he went.
Crowds, the biggest occasion, the more TV cameras.
Yeah, he was, and he had that habit of going through phases where he wouldn't score any runs, but you always knew that the next score was coming, the next impact in a match was coming. It was never far away, and that's what the best can do.
General, thanks for popping up, thanks for giving up your time, thanks for giving so much to this fabulous county over the years, and certainly this year. I know your work's very much appreciated behind the scenes.
Thanks, mate.
Continued success.
Will do. Thanks, Dave. Thanks for the loan of the jacket this morning as well.
It was very kind. It's nice to see it on somebody that it fits. As this one's pushed out into the offside, and there's no run. 70 for 4. We'll just have a little seat switcheroo here, and Mel will talk you through the rest of the over.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Paul is hard too, because he's wearing shorts, and that really says a lot, because it is a bit chilly today, and there are a lot of grey clouds overhead, but they're high clouds, it must be said. It's Brett Hutton turns and starts his run up. 2 slips in place for Hayne. Takes that little shuffle down the track and just drops a ball in front of him. It rolls back to Hutton, who stops it with his foot. And it's a no run. Celebrations very much continuing all apace here. I have been keeping an eye, by the way. There's still that nagging wicket remaining for Hampshire to take in that match against Surrey. Surrey currently 279 for 9. It's Hutton bowls. And that's just fenced out into the offside by Hayne. No run. Taylor and Fisher still at the crease. Really stubborn partnership there. And Hampshire, well, that's going to be a fascinating finish to that game for sure and certain. Hampshire really fighting to stay up in Division 1. But, they are going to, at the moment, Surrey have a lead of 178 with that 1 wicket remaining.
And at Headingley, they're in the 108th over, Yorkshire 365 for 7. Once they've got to the end of a 110, I think everybody can sort of work out what they need to do to survive or what have you. 3
slips in now for Hayne, so he flicks it down towards long leg, and they'll take off for a single.
It looks like Sussex are going to win at New Road, but they're making life hard for themselves, or Worcestershire making life hard for Sussex, who were set to score 61, and they're 51 for 5. So they are going to win, you would imagine. Need 10 more, but chasing 61, they're 51 for 5, and shades of Nottinghamshire just limping over the line a fortnight ago there at New Road. Set to score 130 or whatever it was. They were in a little bit of strife at one stage.
So Malik now on strike as Hutton runs in bowls, and they've played that with soft hands to a diving 3rd slip. He's done that a few times, but it was safe enough because of the lateness with which he played it.
In fact, I think Notts needed 170, 180, something like that, but when they were 130 for 6, you began to fear for them a little bit. Just the 1 wicket this morning, thus far, and Warwickshire, I think, will be pretty pleased about that. They're still 45 behind, but building towards parity.
Yes, pair have done well as Hutton is in. It's left alone by Malik. It's been a good rebuilding partnership between Hayne and Malik, and at the end of the 27th over, Warwickshire 71 for 4 with Hayne on 35, Malik on 18. The lights are on here. So the ball did look to be doing a little bit. It has done. It's been a pretty sporting pitch, it must be said, and overhead conditions helping things as well as the artificial light. So it's never been, I don't think, particularly easy for batting, probably apart from the point where Liam Patterson-White came in yesterday and started belting it to all parts. And then he and Kyle Verreynne got past that magic 300 run mark and then just looked like they were having a party for a while.
Lyndon James bowling LBW's shout, but drifting down the leg side again, and it'll be a leg by. 72 for 4. This was reminded on the gate this morning that yesterday morning I was asked, "I'm not going to do it today," and I said, "Yeah." I'd forgotten I'd said it actually with what eventually happened. Yeah, Verreynne 4:45, no problem. And of course, he then went on to say that, and it happened. But yeah, I'd forgotten I'd said it to the staff on the gate yesterday morning. Another delivery from Lyndon James, and Malik down, but beats the count, pops straight back up again. Struck him amidships. 72 for 4. Got to say thanks as well for the kind thoughts of Pam and Jackie on reception yesterday, popping up with a couple of glasses for Mel and Richard and myself. That was very, very kind, very thoughtful. Thank you very much.
I didn't inhale.
No, it was just purely for photographic purposes. As James bowls wide of the pegs and through to the keeper.
Yeah, that was very, very kind of them as well.
I tell you what, Sussex have lost another one there, 55 for 6.
Oh.
They only need 6 more runs to limp over the line, 62 to win, but
55 for 6, chasing 62 at New Road. Sussex will win, they will stay up, but Worcestershire giving them one almighty scare.
As they did to Notts
Yes,
a couple of weeks ago.
Yep. There's James. Balls wide of the pegs and through to the keeper, 72 for 4. Are you on or are you off, Richard? Are you on or are you off?
In what sense?
Should you
I
stay
don't
or
know.
should you go?
Well, yeah, it's a new game show. Are you on your microphone? But you're on again.
I'm on again now.
We've got you.
No, I'm on again. I'm on. I switched off just in case it rattled while I put it back on, because it was still on when I came in. I was, I was away,
Well, I don't want you to
Tripping
take.
like fantastic with Kevin Howells next door. We were.
I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but I'm off.
Thank you, Mel.
Oh,
There's Lyndon James bowling, and Malik pushes this up to Dylan Pennington at mid-off. And there's a no run. It must be Fish and Chip Friday downstairs. She's gone to get in the queue for Fish and Chip Friday.
oh, it's fish and chips every day, though, isn't it? It was available each and I said, I've been saving it for Friday. That was my theory. Was save it.
You
till
make
Friday.
it sound like it's monotonous and repetitious. There are at least 5 choices, I believe, down there. Not that I ever go.
It's 4, one of which is
Is
a
it 4?
vegetarian option.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lyndon James bowls and wide of the pegs. Like Edgbaston, where we're regally looked after. I'd like to think everybody here gets suitably fed and watered. 72 for 4 at the end of the over.
No complaints whatsoever. I had a very nice pie yesterday. Chicken breast the day before. So fish today.
Just the job.
You've got to plan it out a little bit. You've got to plan it out.
You have indeed. And where are you tomorrow? Following your mighty Blues?
CBS Arena, Coventry tomorrow for a 12:30
Crikey.
kickoff.
That's
So an early start, and then busy weeks. They've got Sheffield Wednesday at home on the Tuesday, and then they go to Wrexham in what, of course, has to be referred to Hollywood Derby copyright. Even though actually Birmingham City have no connection with Hollywood whatsoever. And obviously Tom Brady involved there,
just give him
the
a
NFL's
poke,
goat.
a poke in the eye if you ever see him.
Ian driven into the vacant area at mid-wicket for a single by Hayne. In fact, they've got time for 2. He's timed it so well. He's 37, 74 for 4.
This is from my mate Bracegirdle for all the time you threw the winning touchdown against the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah.
Poke him in the eye.
I mean, look, he was pushing against an open door there for many years. But, yeah. No, I've interviewed him a couple of times. It's always very brief, and it was surrounded by an entourage who are making sure you don't ask him anything that's at all troubling. And he has a slight habit of popping swear words into his answers, which I have to say is suboptimal, Dave. 74 for 4 Warwickshire. They trail by 42. They've made a good fist of things this morning as Hayne drives up towards Hamid at mid-off. The weather forecast for this afternoon, it's dry, but it is due to get darker. And depending which direction the wind is from, it's worth noting that they are currently off at Headingley for bad light. So
taking lunch, yep.
Yeah, so I think there may be if you are thinking you'd like a little bit of cricket tomorrow, there may be some if they continue to show this determination. Hayne leaves alone a ball that was angling in a bit towards his off stump there from Brett Hutton.
Sussex 59 for 7, chasing 61. They need 2 more. That's that really is the very definition of limping over the line, if indeed that's what they do. 59 for 7. Worcestershire going down with a little bit of fight. Tom Taylor's got 4 wickets.
A little bit of a flourish from them. I tell you, let's see that 9 in the match, maybe. I think he took 3 in the first innings. As Hayne covers up his off stump into the leg. So, see, the ideal is if Warwickshire actually bat well today, really well today, and set Notts a couple of hundred, get half a day's cricket here tomorrow, and then the long walk to the City Ground for a 5:30 kick-off. What a day of Nottingham sport that would be. I can't say fairer than that, can I?
There'll be a good number, and we'll have tickets for across the road. They'll be hoping that's exactly how it pans out.
Hutton back of a length, and Hayne walking through a defensive shot almost gets a nick on that through to Verena. But, no contact. It remains 74 for 4. And the fact this ends on a Saturday, I was going to say spares you go to Field Mill for Mansfield and Rotherham, but I'm sure you'll wish you were there.
I may be there yet. Warwickshire still 42 behind. I would say the smart money is still on this finishing today.
No, it's just it's the weather forecast. That's my concern. As this ball from Hutton is left alone outside off stump. Hutton's got through 8 overs and 5 balls in the morning session. Mohammed Abbas, I think, bowled 8 overs this morning. Dylan Pennington has had a good spell as well. And there will be some weary limbs. That will also be a factor.
Got about 9 minutes to go until the luncheon interval, which, as we understand, as I've alluded to once or twice this morning, will feature an on-pitch presentation to Alex Hales to commemorate his 18 years of service to the club. That's sort of the brief we've got. It doesn't necessarily say 18 and out, which I guess it sort of indicates to a little bit, doesn't it? He didn't come back this year.
If he's moving overseas as his residence as well.
Yes, he's very much domiciled abroad now. 74 for 4, married in South Africa, home in Dubai. A little bit of a jet setter like Mel Farrell.
Makes it sound a little bit unpleasant, domiciled, though. You know, Mel is to all nations. She shares herself to all nations to bring joy and happiness to everybody who listens to her commentary.
She's got a briefcase full of passports.
That's not what I'm going to say about her off air.
James bowls and getting past the outside edge. Malik stays there on 18. Hello, Mel.
Have you come in to defend yourself?
You're making me sound like as much of a floozy as Dave Bracegirdle's green and gold jacket.
No. What it is? You're very well travelled. You are very. No, it is. It is.
I get about.
It is. It's about changing country every time the bills are due. If you keep that going,
I'll go wherever someone offers me a paycheck.
Lyndon James bowls again, nicely timed, but straight to a mead at mid-on.
I will say, I do genuinely love doing the county championship. It's been a bit over 2 years now that I've been doing this, and I really look forward to it every year. And I go around to different counties, and people stop me, whether it's at Worcester or...
Stop you from getting in.
Yeah. God, don't let her in.
James to Malik. Bowls again dropped on the leg side, but this time short of a mead, so they can comfortably take a single.
And people will remind me of something that I said on commentary like a year earlier or something like that. Ooh. And just to know that people are listening and they care, and you always remember when you're commentating that essentially you're in people's living rooms or in their cars or in their gardens, wherever they are, and you want to be a good guest, but they are also very, very good hosts, the fans of a county championship that listen on the streams and on the BBC.
Nicely put, Lyndon James bowls again, another one that just spits up a little bit and strikes Hayne on the glove, runs out on the offside.
And every now and again you do have to put up with someone, and it's been lovely working with you, Richard.
Oh, I thought I was going to go the other way.
Yes, I did. I did. I thought I was in for that one. Thanks to Mel for now. Just to let you know, if you're listening in the ground, a continuation of what's been happening this week in the Derek Randall suite. The volunteers have all those ties and photographs and things they're still trying to get identified as Lyndon James bowls past the outside edge. Photographs, autographs. There's
a display of famous players' boxes.
Well, exactly. That's all in the Derek Randall suite at lunchtime. And in the library, remember, there's a quiz, Warwickshire and Notts quiz, with the winner. Can take home a bundle of books, so go over and...
I may have given away an answer to that. To one of the... I mean, because it's about players who've played for both counties, isn't it? The quiz.
It is.
So we may have given one away earlier.
Well, I've just, thanks to Steve Lamotte, been sent the questions, and there's 4, 6, 8, 10...
Is the one I referred to earlier on that list?
Here comes Brett Hutton.
Into Monaghan with the wicketkeeper standing up. That's jagged back. It sounded like two contacts there. Hutton really liked it and puts his hands on his knees. Sam Hain flexes his back leg, which tells you that it hit it. Let's have a look at the replay, because that'll give us a really good angle on that. It's not a bad shout. It is not. It might be a little bit high up, but it's touch and go. Not a bad shout.
10 photographs of people that played for both. I think I'm just about there with most of them.
Okay. And then again to Hain, who's cutting this off the back foot out to the cover boundary rider for a single. 39 to Hain, steady accumulation from him this morning. 77 for 4, trailed by 39.
So this is in the library, which is the ticket office behind the Batman board. If you're listening in there, if you want to go in there at lunchtime, there is a picture quiz. Identify 10 cricketers who've played for both Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire. Obviously, something along the lines of name goes into a hat, and the winner will win a bundle of books, it says. Entries to be submitted by the end of lunch on day 4 or whenever the match finishes.
And to Malik, who tries to steer it wide of James at backward point, but James able to cut it out. Malik, who rather easy did in the first innings, they got into the high teens very quickly and has now gone rather scoreless, but these two have added 48 for the 5th wicket.
So we'll let Richard have a little go at that at lunchtime, see how he gets on. 77 for 4 is the score.
I mean, I certainly saw him play for Warwickshire.
Yes, I did. Well, no, I didn't see, well, I might have done, but certainly saw the gentleman that we're looking at a photo of him play for Notts.
So this one just back of a length is guided down towards third, but it is intercepted by a diving, scrambling Lyndon James, who shows good athleticism there. I'm going to have a think. I'll have to have a think about the second one. That's okay. It's not very helpful for people who can't see them.
No.
But I am going to have to have a really good think about that one.
I'm sure there's means to put this on social media once the quiz is over.
No, I think I've got it. As Hutton bowls just back of a length, and Verena can't take that cleanly. There's a bit of a but it was always going over. That second one.
Yes.
Has a son who's played county cricket in recent years.
Yes. We
Lovely
have a
guy.
result. We have a result. Sussex have defeated Worcestershire at New Road by 3 wickets. They got over the line 63 for 7, set to score 61. Worcestershire 123 all out, 287 all out. Sussex 350 all out, end their season 63 for 7 with a win. Worcestershire relegated. Sussex will definitely be safe, and please give Notts a fixture at Hove next year.
Back of a length, guided down to point by Zen Malik. End of the over, we should get one more in theory. 77 for 4 the score. Notts might be quite glad of getting one more in, because if Warwickshire do continue to bat well, and this has been a good partnership today, we could have quite a long afternoon session, because T will be with 32 to go, and of course there's 2 extra overs today. It's a 98 over day to make up for the final 2 overs lost on day 1. So
Notts have been to Hove once since the world was black and white, and that was that was COVID, and it was the first game of the season, a fortnight after I'd had COVID, and I was barking like a dog. It was awful. As this is pushed back to the bowler, I know a lot of people had lots of nasty experiences with the epidemic and whatever, but I just couldn't shake the cough off. And you sure you're all right to do that? Yeah, no problem. Get down to Hove and a little bit of sunshine and sea air. Oh gosh, it was biting, the wind coming off the sea. It was freezing all week, and I just couldn't stop coughing. It was embarrassing. 77 for 4 and painful. Lyndon James bowls wide of the pegs, and it goes through to the keeper. So I'd like to think that next season, because Sussex came here this year, Notts didn't go down there, I would like next year that to be certainly reversed, or play them twice. But
I'm sure you will get an away fixture, and they tend not to play away from Hove anymore. I have to say, really good achievement by Paul Farbrace, his staff and the team there to stay up. I think at the start of the season you'd have fancied Sussex to be in trouble, and they've done really well to survive. Credit to them.
James in once more. It's paddled away by Sam Hain for his 40th run down to Mohamed Abbas at long leg. We are going to be going to lunch in 3 balls time, Richard. So thanks to you. Well, to you and Mel for your contributions this morning. Thanks to Stephen Mullaney and Paul Franks for popping in. It really has been open door, revolving door over the last 2 or 3
We've had a multitude of guests.
3 balls left before lunch, unless a wicket goes down, and it won't go down from that ball as it's dropped by Zain Malik on the leg side. He's on 19. This pair have added 49 for the Warwickshire 5th wicket, and this has got to go down as a good session for Warwickshire. 71 for 1. I think on the opening morning the first session was 70 for 1, wasn't it, for Warwickshire?
Yeah, it was. It was indeed. It was.
We lost
exactly
a portion. We lost a portion due to the rain. Played for 2 hours here, and Lyndon James is drilled up to Pennington at mid-off, and there's no run. 78 for 5.
I mean, Sam Hain was always going to want to dig in today. He wasn't going to be one to just let this opportunity in the final match of the season go to waste. And there's Zain Malik at the tail end of this first season for him. Time out there at the crease, continuing to learn his trade, is absolutely golden.
Just gone to lunch at Southampton. Surrey are all out. This is turned on to the leg side for a single by Malik, so he goes to 20. 79 for 4 will be the lunch score here. I'll come back to that in a second. Surrey 281 all out. Hampshire have just started. They 1 without loss, 1 over before lunch. They've gone to lunch now. Hampshire need 180 more. Obviously Surrey required 10 wickets, but here at Trent Bridge, Warwickshire 79 for 4, trailing by 37, thanks to Richard Wilford and Mel Farrell.
One note,
yeah,
that single off the final ball brought up the 50 partnership between Hain and Malik. That was a nice way to go into the interval.
It was indeed. Yeah, enjoy your lunch. Enjoy your lunch, everybody. Thanks for your company this morning. We'll do it all again when the players return in 40 minutes' time, around about 10 past 1, and we hope you'll join us then.
We are Virtue. We have over many years built a nationwide network of local dealerships with a choice of amazing cars from the world's leading manufacturers, all cared for by our highly skilled technicians. For customers who continue to praise us to friends and family alike. Because we are Virtue.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge, where the floodlights are on. The sky is a dismal colour of slate grey, but the umpires taking to the field for the middle session on day 3 of this Rothesay County Championship match between Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire. Warwickshire digging in this morning, losing just the 1 wicket in the 2-hour session. They've reached lunch 79 for 4, still 36 behind. Nottinghamshire, Sam Hain and Zen Malik have added 50 so far for the 5th wicket for the Bears. The only wicket to fall this morning, that of Will Young, who went early on. Just turned a ball from Mohammed Abbas to square leg and comfortably taken by Lyndon James. Mel Farrell's alongside me, Dave Bracegill, just remarked how chilly it had got, and there's a little bit of evidence out there, Mel, as I look at umpire Michael Goff at the pavilion end, because he's come out in either gloves or big thick black mittens or some such on. He's certainly protected against the elements.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's a lot cooler than it was yesterday. I mean, I've just realised I have got sort of my long sleeve thermally top underneath a t-shirt, and I did actually realise that I've been here the whole morning and my top was inside out. I can't even dress myself properly. Inside out, tags hanging out and everything. I hadn't even noticed.
People just think that's the youth of today. It's fashion. It's fashion.
I'll take that.
I wouldn't have noticed, Mel. You're all right.
Well, you're too glassy-eyed, basking in the fact that...
Just glassy-eyed, full stop.
Well, that too. The fact that Notts have been crowned the 2025 county champions.
Yeah, it feels like, well, that was yesterday, but nobody can party yet. And Warwickshire have certainly played party pooper this morning. They've hung around for those 2 hours, just, what were we, 7 for 3. So they've added 72 runs for the loss of Will Young. Dylan Pennington's going to get us underway after lunch. It is very dark, you have to say. You can see shadows from the floodlights around the players, which is never a good thing, but umpire Goff says, get on with it. So we're going to get on with it, and Mel's going to talk you through it.
It is Pennington, a change of ends in bowls. It's defended straight into the ground and rolls back to the bowler by Malik. So Pennington coming in from the Stuart Broad end. Those thick grey clouds overhead. The lights are on. Ideal bowling conditions. So you have to really pay a lot of credit to Sam Hain and Zen Malik, who've shown some real resistance here. You could, on another day, easily imagine any team folding in this situation. 3 slips in as Pennington's in over the wicket. That's slashed away through point. A race on to prevent the boundary, and it's lost. Well, a fielder, Joe Clark, he managed to get there, but in the end, just sort of fumbled it across the rope. He's one of the best fielders I think I've observed in this Nott side, but that's another 4 to Zen Malik. It's been really nice stuff from him so far. He moves on to 24, and Warwickshire move on to 83 for 4. Keeping an eye on that chase, by the way, down at the Utilita Bowl. Hampshire are 4 for none. As Pennington bowls. That's full delivery and just slapped out through deep mid-wicket. Again, the chase is on. This time it's successful, and they'll just get 2. They thought about a 3rd, but settled on the 2. Yeah, Hampshire are 4 for none. So the equation is Hampshire require 176 runs to defeat Surrey. So that's a real ding-dong battle as Hampshire fights to remain in Division 1. So we're joined by Richard Wilfred, who's decided to grace us with his presence in the afternoon session. As Pennington bowls, pitches it up. It's outside the off stump and just stroked out to point by Malik. Takes a single.
So would you have had me be rude instead? Because I was next door.
What do you mean instead?
Well, I could have come in for the first ball of the session, but I was next door where I had to do my report, which I did.
Don't rise to it,
which I did on my hands and knees underneath the desk, by the way.
Hey, what you do in your own time.
I'll explain.
Completely up to you. As Pennington runs in, bowls, and Haynes flicks this onto the leg side. There was a strangled shout. They take a run. And just waiting to see if the umpire signals a leg by. No, he didn't, so there was batter.
I was down on all fours underneath the desk in the back of the commentary box next door to do my update at
what
3 minutes
Kevin
past
forces
1.
you to do?
Because on Sports Extra, Kevin was talking to Neil Snowball from the ECB. And I didn't want to vacate. I had to go in mid-interview very quietly and conceal myself under the desk, playing a game of sardines. I didn't want to leave and threaten the door noise to interrupt a very telling interview.
2 slips in a gully as Pennington is in, and it's a play and a miss from Malik. Goes through to Verena.
I can't believe you're bit at her. You just have to...
Look, sometimes...
Mel,
sometimes,
this young man had done a day's work before you arrived here this morning.
Sometimes you forget about baiting the hook. Sometimes you don't even have to get the rod out of the boot of the car.
To be fair, Dave, what you haven't had to put up with is Mel after hours this week.
Believe you me, I present as evidence A, or as exhibit A and B, Durham away this year, Somerset away this year.
Okay, yeah. But this week... So last night in what was the place called? Kilpin? The Kilpin last night. Other places, other refectories for beers, spirits, and soft drinks are also available around Nottingham.
And plentiful they are too.
There were 2 next door to each other, rather handy. As James comes in to bowl first ball of the first over from the Radcliffe Road end in this session, and it's defended by Hayne out into the offside.
I was well behaved. We had a pint and a half last night.
We had a rather nice leather couch, didn't we?
We did.
It was awkward to get your backside far enough back to get comfortable in it, though. You had to search for the comfortable seating position.
My backside was completely comfortable, I have to say.
Well, yeah. Look, you're more nimble than I, significantly so. James is even more nimble still. As he comes in, the red soles of his boots showing as he's clipped through square leg by Hayne, whose accumulation continues. He's 42, 88 for 4.
I do have to smile, actually. One night at Taunton, Mel and I went for a meal post-play, and do you remember? And the fire alarm kept going off, and he just kept rushing up and apologising, going and banging it and trying to fix it. There's no fire, and then it all would be quiet again for 5 minutes, and then it would go off again, wouldn't it?
I do remember that, actually. It wasn't the best dinner music ever.
James, full, driven by Malik, can't beat Pennington. Bit off. What sort of music was it?
It was just a siren.
It was me serenading it.
It was a fire alarm.
Fire alarm kept going off all the way through the meal, so he kept having to reassure us we didn't have to go out on the street. The kitchen wasn't on fire. It was just a faulty fire alarm, but it just kept going off. And
was the food a little caramelised?
No, it was fine, but his method of trying to fix it was just to keep going up with a hammer and banging it.
I do remember what had happened when it went off.
So James is getting turned into the leg side of his pads. This time by Malik. He's 28.
I'd gone for what Dave Bracegirdle would term a comfort break, and it was at the moment when I went to dry my hands and I pushed the button on the hand dryer and the fire alarm went off, and I nearly had kittens. I thought I'd set it off by pushing the wrong button for a second.
Was that hand dryer that was in a little green box with a button in the middle?
That was the problem, you see.
I can see your mistake now. Hayne on 42 awaits James once more, left alone outside off stump. And look, people have a vested interest. People are here, Dave and Mel and myself. I mean, less me in the championship season, but the other two, and you get to know people and you know their idiosyncrasies and their habits and whatever. People will not know that Mel Farrell is a drink shadower. and it puts a lot of responsibility on anybody who's out with her.
Look, I'm very indecisive, and I always have food or drink envy. So I figure it's just easier to go with whatever you're having.
It's interesting. No defence offered at all. That's a good ball from James. Full outside off stump. It looks to have just moved away off the seam. Hayne plays inside the line, but only just. 89 for 4 at the end of the over. They trailed by 27. So yes, so you immediately latched upon exactly what I was describing. You knew what I meant, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. But look, if you were having something that I really didn't like, I wouldn't shadow you. There's a little bit of discretion.
So over the course of 2 nights, there were 2 drinks each night because we're professionals.
Yes.
That's all it was.
You have to rehydrate after sport, but not too much.
Correct. And on each occasion, what you having? I would choose something. Oh, I'll have that as well.
Yeah.
I love that. And then she's going up for her round. What do you want? Well, let's have a look at the board. Oh, I'll try that one. Oh, yeah, I love that one as well.
I'm quite comfortable with that. All right, here is Pennington, and the first ball of his over to Malik is just gently turned into the leg side, deep mid-wicket, running in. And it's just a single for Malik, takes him on to 29.
And would you agree? Of the 4 that we had, number 3 was the weakest.
Yes.
It was the one that was disappointing. The others were all really good.
I think I liked number 1 or number 2 the best.
Okay, yeah, no, they were both very good.
They were both very good.
Number 4 last night was quite nice, but strong.
Yes.
Strong.
But we only had a half.
True.
There's Pennington. He's in, bowls. Just drags his length back a little bit. Good bounce, but left alone well outside the off stump by Hayne.
I mean, I did half ask you. Did you have a pint of best bitter last night?
Me? No.
Okay.
No. 20-mile drive back to the Kingdom of Newark and
What cup of tea?
You're 20 miles away.
yeah.
That's a long way.
It is the route he goes.
Did they have a parade waiting for you?
They didn't. No, the bunting wasn't out.
Here's Pennington. Again, it's outside the off stump, left alone.
You've already established that I'm way down the list of notable people in and around Newark.
No.
We did that on day 1.
The whole of Newark was out last night in their green and gold blazers.
Yes. To greet Lord Bracegirdle of Newark. It has a ring to it, is all I'm saying.
I have been hearing on the BBC Radio Nottingham 1 o'clock news that the whole of West Bridgeford has been out this morning. Lewis Capaldi down there went and stood on the roof of a supermarket and gave an open-air concert this morning down in West Bridgeford, a mile from here.
Pennington in, again left alone. Was that to celebrate the victory of Notts in the
apparently it's in the
championship?
Motorpoint Arena in the city tonight. He's pitched up early and they wondered what was going on, and somebody clambered on the roof of a supermarket this morning. It was Lewis Capaldi, apparently.
To be fair, if you go to the supermarket in the morning, it's often disappointing if they've got no chocolate croissants left. But there's no need to stand on the roof and start singing at people.
It's these Scots early in the morning.
It's not quite the
It's a Scottish
Beatles
thing.
on top of Abbey Road. In comes Pennington, bowls, defended straight back to the bowler by Hayne.
Which I'm sure you've been to, right next to Lord's.
Well, I've been past it. I haven't been in there. I've never had a photo taken on the crosswalk. I just think I always feel bad for the residents in the area because there's always people on the road.
I've been to Lord's, I'd say 1,000 times, but I haven't. But I've been, you know what I mean, I've been there dozens and dozens of times.
There's Pennington. Bowls, and Hayne gets himself into a real tangle trying to turn this to the leg side. It, in the end, dribbles out to the offside, and that finishes off the over from Pennington. 90 for 4 Warwickshire, with Hayne on 42 and Malik on 29.
And it was only about 3 years ago I was working with the esteemed Mr. Topley, and he was talking about Abbey Road just round the corner. Well, just round the corner. So it went after close of play, and it literally is a big 6-hit away from Lord's.
Yeah.
Did you do the thing? Did you?
Yes, oh yes.
Did you have your photo taken walking across the road?
Never mind all you cars beeping your horn. I'm going to get a photograph on this crossing.
If you have to drive that way regularly, it must be very annoying.
Yeah.
That's what I think. That's why I've never had the photo taken there.
Lyndon James is in, well wide of off stump, left alone by Zen Malik.
Do you want a birthday for all of us in our various representations? Warwickshire, Bob Barber, 1935, 90 today. Bob played for Lancashire, Warwickshire 28 times for England, left-hand bat. Birthday today for Nottinghamshire, Graham Archer, born on this day 1970. So Graham's 55 today. He was a top middle order batter through the 90s. Got one for Mel as well. She'll have heard of this fella.
James, full of length, just goes past the outside edge of Malik. Low bounce. I think it might have bounced twice before Verena picked it up.
Is it a national holiday down under? It's Chappelli's birthday, Ian Chappell. Born on this day, 1943.
I've worked with him quite a lot. When I was working for ESPN Cricinfo, and Chappelli and I used to do videos at the end of each day. Always had something interesting to say, so happy birthday, Chappelli.
James to Malik, guides it down through the vacant point area for his 30th run.
I can't speak for Richard, but certainly we can't let it drop there. If you've got an Ian Chappell anecdote...
No pressure.
Our 5 million listeners would love to hear an Ian Chappell anecdote.
Oh, God, now you put me in... I don't think I do. We just worked together. It wasn't like we were...
Oh, you don't go for pizzas and and fire alarms with him, or test different beers with Chappelli?
No. It was strictly professional. I did once drive up to his place on the northern beaches for a video.
Left alone outside off stump by Hayne, a full delivery. Almost Yorker length, but too far outside off stump from James.
What I do like about him is that, I mean, he still doesn't... he's not shy of making his feelings known, and if he doesn't approve of something, he's got some very strong views on various issues in Australia, and he is not shy. And if someone's very important, he doesn't care. He's just not shy about things at all. Says what he thinks.
James, has he got Hayne here? Yeah, he's nipped behind. Hayne has gone for 42, Warwickshire 91 for 5. James persisting with that line outside off stump. And Hayne, who looked pretty well set in the circumstances, not an easy day for batting. He goes, and Warwickshire still trailing by 25, and they're now 5 down. Hayne caught Verena by old James for 42.
You fancy that could be a significant moment in the day's play, may or may not just open the door towards the middle and lower order. Of course, there's some very fine players to come, Ed Barnard, Dan Mosley, to name but 2, but Nottinghamshire strived long and hard this morning to build on that early wicket from Mohammed Abbas, and were held up by that partnership between Hayne and Malik. Sam Hayne always gets runs here, out for just 42 today. I think Notts will see that as a result. Caught by Verena, a fairly regulation catch for one of our new favourite cricketers, Kyle Verena, after his achievements yesterday. Hayne at the crease just over 2 hours, faced 94 balls, 6 fours, 91 for 5.
Yeah, it's a huge wicket because Hayne did look quite comfortable, albeit being tested particularly early on. But that partnership between him and Zem Malik really was keeping things at bay. Now someone's got to come in, and it's never been easy getting in on this pitch.
No, that's the hard part. Ed Barnard, who made 48 in the first innings, is coming out now. It does say Mosley on the screen, but it is going to be Barnard. On the grounds that he's shorter, dark-haired, has a beard, and bats right-handed.
But apart from that...
Yeah. But,
have you ever seen them in the same room together?
Yeah.
We might see them out in the middle together.
Last Thursday in Birmingham. Yeah.
Mark the Mod, who knows these things, for your information, guys, the Beatles' outdoor roof gig was at 3 Savile Row, the old Apple HQ, in 1970. Thanks to Mark the Mod. Mark the Mod knows these things. Very kind of you to get in touch. Luke Atkinson... I think my goddaughter is as much a fan of Kyle Verena as the rest of us after his big 6 yesterday, and a little picture of the goddaughter with a photo of Kyle Verena, which is very nice indeed. 91 for 5. One last birthday, 1989, so whatever that is, 25 and 11. 36 today, Johnny Bairstow.
James in to complete the over, and in behind it with a straight bat is Barnard. 91 for 5, Warwickshire at the end of the over. They trail by 25. There's another tremendous venue in London, really small venue. It's a converted pub in Islington, which is the Bill Murray Theatre, and it's run by comedians.
Right.
For comedians. It's a non-profit place, but it's where people can do their work in progress sets or film a comedy special and that sort of thing. And once a year they do a big charity gala with 7 or 8 big name comedians, and at that they have the road closed and they put all the seats out in the road, and the comedians stand on the roof of the pub to deliver their gig. I mean, that's quite a weird thing to do, isn't it? It's not like there's really a barrier to stop them either. It's quite. I mean, I think I'd pass out.
Here is Dylan Pennington over the wicket, left alone, wide of off stump by Malik. No run. So at the moment, Durham-Yorkshire game. Yorkshire lead by 54 runs with 3 wickets remaining in their first innings. They're 400 for 7. What's the scenario?
Who benefits from a draw there? That's the question.
Well, it's not just who benefits from the draw there. I guess Yorkshire benefit from the draw there. Durham don't necessarily, though, do they? Because
If it's a draw with the bonus points there, Yorkshire would finish ahead of Durham.
Yes.
Okay.
As Pennington is in, bowls on his toes is Malik, and just punches that one up to Haseeb Hameed at mid-off.
But Hampshire would be in strife if they lose to Surrey.
Yes, but so Hampshire at the moment, they've started their innings 18 for none. They require 163 runs for victory. So if Hampshire win, will they not leapfrog Durham?
Yes, yes.
Or they'll stay ahead. They'll stay ahead of Durham.
If Hampshire win, they're safe.
Yeah, if Hampshire win, they're safe, as Pennington is in, left alone outside the off stump. A little bit of tail in for Pennington. So actually, yes. And
if they lose, they'll still be safe if Yorkshire beat Durham. But if Yorkshire-Durham is a draw, Hampshire can go down with a loss.
Well, at the moment, the draw might be the favourite in that match.
Well, they're still in the second innings, so... Gosh, I need a Cray supercomputer to just spit out all the permutations. I'm not used to all of this. I'm a latecomer. In comes Pennington. Oh, a big, hefty drive from Malik, and that is thrown back by Carl Verreynne at the stumps, and they've managed to sneak through in the end, even though Verreynne has knocked the peg over.
Yeah, they run a bye on overthrows from a wicketkeeper's throw at the stumps.
Oh, it's all happening. All happening.
2 for 5.
Oh, okay. We're just having some movement in the commentary box.
Pennington bowling to Ed Barnard. Richard will be back with us in the blink of an eye. And as I've been saying this week, one of the joys of having the players just down below us, and of course the coaching staff just down below us, is that they can pop up here and get a better view of the action. Is Pennington.
He's in. Bowls to Barnard, who just watches this and does a full 360-degree pirouette as he watches that ball pass by. So no run.
Trying to get this gentleman up here for quite a while. Delighted that Chris Marshall, the Knots. Give us your proper title, because what I call you is probably unflattering, unfair and unrepresentative of what you do at the club. So Chris Marshall is here. What is your title, Chris?
Sports psychologist, Dave.
Okay, that's
nice and simple.
You should hear what he calls me.
Nice and simple.
Here's Pennington over the wicket, bowls, and this time left alone comfortably by Barnard.
Have you met my friend Nice and Simple?
Nice to meet you.
Hello, lovely to
Mel
meet
Farrell,
you as well.
Chris Marshall, very much part and parcel of the Petermore's backroom staff, the tight little unit that's steered Nottinghamshire to success. You've been with the club for a number of years now. How was yesterday? How's the week been? How is it today down there?
Honestly, Dave, it's been brilliant. I think all year the lads have been excellent. I think the work starts in the winter, doesn't it? As we know, we then go to Abu Dhabi and spend a little bit of time out there with each other. But then from that first game of the season, the lads genuinely have bought into everything they've wanted from each other. They've worked really hard, and look, hopefully we've reaped the rewards. We have reaped the rewards over the last few weeks and months.
There's Lyndon James. Bowls, and this one just spits a little bit at Malik, strikes him on the glove, doesn't want to show any pain, wanders away to square leg. Meanwhile, the ball is on its way back to the bowler via the captain.
So yeah, no, it's been. I mean, to be fair, yesterday I had a meeting at my little boy's school at 4 o'clock. So I wasn't here for the moment when. But then I actually took Teddy for his sins to Villa Park last night. So I'm looking forward to hopefully enjoying a couple of beers with the lads
Cruel
later.
dad.
I know. But sometimes you've got to do these things, haven't you, Dave? As you know.
92 for 5. As Malik is on 30. And there's an LBW shout. He's asking umpire Saggers. That will just run away towards Gully. McCann there quickly to field, and there's no run. Villa fan. Oh, this is great, Mel. This is great. We need to get Richard back in the room, the Birmingham City representative in the building, just to stoke a little bit up. Sports psych then. Have you had much to do with regards to the building them up for this one, or was it always a case they knew what needed to do this week and were very much in charge of their own destiny?
Well, should we wait for this ball and then?
That's very good indeed. He's a radio professional already as Lyndon James bowls and pushed forward by Malik no run.
No, I mean, it's good old-fashioned sports psychology in lots of ways. Is the lads have learned to take it session by session, ball by ball. We don't get too carried away. And whilst it feels like it might be quite boring to have repeat the same messaging, the messages from Pete and the coaching staff and Haas and the senior players has always been, we take it session by session. We know that in Division 1 particularly, it's really important that you can't not be on for any session, so you have to be on, and they've done that so well this year.
There's James, just 2 slips for Lyndon James bowling. This one scuttles along the ground. Difficult one for Verena to deal with, so he just gets his pads there in line and makes sure it doesn't run away.
And I think, like we spoke right at the beginning of this game, it's what. Yes, there were a few points that were required. If we looked too far ahead, it would have been really hard work for us. At Warwickshire, we know a really good cricket side. So, actually starting the game as we did, session by session, let's play what's in front of us, and it's been repeated all year.
Bears 92 for 5. Lost a wicket since lunch to Lyndon James, who gets Malik pushing forward, well outside the line of off stump there. He really could have left that one alone more comfortably. No run.
So yeah, it's been an exciting year for the boys, and they have
indeed.
been. And then I think I probably sound like a broken record, but they bought into each other. I think I saw Franksy talk yesterday about the camaraderie, the way that they look after each other, and work really, really hard. And even this morning, you can see the lads are in the nets wanting to keep getting better, and I think that's testament of a Pete Moore side in lots of ways.
Final ball of the 38th. Next ball is again wide enough to be left alone. End of the over. 92 for 5. Warwickshire still trail Notts by 24 runs. Nottinghamshire's sports psychologist Chris Marshall is with us. Cricket man yourself? Cricket background?
Yeah, I played for some Shropshire age groups when I was very young. Grew up in Shropshire, but no, I mean I've played club cricket, played for a village called Quat in the Shropshire leagues, and
Quat.
And growing up, yeah, Quat. So just outside Bridge North.
How are we spelling that? Then
QUATT.
Quat.
And that was fun. But I've always loved cricket. Cricket's been obviously I spent a lot of time working for England cricket as well as Nottinghamshire, so I feel really fortunate to work in a sport that I grew up loving really.
As Pennington starts a new over from the Stuart Broad end, first ball left alone well outside the off stump by Barnard. Something that I'd be interested to know is that talking to Peter Moores yesterday and Asib Hamid as well, and from the others who have come up, there seems to be a real theme here under Peter Moores that it's very individualised, that he is very aware of what every single player needs as opposed to what someone else might need. And so I'm just interested in how that works for you, like how much you have to individualise the way that you work with everyone. As Pennington is in, it's left alone.
I think every person out there is an individual. They bring their own strengths with them, they bring their own challenges with them, and getting alongside them and understanding them as people is the most important part of my role. And then hopefully being able to help them maybe reframe something, think about something a little bit more differently. Sports psychology's come a long way from you've got a problem, you need to talk to Marshy. It's now how's Chris going to help me get better? Like, what are my strengths? How am I bringing them on a daily basis? And that's a big part of hopefully what I do.
As Pennington bowls, again left alone.
It's a real challenge for me, this. I quite like talking, so like having to keep it in like a
Yeah.
real nice little short
yeah.
properly testing me this at the moment, which is really good.
Welcome
really good.
to our life. Yeah, is that one of the biggest changes you've noticed, like in the past, however many years, where you used to have to go and talk to players, and now you find they're coming to you? And if so, when did that change?
No, it has. I my first job in cricket was with England Cricket. Actually, I started there in 2013, and I did a 5-year stint at the ECB from 13 to 18, and I was really lucky there.
There's Pennington, bowls, and it's just pushed by Barnard to backward point, no run.
And when I say lucky, it's because I was sort of following a sports psychologist called Steve Bull, a sports psychologist called Mark Borden. There was people that had been there for a long... So cricket was very used to having psychologists around. So you walk into an England cricket environment at that time, and there was... I mean, actually, Joe Clark was one of the first players I worked with at England in 2013 and in England under 19. So I've known Joe for years and years and years. And there was an openness to psychology that cricket has always had, and that has made my life a hell of a lot easier.
There's Pennington, bowls to Barnard, and he just flicks this one into mid-wicket, and they'll take a single 93 for 5.
So I think we've come a long way, particularly in cricket, from like you only talk to Marshy if you've got a problem. This is all about helping people bring the best version of themselves to work consistently. And I think consistency is what we've certainly seen from this side. But then importantly, I've said this to this group quite a lot, they're really good with each other. So yes, I mean, the lads will talk to me, they'll work with me, and they'll work with the coaching staff. But as they've grown as a team, they work with each other. They help each other, just good set of blokes with each other, helping each other be brilliant.
Pennington bowls, and it's a fuller delivery that squirts out to backward point. No run for Malik there, and it's the end of Pennington's over. Warwickshire 93 for 5 with Barnard on 1 and Malik on 30.
See you out there in the morning with the mitt on. You absolutely look like you're enjoying it. I presume you are.
I came here in 2020. Obviously, I worked with Pete at England when I was at England for my first time there. And when the opportunity came to come here in 2020, it was a real easy yes for me, because not only did I know Pete, I worked with Shiny in the past, like players I worked with at England, Hasib, Joe, just to name 2, but then Dylan. I went to the Under-19 World Cup with Dylan in 2018 in New Zealand. That was an amazing trip. So like Dylan wasn't here in 2020, but him coming, knowing these people is...
And then James Bowles, start of a new over to Barnard, who's on 1. Again, shoulders, arms, lets it go through to Verena. It
makes the building the relationship a hell of a lot easier. I did an Under-19 trip to India with Liam Patterson-White as another example. So yeah, working with Pete, working with Mick and Shiny and all the coaching staff. Yeah, I've got a little bit better with the mitt. I quite like flicking. Every so often the lads know I quite like a short ball in me. I think that's probably the flicker makes me the bowler I wanted to be as a kid.
James again, passed on by Saggers, and again just past the outside edge. He just almost flinched as if he was going to play that one, and just after the ball had gone through to the keeper, he's a couple of times just rehearsed his defensive technique.
But I think it's one thing that I've definitely learned from Pete is that being a psychologist and being good at your actual job is important, but also there's a lot of hanging around to do on a game of cricket. So actually, can you help out with a mitt? Can you help out with a flicker? Can you help out with those things and be competent at them? I think it actually makes it, again, easier to do my job because the lads see me around quite a lot.
James in, again, down the leg side. Nice bit of timing by Barnard out onto the leg side fence. There'll be just a single. Joe Clark doing the fielding. First run for a while, 94 for 5. I think that's one aspect that generally a lot of the cricket watching public aren't aware of, just how long the days actually are.
Yeah, I mean, the lads will get here at anywhere between sort of 8 and 9 o'clock in the morning. They'll warm up, they'll get themselves ready, they'll think about how they get prepared mentally, just as how they get prepared physically for the game, and then the game will last for a decent chunk of time, right? And we spend a lot of time with each other. Yeah,
it's near 8 o'clock at the moment, of course. 10:30 starts. Next ball again wide of the off stump, and Malik will drive into the offside out to Slater. And there's just a single. 95 for 5. Warwickshire still trail by 21. They've still got Dan Mosley to come, plus the lower order. Nottinghamshire finding it hard on this surface, this tired old surface late on in the season to make regular inroads just to try and get this done today. I guess that would be the ideal send-off for the weekend for everybody, to have it done today as James bowls. Oh, that one just shapes back nicely. Left alone, but that was fairly close to the off stump.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course it would be nice, wouldn't it? But I think, as we've said all year, really, and again at the risk of repeating myself, it's that if we keep working hard, keep going through the principles, the things that are really important to us, that have held us in good stead, hopefully the old cliche, 1 brings 2 brings 3, and there's still definitely some work to do. There's some good cricketers that have still got to come yet for Warwickshire, that's for sure.
Lyndon James, the final ball of his 9th over, and again asking a few questions just outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. 95 for 5, and once today or tomorrow is out of the way, then what happens for a sports psychologist in the close season?
Yeah, well, for me, I'll go to the West Indies with England under-19s actually. So yeah, I get to go to St Vincent for a couple of weeks in November, which will be brilliant. But I think like everybody really, all of us will need a bit of a breather through that October period. Staff will go away, I'll go on holiday. But I'll still see a few of the boys actually. Well, you'll quite often see me frequenting a different coffee shop in West Bridgeford at different times, with catching up with some of the lads and reflecting on the season and maybe planning what the winter looks like. So October's a little bit of a quieter month for me.
Pennington starts a new over. First ball's just defended back to the bowler by Malik. No run.
But yeah, I can't lie. A couple of weeks in St Vincent in November will be quite nice. Yeah, that will be quite nice. But yeah, I also look after the level 4 psychology module for the coach education. So we've got the new cohort of coaches coming into England cricket in the level 4 programme in October. So I'll do a couple of days in the Lake District on that induction, and then we'll do 3 days psychology module in Loughborough. So that'll be my October.
It's Pennington. He's in past the umpire bowls, and it's just pushed up to Seaver Mead, wide mid-off, no run for Malik. One thing that Kyle Verena said yesterday, was when he was up here with us, was that he thought a real turning point to the season was the loss up at Chesterless Street. And I just wondered, in terms of your role and this team in that season, just how pivotal a point that match was, and how you approached it with the players, and what your role was in turning around from that loss, as Pennington is in. It's a short ball pulled with control. There's a fielder out at deep backward square, so it's just a single. Takes Warwickshire 96 for 5.
It's a really good question. I think every time you lose a fixture, I think it's quite important that you don't get too carried away thinking too much as to what went wrong. Actually, the one thing with county cricket is the games come pretty thick and fast. So I think after that fixture, I can remember we went through exactly the same process that we have a team meeting before every fixture, where we look at the opposition and look at who we've got in front of us. We make plans for how we want to play that game particularly.
It's Pennington. Bowls to Barnard. He plays that with soft hands, and it just rolls past the slips. But then, much further. I
suppose one of the principles that we try and run to is sort of like an 80-20 rule. So we'll spend 80% of the time, 80% of the time we'll spend time thinking about each other. So what do we need to get right at the next fixture? Was it Yorkshire next day?
I'm just looking. Yeah, it was.
Yeah. So what do we need to get right at Headingley? What are the things that are important to us? Maybe what didn't we get right at Durham that we want to try and make sure we do now? And then 20% on what are we going to do against Yorkshire? And what are some of the challenges that they're going to put in front of us?
In comes Pennington, and next ball is just turned into the vacant territories. Plenty of it on the leg side. Barnard gets himself a single, takes him to 3. Warwickshire 97 for 5.
And I think it'd be quite easy to just sort of wrap that Durham game up with. They didn't play badly. They had one bad hour after tea on the final day. They lost 5 wickets in an hour, and suddenly there was a door kicked open for Durham that wasn't there. And, if they could have just battered another 3 or 4 overs, they'd have shaken hands on a draw.
And pragmatism is quite important, right? So cricket is, like I say, it's quite a relentless sport. The games come thick and fast. It comes at you quite relentlessly.
It's Pennington bowls, and well, that one has just whistled past the outside edge of Zen Malik's bat. Good testing over there for Malik. And at the end of it, Warwickshire 97 for 5.
Yeah, so sort of like being able to write that game off and put all your energy into the thing that's next in front of you. the good old cliche is control the controllables, right? So thinking about, well, what can we now control? We're playing Yorkshire away. What are the things that are in front of us? What do we need to do in order to play our best cricket? How do we take it session by session, ball by ball? How do we build pressure, put pressure on the opposition? They all sound like quite cliched sort of sayings, but once you put the behaviours that sit alongside those, and then you hold yourself to account for those behaviours, and I think that's the thing that I talk about with the lads. The lads have been brilliant at holding each other to account on the things that are important.
Lyndon James bowls now, and oh crikey, there was very nearly a catastrophic error there by Ed Barnard. Very nearly gifted Notts a wicket, because he pushed it into the offside, just a couple of strips away from the one that they're playing on. Lyndon James in his follow-through was veering away to the left, and inexplicably Barnard thought, well, let's steal a single. He set off, and he wasn't going to take no for an answer. Malik certainly yelled no at him, tried to send him back. Barnard still wanted to come, and by now Lyndon James was closing in on the ball, and a quick change of heart. Barnard made his ground, but had the throw from Lyndon James hit, it would have been interesting to see Michael Goff's verdict. That was very nearly a gifted wicket. 97 for 5. Next ball played beautifully by Barnard. Don't mess about trying to push singles back to the bowler. Just drive it like that. Wonderful player, and that will take the Bears into 3 figures. 101 for 5. Chris Marshall's with Melinda Farrell and myself for the next few minutes here in the commentary box at Trent Bridge. Have all 18 counties got a sports psychologist?
Yeah, they have. Places like here, like at Warwickshire, there's Kate Green. Kate will be about 100 odd days a year at Warwickshire. Andrea first at Surrey.
Lyndon James bowls. Lovely shot that from Barnard, and this time he does get the weight right to push that single in the offside. 102 for 5.
So yeah, everyone will have. I think I do about 100 days a year here at Nottinghamshire. So I think typically the model that you tend to see is that psychologists work in a couple of environments. Like I say, you've got Kate at Warwickshire and Andrea at Surrey. They will work at those counties, but then also will do other work as well, which is the same as me. I split my time between here and between England cricket. Is where I split my time. And yeah, it sits within the county partnership agreement that every county should have a sports psychologist on their books.
Malik on 32. Just this up to Dylan Pennington at mid-off, and there's no run. I guess it all comes under that big umbrella of duty of care.
Yeah, the duty of care is a part of the role, but also it's the performance element to it as well, right? So yeah, clearly we look after and we look after player well-being, and with our sort of colleagues at the PCA, that's a really important part of what we do. Mental health screening is something that we do with all of our players on a 3 time a year basis. But the performance angle of it is the bit that I sort of spend most of my time on, really.
James bowls to Malik, defensive block.
Sort of a big believer that actually when you've got your house in order in lots of ways, when you feel like you're developing, you're improving, you feel like you've got your skills in moving in the right direction, and if you can sort of ensure that the things that you have at home are pretty consistent and pretty stable, then I think life is a hell of a lot easier. It's when the challenges start to come in either of those sort of places, then clearly we can try and help people make sense of that and do the work that's required to put themselves in the right headspace.
Final ball of the 42nd over. Warwickshire 102 for 5. Lyndon James bowls, and a play and a miss from Malik. He's not far away, Lyndon James, from just kissing the outside edge. Another really challenging over, but it remains 102 for 5.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but the fact that you have brought up things like the PCA and player welfare, and obviously there's been a big debate and upheaval in the game.
You're going to come here, you're going to ask me that question, aren't you? You're going to ask me the question, aren't you? You're going to do it, aren't you?
You brought it up. I know, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm genuinely interested. So, obviously player welfare was brought up as a reason for wanting to change the schedule, and 67% of players in the PCA survey said that they were concerned about their mental well-being due to the current schedule. As Pennington, he's in, he bowls to Barnard, who just stands tall and punches that one through the covers, but Haseem Hameed keeps it to a single. Is that something that you've seen, and even in your work with Notts, do you see things like player burnout being
100%. It is a real thing, and look, whatever the schedule looks like, I think the challenge that we have is that the amount of cricket that is played can provide a real challenge for players and staff.
There's Pennington. Bowls. Oh, that's a good shout, and it is a good shout because the umpire's finger goes up, and that's the end of Zem Malik. He follows Ed Barnard. They put on a good fight this morning, but this time Pennington gets through Malik's defences, and he departs LBW for 32. And those wickets just starting to fall after lunch. Malik, the latest to go. Could this be the start of the end for Warwickshire in this?
Not really banged the drum on even bounce at all, have we, in this match? I just got the feeling that it kept a whisker low, or that was accentuated by the fact that Malik just played it from the crease, really didn't look to get forward, and might just have been caught, as I say, on the crease rather than pushing forward. It's only hit him 6 or 7 inches high, hasn't it? And looks a very good shout. And the begloved finger of umpire Michael Goff has sent Malik on his way. LBW Dylan Pennington, 32. He was at the crease for just shy of 2 hours, faced 87 balls, hit 4 fours. And the Bears still behind by 13, 103 for 6 as Dan Mosley, who was terrific in the first innings, made 74, makes his way out to the middle.
Yeah, so...
I thought Dylan might have saved me there.
No, wait, we're not. No, look, I am just interested.
She won't forget. She won't forget.
Do you know why? Because I do see a lot of reaction out there from people, from members of the public or from the fans who point to the old days when people played 5 million days of cricket per year and didn't have the break, and people look on it as well, you know, they're living the dream. Why? What is this? And they get annoyed when they see players on golf courses doing interviews saying, yeah, we're playing too much, we need a break.
Yeah.
So sometimes I think the messaging gets a bit lost in all of that and doesn't get through. And I do think people out there maybe don't understand, and they could possibly benefit from hearing from someone like you a little bit more often, who's on the coalface.
I suppose it's more the reality of what does a 4-day game, what does T20 Blast, what do those things entail? So it often entails travelling away from home the night before. It will entail spending time in hotels. It will entail spending time training in different environments. You'll be on the road, come home, get to see maybe your wife, your kids, your girlfriend, whatever it looks like, for a couple of days, and then you go away again. So there's a relentless nature to what it actually feels like and looks like.
As Pennington, who runs in and bowls to Mosley, 3 slips in. Oh, he tries to turn this on the leg side. It's skewed off a leading edge and just goes out into the covers. He'll get a single to get off the mark.
And then I think the other bit that comes with it is wanting to perform at your best every single time, right? So being able to then deliver high quality bowling, high quality batting, whatever that looks like for you, at a top level when you are tired, your body is physically exhausted, you have been on a bus, you've travelled, and I don't want to in any way feel like I'll get the violin out. This is a reality to playing professional sport at the top end is hard.
As Mosley just pulls out of one as Pennington was coming in.
It was a very, very late withdrawal.
It was a late one.
I mean, what is at the other end?
Bit of pavilion redevelopment getting in his eye line here. What are we?
Ed Barnard's just pulled out.
Tumbling now for Warwickshire, the 7th wicket to fall. That of Barnard, who departs for 9. And Warwickshire now 104 for 7. Still trailing by 12 runs.
I can tell you, my palms are starting to sweat now. This is just it's watching. I think you asked me the question earlier, Dave. Like 2020 was when I first came here, and I think the thing that, as a member of support staff, and I'm really like, it's quite. I'm not distracting your question, by the way.
No. You're
like a member of support staff. Like the support word is really important to me, because it's the players are the ones that go out there, that go and do their job, that work so hard. Like the feeling of like relief, I think, that you have as a member of support staff when you see people that you know how hard they're working, and I feel really privileged. I know a little bit about what's going on with them as individuals as well. To see Dill take 2 wickets in an over, like it really, it's quite a hard feeling to describe, which is like that sense of relief that I have, which is I'm really pleased it's working out for you. Like I'm so pleased that You're taking wickets, you're contributing to the team. It's such an amazing feeling, and I feel really lucky. I feel really privileged to do the role. I think as many of us do. Like, you look at Trance and Bessie as S&C and physio. Like, we know that we quite rightly sit behind the scenes, helping them go out and do their thing. But it's such an amazing job to do when you see what Dylan's just produced there for 4 balls.
It was a wicked delivery too.
And the other thing with that, it's his former teammate, of course, Ed Barnard. They're both at Worcestershire together. Good mates for many years. Still good mates, of course, but he's got his wicket, and it is. Many congratulations to Dylan Pennington. Just been a sequence of non-stop milestones in this game, and there's another one. Pennington, 200 first-class wickets, and he's blown this game wide open this afternoon.
It's Michael Booth, the new batter in, and he deals with the first ball. It's right on the money, but just gets on top of it and plays it out into the leg side. No run.
One more over, Chris, and then we'll bring Richard back in. Great to have you up here, and hopefully you'll still be around next year. We're into the BBC Radio Nottingham News in my ears now, so we'll be doing that in just a second. There is that update for local radio. Still got slate grey skies, the floodlights on here, but Nottinghamshire moving closer to winning this match, as well as the county championship title, which they sealed yesterday. In fact, there's another wicket here. This is 3 in and over. Warwickshire now 104 for 8. They still trail Notts by 12 runs, and Notts closing in on the win.
Well, can you believe it? Michael Booth certainly can't. He's actually chopped on. He's played down on that, and the ball has rolled back onto the stumps. He threw his head back. Could not believe it. First baller, and goodness, what an over it's been for Pennington. It's been 1 run, wicket, 1 run, wicket.
I'm not sure Moore's going to let me come back downstairs, actually. If I keep sitting up here, we keep taking wickets. I think he might say to me, Marsha, you can stay up there.
Thinking, well, what an over? 2 runs, 3 wickets.
I think the lesson to be learnt is don't back away when Dylan Pennington's in his delivery stride, because he gets his dander up, if that's the word. He's been terrific throughout this over. He's been terrific all year, and I'm really, really pleased for Dylan. He had a horrible moment. In fact, he's had a couple of horrible moments this season. The one where he ended up getting a 2-match ban, which I think we all feel was a little harsh, and then it was almost like the entire world had turned on him down at Hampshire when the name Pennington was spelled AHMED on the team sheet.
And we'll hear it a lot, right? That we talk about elite athletes being resilient. And people go, like, what is this term resilience? What does it look like and feel like? And there are a couple of bits for me that are really important that sit within the concept of resilience, of which one is having setbacks and coming back and executing your skill. And Dylan has been, I mean, look, it's just been brilliant again, hasn't it, here? And I will say, before I will go, because it would be nice to get back downstairs, and I think you want someone else back on here. The question you did ask me, I do think it does need looking at, the schedule. I do genuinely believe that. I think from a player wellbeing point of view, players are asking for it, they're talking about it. You certainly see players working really hard to maintain their skill level under some challenging circumstances at different times throughout the season. But I get it, fans want to watch. In 4-day cricket, look, we've won the county championship, and it's the trophy that the lads love. They are so proud and so pleased to win this trophy. But a good old-fashioned debate about it, I think, is definitely needed.
Chris, an absolute joy to have you up here. We've just been joined by listeners on 5 Sports Extra. That's the voice of Chris Marshall, sports psychologist in Nottinghamshire. Played an integral part in their county championship win. He's an Aston Villa fan, and an anxious moment here as he passes Birmingham City supporter Richard Wilford in the doorway. Here's an LBW shout as play goes on here. Warwickshire get a single, 105 for 9. So for listeners to 5 Sports Extra, welcome back to Trent Bridge. I know you've been following the other games with Kevin Howells going on, but Nottinghamshire crowned county champions yesterday. They couldn't have the big party, the trophy presentation, etc. Made to wait. It feels like sort of the morning after the night before here a little bit, but thanks to Dylan Pennington in particular, Notts have got on a roll. We've just seen an over in which Pennington took 3 wickets to blow this Warwickshire second innings apart. The Bears 105 for 8. And that means Dan Mosley, who's on 2, came in at 7. Is at the non-strikers, and Taz Ali to face Lyndon James. Richard Wilford back alongside. Appreciate you standing at the back there once. We just learned a little bit about the role of sports psychologist, and we certainly learned a lot about what Chris Marshall's role has been within the Nottinghamshire structure here. Welcome back, fella.
I'd like to put Birmingham City reporter, not Birmingham City supporter. It's a different thing. And I mean, Dan Mose, actually, because of the night watchman of Ethan Bambury, he's coming at 8, and it is very low down, and he's got no support again. Yeah.
There's Lyndon James to bowl, and this wide of the off stump. The previous over, it was sort of rudely interrupted as far as Pennington was concerned by Ed Barnard backing away, and everybody looked round. And at the far end, nobody is behind the arm because it's a building site that's not in operation this afternoon.
There's somebody who keeps on appearing just to the left. You can see his back there.
Is that what it is?
Yeah,
is that,
he walked straight out in front of, and he was straight in his eye line.
It's the latest leave I've ever seen, and this is pushed up to mid-on in terms of Pennington was right in his delivery stride, just about to bring the arm up, and Barnard backed away, and Pennington clutched his side as if he was in absolute agony. Well, then he got Barnard and got Booth, having got Malik as well at the start of the over. So an extraordinary over, which has, well, pretty much taken Nottinghamshire from the possibility of being dragged into a day 4 to, well, 2 more wickets, and this is done and dusted. Here's Lyndon James into bowl to Taz Ali. It'll push into the offside for a run. That's not to say these pair won't go down without a fight.
But you can see that person's there now.
I can now, yeah.
And that's he came out just as Pennington was collecting himself for his delivery stride, and it is so straight. It's right in the batter's eye line.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying Ed Barnard did anything wrong, but it was as late as I've ever seen.
It was just because you were saying there's nobody behind the bowler's arm, unfortunately, because you can walk down that passageway.
Yes, the tunnel of doom at the far end. There is a tunnel that you can walk, supposedly without inconveniencing any of the cricketers on the field. But yeah, you're right. There's somebody there just peeking out at the end of it. Here's Lyndon James, final ball of the 44th over of the innings. Mosley lets it go through to Verena, and that's the end of that one. 106 for 8. Pennington now, having gone none for 44, is now 3 for 44. What an extraordinary over that was.
It was a good over, but obviously Michael Booth, the tail end, got done with that bit of extra pace. It was a beauty he bowled to Ed Barnard, which took him on the glove. It was hostile, it had lift about it. And he's a terrific bowler, Dylan Pennington, and has played his part hugely in what Notts have achieved this season. But for Warwickshire, once Sam Hain got out, you just thought, OK, it's going to be a problem. They've not been quite themselves since they took the second new ball yesterday. I think when Paul Franks was with us earlier, he said how well Warwickshire bowled yesterday. But they just lost a grip when Liam Patterson-White started that brilliant counter-attack. And actually the way that 9, 10, 11 fell over for Notts, you can see how important that innings was, because they were in danger of falling short of the 300, which secured the title. And Pennington is in there to Taz Ali, who just jabs it down to the man who comes forward from third slip, Haynes. Only Nathan Gilchrist to come, and he's a genuine 11. So Dan Mosley will think, well, not got much chance to do much here. I don't think he could launch some sort of counter-attack to at least try and force Notts to bat again, because that's 10 runs away at the moment. They've just kept their professionalism today, Notts, after whatever celebrations they had last night. Pennington in, back of a length, steered down to third for a single. Down to Joe Clark, 107 for 8.
Of course, Notts would take the win whenever, and all 11 will be very much on the same platform with regards to that. But there is a little side issue, of course. Opener Ben Slater needs 15 for 1,000 for the season, one of his goals, and of course, any top order batter worth his salt wants to try and get 1,000 for the season. So there's that little side game within a game. Maybe he'd like the chance to get 15 runs to knock them off.
3 slips in for Mosley, but the rest of the field is pretty well spread, and he'll take the single that's on offer to him. 108 for 8. And how long not to persist with the in-outfield for Moseley, but I think they'd like to try and win it by an innings first, and then at that point Hasib Hamid might give it a second thought.
Neck and neck at Chelmsford, where Essex are now all out for 438. Somerset were all out for 433 in the first half of the match. Hampshire 58 without loss against Surrey. They need 123 more to inflict back-to-back defeats upon Surrey.
Pennington just back of a length, playing and missing his Taz Ali down the wrong line there. It's looking difficult for Durham at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. One result from earlier, Sussex defeated Worcestershire by 3 wickets. They made a right old hash of chasing 61. They were 63 for 7, limping over the line, and the match at Headingley that Richard just referred to. Durham made 346. They're next to bottom and in danger of going down. Yorkshire 443 for 7, leading by 97.
And Durham are going to need to win that, and they're going to have 4.5 sessions, and they've already got a deficit of nearly 100. Pennington to Taz Ali, who can't get a bat on that either, and it passes the edge and through to Verena. He's putting it in exactly the right areas here, Pennington.
Division 2 at Cardiff. Glamorgan 160 for 6 in their second innings against Lancashire, leading by 51. Kent 270 for 7 at home to Derbyshire, who made nearly 700. Middlesex made nearly 650. Gloucestershire 278 for 9 at Lords in reply. And Northants 11 for 1, requiring 490 more to defeat Leicestershire.
And once more Pennington, and once more it's a play and a miss from Taz Ali. End of the over, 108 for 8 Warwickshire, 8 runs short of forcing Notts to bat again.
Yes, generous applause. I fancy the numbers inside Trent Bridge have swelled a little bit since lunch. It's bitterly cold, it has to be said. There's a lot that came yesterday, and they were treated to a day. Those, as we commentate from the Radcliffe Road end of the ground, those away to our left in the Fox Road stand, the Larwood and Vos and the Hound Road stand, were in pleasantly warm sunshine all day, and we're here to witness Nottinghamshire getting the number of points required to win the county championship. Those that have come along today, well, the majority, I would be the first to say, I've seen any number of Warwickshire supporters still here in the ground supporting their side, which is great to see. But the majority of the not supporters are here hoping to see the trophy lift. We've got a bowling change at this end, our end. Lyndon James out of the attack. He's done really well since lunch, picked up the wicket of Sam Hain, and now here comes Mo Abbas, who's got 3 wickets, all actually from the far end, but he's now going to have a go from this end to see if he can just finish the job.
It's a chase for 5 between these two bowlers.
It is, yeah. Abbas 3 for 12. He's on now and bowls, and that first ball's close. Asking umpire Saggers, who for one reason or another hasn't given many in this match, if any at all. I can't necessarily recall instantly he's given one, but of course if they're not out, they're not out. It doesn't matter who's umpiring or which end, but most of the LBWs have been given at umpire Goff's end. 108 for 8. That was close.
Yeah, Moseley with a big step forward, and it hits him just outside the line. It would have crashed into the stumps, but it's just, I mean, it's not far, but it's just outside the line.
You were looking at the replay. I was looking out of the window at an angle. It looked close, but no real surprise that Mo Abbas has been asked to work a little harder to get his wickets.
I think he was more interested than, funny enough, they were behind the stumps.
Comes in again. Abbas bowls, and this is played back to him on the bounce. Fielded by Mo Abbas, who had 2 seasons with Leicestershire. Didn't come to the UK in 2020, of course, COVID. He was going to play for Nottinghamshire then, and for reasons that we won't go into, didn't, and signed for Hampshire. Played 4 years for them, 21, 22, 23 and 24, and now has eventually become a Nottinghamshire player this year. And there's another shout. I thought there was some bat on that one. It was anyway off something, bouncing to Freddie McCann at second slip.
I'll say before the replay that one looked high, but we'll see. I think it might have been leg before bat. It did appear to be 2 noises, but let's see.
Just having a little look at the
That's outside off stump again.
The monitor in front of us. Thanks for the replay. Kirsty and Aaron looking after things in the production office. Once again, a huge thanks to them and all the camera crew we've had this season here at Trent Bridge, and to all their colleagues up and down the country who are out in the cold most days watching the cricket, bringing you the pictures from all the live streams as this is guided by Mosley into the offside. He looked $1 million in the first innings, Dan Mosley, and it's a shame he was sort of left high and dry with the tail, but it's one of the truisms of cricket. Doesn't matter how many you got in your previous knot, you will start from naught again next time round, and it's not so easy at the moment just to get going. 109 for 8. Mel Farrell's back alongside us. We've been with Mel's company.
She's got a coat on there, though.
She's got a coat on, yeah.
It is cold.
We've been...
Not just because you're in Antipodean, it's cold.
Yeah, and as Frank Watson would say, I have a tendency to be nesh.
Over the wicket to the right-hander now comes Abbas, and good technique. Taz Ali, what did he come in the first innings? 3, 4, something? No, it's a little later than that, wasn't it? But he came in as a night watchman in the first innings. Came in at...
Who did?
No, he didn't, did he?
No. There was no night watchman in the first innings, was there? So it was...
Ethan Bamber last night.
Yeah, which didn't go well. Those 3 wickets last night, I think, always put Warwickshire... I think psychologically that put them in a very tough position. The final session had really gone away from them.
Start of the day, 7 for 3. Bass bowls, and Taz Ali will force this one away behind square on the offside to get a single and to keep strike.
Well, it's an odd phony war, isn't it? Because they're allowing Mosley a single and they're sending more attacking fields to Taz Ali, and the Bears are just taking the single. So there's kind of no...
Sorry, we're keeping you up.
There's no... it's cold. It's... they might as well attack Dan Mosley, really. I know that they might want to avoid batting again, but if they do bat again, you wouldn't think it's going to be very many they're going to have to chase. I'm not sure Dan Mosley will get a lot of support from Ali and Gilchrist. Go on, Mel, do the honours for Pennington ripping the last 2 out. It could happen.
Well, got 3 in the last over that I called. Here is Pennington now, bowling to Taz Ali, who drives that quite nicely, finds the gap past the point fielder, and that's gone for 4. So Taz Ali is not intimidated. It takes Warwickshire to 114 for 8. Ali now on 7, and Warwickshire trail by 2 runs. Also, I've just been keeping an eye on things down at Hampshire. They've lost their first wicket, so 61 for 1. They need 120 runs for victory. As Pennington is in, bowls, and wow, that's lovely. Played nice and late by Taz Ali. Just guides that one down to wide third man. They take a single.
Just one more run to force Notts to bat again there.
Well, they trail by 1 run now. So, one more run, and Notts will have to bat again. Dan Mosley, well, he's in this situation again, isn't he, where he's batting with the tail as he was in the first innings. 3 slips in. Round the wicket comes Pennington. And that's played very nicely late as well by Mosley. Gets him another single down to a deep third.
It's interesting. There's an applause for the scores being level. And if you think about it, what are you really applauding there? I mean, if there were only 3 down, would you be applauding the scores being level? Probably not. And it's sort of... Is it sympathetic from the Notts supporters? Is it?
Well, it's generous of spirit, I think.
Are those Bears supporters clapping it? They're hardly being congratulatory.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Taz Ali on strike as Pennington is over the wicket. He gets nice and high on this, gets over the bounce. The ball just rolls out to point. And there is no run because Jack Haynes has picked it up.
It's peculiar, isn't it? There's a partnership of 62 in this, and then the other 7 wickets have yielded 54.
Yeah, it was really that partnership between Sam Hain and Zem Malik. He felt that a lot was riding on that. As Pennington, he's in bowls. That's squirted out to point by Taz Ali. He bats some. He plays some really nice looking strokes, I have to say, Taz Ali. I've watched him bat a little bit in the One Day Cup as well. And he is confident.
Yeah.
And there's certainly some technique there and some ability with the bat.
His future may be batting at single figures in the batting order, I think, potentially. Yeah. It's very early to tell.
Pennington in bowls. Oh, he has a little bit of an expansive drive out into the covers, and Pennington runs out and fields that himself to finish off his over, at the end of which Warwickshire 116 for 8, level at the moment with Notts, and trying now to see what kind of a lead they can build with Ali out there on 8 and Mosley on 5 and 3 wickets in hand.
My suspicion is that might be a spell for Dylan Pennington, because Mohammed Abbas had just the one over at this end, is now being replaced by Brett Hutton, and that smacks of a change of ends to me. That would be, I think, the most likely scenario.
Yeah.
As Notts try and finish the job as quickly as possible, but they now know they are going to have to at least come out and knock off a run. It might be a few more, but Dan Mosley is of a mindset where he's just pushing singles when he can. Hutton very full, driven by Mosley up to Hamid, who's 3/4 of the way back at a deep mid-off. 117 for 8, Mosley on 6.
I've got a sense that there was some frustration with Mosley in the way that he batted in the first innings, and I thought he did quite well, and it's not easy when you're batting with the tail.
No, because they did subside rather quickly. Didn't help. Left him stranded because he's still without a championship century, which is something he's very, very keen to resolve. As Taz Ali drills this very nicely through a straightish mid-wicket for 4. That was beautifully timed. Becomes only the third batter in this innings to reach double figures. He's 12, 121 for 8.
Yeah, more innings. He doesn't look like a tail ender, I'll tell you that much. And he's only young. Taz Ali got a long way to go, but yeah, would not surprise me if in the future we see him batting up the order. He plays some shots that are very, very nice to look at, very easy on the eye.
A couple of very nice boundaries in this innings. Hutton in again, back of a length, goes past the outside edge. There's almost a frustrated leap in the air, and as he spins from Hasib Hamid there, who I think was hoping to get the 9th one down. But, this morning, and I know that somebody was indignant, had an indignant message on my email about the fact that we felt that Warwickshire may not make a hugely good fist of things with the bat today, and it has ended up that way, Hain and Malik notwithstanding, as Taz Ali looks to launch a very elegant straight drive, but not really quite down that line, so he played inside the delivery from Brett Hutton.
Well, the crane is operating again over at the pavilion, playing its game of reverse Jenga.
Yeah. So it's interesting to see. I presume timber's being put in like that to the roof. It's quite a nice little bit of entertainment between deliveries. As this is deflected by Hutton onto the stumps as it's played back down the wicket by Taz Ali, but Dan Mosley was back in the ground, back in his ground.
I'm sure it will be wonderful when they finish the development over around that pavilion, but all the players who've come up, they seem to like being in the dressing rooms at this end. And I hope for Notts a superstition doesn't develop.
So this one is wrapped. Taz Ali on the pad and he's out. That's the 9th wicket down. 121 for 9, Warwickshire, they lead by 5. Hutton gets another wicket, his 6th of the match, his 2nd of the second innings. And Taz Ali goes for a bright little tail-enders flourish of 12, 121 for 9.
Yeah, Notts nearly there. Warwickshire lead by 5. There'll only be Nathan Gilchrist to come. Another indication there of Asiba Mead just getting it right with his bowling changes. So many times this year he's been hugely blessed by bringing somebody on and seeing them straight away get a wicket. And here late in the season, he's just turned to Brett Houghton, the leading wicket taker for Notts in this county championship season. There's to come on and try and break this stubborn little 9th wicket partnership. What will Moseley do now? The lead is 5. We've all seen sides either on the right end of this sort of match or the wrong end of this sort of match, and it's a horrible situation, I guess, for number 11 and the established player, or the more established player out there in the middle. What do? You know, stick or twist? It doesn't really matter, does it, generally?
No, I mean, I think they weren't entirely happy, Warwickshire, with the way he got out in the first innings, but I'm not sure he could have done anything different. Paul Frank stood up for him this morning, saying that, well, coming out the following day with number 11, how many runs are you going to score?
Yeah, exactly.
It's not an easy surface necessarily to play big shots on. That second new ball yesterday when Notts were batting, Verena and Patterson White did brilliantly, but here comes Gilchrist. That was the final ball of the over. So Mohammed Abbas will come back on at the pavilion end, looking to add to his 3 wickets in this second innings. We'll see. I mean, Dan Moseley may just push a single again, I don't know.
Well, I mean, all you can do, I guess, is just for him personally, for Dan Moseley to go, what can I get out of this?
Yeah.
How do I turn this? How do I look at this as batting in a situation, and what can I make of this for the side? But he's on a hiding to nothing, really.
Don't like this field is spread everywhere, but who am I to argue?
They're all on the boundary apart from one slip. As Mohammed Abbas back into the attack. First ball clipped away in front of square leg, and in fact Moseley does turn down the single.
So you know what he's going to do. Why leave them out? And
Yeah, I think this time it was worth doing initially because he has been taking the single, but with the fall of the 9th wicket he's now deciding that he's not. And I mean, he can try and play for bad light, but that's not imminent. There was the threat of that coming this afternoon, that we might struggle to get through a full day, but the Bears have not put themselves in a position where that's likely to become a factor now.
As Mohammed Abbas is in around the wicket to Moseley, who just presses this one up to long on, but again turns down the single. And, we might see a bit of this. Yeah, it's a weird, almost artificial kind of situation, isn't it, this?
It's actually, if you're Dan Moseley, it's pretty soul-destroying as well.
Yeah.
The team lead by 5. They've got 1 wicket remaining. There's a day and a half plus left in the game. The chance of saving it from here without some extraordinary weather is... And so I wonder how long you can really do this.
Here's Abbas in bowls. It's left alone by Moseley.
there's been some heroic 10th wicket partnerships over the years.
They have, but if these two add 150, well done.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think it's highly unlikely on this surface against this bowling attack with the floodlights on. That is unlikely to happen.
Elsewhere, Hampshire have lost a 2nd wicket. They're 66 for 2, still requiring 115 to beat Surrey, who never lie down and go quietly, do they?
Ahmed Abbas runs in past umpire Goff and bowls. Oh, and that one has whistled past the edge of Moseley's bat, and that's why you heard that intake of breath and the applause that followed. Of course, you can't put... You talk about how long can Moseley do this. The way Mohammed Abbas has bowled, he may well just take matters into his own hands.
Yeah, exactly.
He's in his 12th over. He's got figures of 3 for 14.
But with the boundary out, you're not going to be able to play 2 or 3 big shots and over against Mohammed Abbas either.
No.
So...
They're bringing the field in now. Hasib Hamid is gesturing to all his fielders, come in, come in, come in. So they've left fielders out on the square boundaries on either side. Everyone else has come in, I think. There's a bus around the wicket bowls. That's driven straight and straight past a bus, but they don't get the single there. And remains 121 for 9. This is the last ball of the over. So
what do you do in this situation, right? Is it a case of you're trying to find a single and they're bringing the other boundary fielders in to try and prevent that, or you're meant to whack a boundary? I don't know what you're meant to do at this point. I honestly don't know what you're meant to do.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation. They are all in now.
I hope he's communicated whatever his intentions are to Nathan Gilchrist.
Yeah.
Where does he go? Mosley on strike as Mohammed Abbas runs in and bowls in it. Oh, wow, that's left him a good ball. And that has left Dan Mosley considerably. Can't get bat on it.
You say a good ball. It was barely inside the cut strip.
Okay, that too.
Let's say, but he's hidden it away.
It was closer to me than it was to Dan Mosley.
But it's done the job, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's done the job, and he's not been able to get bat on it.
A younger, faster bowler would have gone for the bouncer.
Doesn't matter. He's got it, though.
Mohammed Abbas went for the near wide. But I mean, I think for Dan Mosley, Rock Place and Rock and Hard Place are adjacent, aren't they? At this point, you know, there's so little that you can do, and it's a case of when rather than if, isn't it?
121 for 9. The 43rd over it was when Dylan Pennington took those 3 wickets. Malik, Barnard and Booth. There's Brett Hutton from the Radcliffe Road end. Comes in now and Gilchrist inside edged it onto his pad and then optimistically turns round to look down towards the long leg and sort of peers in that general direction to see if the ball had gone down there. It hadn't.
I thought he was looking at his stumps to see if the ball was rolling onto it.
I think he was absolutely convinced he'd played on, and he's staring at the stumps thinking, no, there are still 2 bails on there. There are still 2 bails.
Oh, this is going to be tough for Gilchrist, I think, to survive this Hutton over. They're hunting now, Notts.
Warwickshire lead by 5. Brett Hutton bowls again, and that's textbook stuff from the tall Gilchrist, pushing it up to the Notts captain Hamid at mid-on, whose own fairy tale season might come to a dramatic end if he's now required to hit the winning run. Certainly Notts will have to go back out there and get whatever's set for them. At the moment, a victory target of 6. And again, a reminder, that little subplot. His opening partner, Ben Slater, needs 15 for 1,000 for the season as Hutton bowls again. And that's very, very loose from the Warwickshire number 11. He optimistically was having a loose waft at that without moving his feet. Certainly moved any flies away from his immediate area. A real old swish of the bat.
How annoyed would Ben Slater be if they Warwickshire end up having a lead of 14?
Although it wouldn't be the greatest piece of cricket to watch Notts try and contrive for him to score all the runs either.
121 for 9. Hutton bowls and edge doesn't quite carry, or it was certainly very low to the ground in front of Jack Haynes.
Yeah, it's bounced. I want to say I'm pleased he's not wringing his hands, because that you could hear it hit his hands from up here. And that's not usually a good sign. Although I noticed he's tucked them both under his arms. It's like that's the equivalent of a hand wringing, I suppose. But yeah, that dropped just short of him.
121 for 9. Hutton turns, runs away from us past umpire Saggers. Bowls now, and this time he has got it down to long leg, and that it will go for 4. Mohammed Abbas isn't going to put the dive in there and risk a late season injury. So 4 to Gilchrist. He's off the mark. 125 for 9. Warwickshire lead by 9. So technically, Ben Slater could open the batting, face the bowling, and get the scores level, and then it is 6 as it stands at the moment.
I think it was a mixture of amusement and bemusement from the Nottinghamshire camp for that piece of fielding, by the way, because he was very close to it.
There's Hutton in again to Gilchrist down the legs. Oh, that's got through for Rayner now. They've just suddenly got a little sloppy. Nobody's running. They could have run 2 there. Why haven't they run 2 there? In fact, they could have run 3 there. They've got nothing. 125 for 9. It'll just be a dot in the scorebooks of Roger Marshall and Mel Smith. A word for them as well, and their devoted years of service to both Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire, two of the real stalwarts of county cricket scoring. 125 for 9 at the end of the over.
Mohammed Abbas maybe is thinking of Ben Slater. They might have been thinking of him there with that bit of fielding.
That's real generosity of spirit, Mel.
Yeah, I don't think he was. But just, that last delivery, they could have won. In the end, they could have run 1, 2 or 3.
Well, they didn't want 3, but they should have run 2.
Yeah.
And it was always going to be at least 2. So that, again, it wasn't a great piece of cricket all round.
No.
Mohammed Abbas is in, bowls to Mosley, who just plays this one down to deep third. Won't go for the run though, of course. Just always such a weird situation, isn't it? It always, unless you've got someone who is like, who could do that Ben Stokes thing with the tail. Saw Ethan Brooks do a similar thing down at Chelmsford earlier this year. But it's hard in a third innings as well. At least if it's in the final innings, you kind of know what the goalpost is. Abbas is in, that short pull firmly, only as far as deep square leg. Lyndon James is out there on the boundary rope. Everyone else is out on the boundary rope as well, except for one slip.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the goalpost is here.
There is no goalpost, and I think that's what makes it so bizarre.
It's like a French billiard table. There's no pockets. But can you double your score, please? So
very, very odd. As Abbas is in, oh, that has struck Mosley, I think, in the unmentionables. He's crouched down, and that has hurt. So I think he might need a little bit of attention here and a little bit of time to take a breath. He's dropped his bat and his gloves already, and he looks like he's a cowboy who's been riding in the saddle for about 3 weeks.
Online they got the score at 129 for 9, but actually, I was wondering, has Dan Mosley taken any runs since Gilchrist came out? He hasn't, has he? Has he added to his score since Gilchrist came in? Gilchrist has scored 4.
No, he hasn't.
Last wicket fell at 121. Yeah. They didn't get any extras. Gilchrist is... Oh, he's gone back down now, look. Online, the score's gone back to where we are on the scoreboard. Dan Mosley's just contemplated some changes to his weekend plans, but other than that, he's going to be okay.
Well, he's starting to move a little bit more comfortably now.
He should be all right to go and watch Villa on Sunday. I think he shouldn't have to change his plans at all.
But will that discomfort him? That blow from Mohammed Abbas, who's in again, bowls, it's down the leg side. Verena gets hands to it, but can't take it cleanly. And they'll take the single. Which
that's nice. Mohammed Abbas has embraced Dan Mosley and apologised. Yeah, he's all best wishes, he says.
Oh dear.
I wouldn't wish it upon anybody.
Do you want me to sign it for you?
I don't know what you guys go on about. Can't be that bad. Warwickshire 126 for 9. Gilchrist on 4. Mosley on 6. And there are 2 balls remaining in the over. As Abbas over the wicket, Gilchrist plays a very nice shot for no run, of course, out to deep backward point.
Lyndon James looks a little bit sore out there. Just, his right ankle might be a little bit sore. He's got through so much work for the cause this year.
Again, I think if they were looking for runs, they could have taken 2 there.
Oh no, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I think they could if they were looking for runs. If it was a one-day run chase, they'd have got 2 there.
They lead by 10 at the moment, Warwickshire.
But a few of these players now are looking forward to a holiday, celebrate their title win with a week in Scarborough or equivalent.
Here comes Mohammed Abbas, bowls to Gilchrist, and that's
Shot.
punched down the ground. Well, hello. It is a glorious drive, lovely cover drive from Gilchrist, quite straight, goes for 4. That finishes off the over, so the lead is now 14. Well, Ben Slater, you've got your chance. Warwickshire 130 for 9, Gilchrist on 8, and Moseley on 6.
Just elsewhere, they're off for bad light now at Headingley. Yorkshire 453 for 8. They've got a lead of 107 over Durham. So Durham's hopes of staying up really all depend on Surrey, I think, knocking over Hampshire. Hampshire 81 for 2, requiring 100 more to win that game down at Southampton. All the scores and obviously the text updates, all the milestones and individual moments as they happen on the BBC Sport website and app. On the cricket page, there's Brett Hutton, there's Richard.
Moseley on 6. How soon will he try and take a single, or maybe this is the over? He perishes as he kills the ball down in front of him, stoops down, picks it up.
Well, there aren't that many fielders within cooey of him, so he's got to do the fielding himself.
He's such a naturally entertaining batter, Dan Moseley. This must feel like being set lines at school.
You did. You must not score runs. You must not score runs.
You got to go. You got to get on with it. You got to get it done. But there's not a lot of pleasure about it. And then again, he's cutting nicely down on one knee, Dan Moseley, to deep backward point where Lyndon James fields, and there's no run.
Of course, he faced this situation in the first innings, didn't he? And then ended up going for it and hitting down the ground too long on.
At least he had the fun of being on 74 by that stage.
Yeah.
He'd played some tremendous shots, a couple of big hits down the ground. But at the moment, I don't feel he thinks he can take that risk. I don't think he wants to be the one that gets out here. Hutton bowls just back of a length, defended by Moseley, back to the bowler who does the fielding.
If you're just joining us, Warwickshire began the day on 7 for 3. A horrific start to their second innings last night in the gloom. They lost both openers, Yates and Davis, to LBW decisions. Ethan Bamber came as a night watchman and edged to slip. So 7 for 3. There were 79 for 4 at lunch, and it really was a dogged effort this morning, but blown apart by 3 wickets in a Dylan Pennington over.
Moseley awaits and will guide this up to long on and jogs a single. He's on 7 off 24 balls, 131 for 9. He came in at 103 for 6. They've added 28 runs. Dan Moseley's contribution is only 7 because the tail end have seen a lot of the strike and scored more runs. Taz only made 12. Nathan Gilchrist has 8. Notts will not be worrying too much about the target at this juncture. It's currently stands at 16 to win.
Not be worrying too much. It's a bit of an understatement.
It would be unusual, wouldn't it, if they got themselves into trouble doing that. Hutton outside off stump, a swing and a miss by Gilchrist. You end up with this crazy situation, don't you, where the capable batter can't play any shots, and the number 11 whose level of confidence and stroke making ability is somewhat the lesser, is trying to play the big shots. Try explaining that to your overseas visitors who've never seen the sport before. Final ball of the over from Hutton. Comes in to Gilchrist, who defends it back, well, to the bowler, who decides to ignore it altogether and allows it to roll up towards long off. Wondering whether Gilchrist might take an impetuous single, but he doesn't. 131 for 9 Warwickshire. They lead by 15. And there's an element of prolonging the inevitable. You know, the professional thing to do is to do so.
Yeah, absolutely.
So no complaints from that point of view.
No, Warwickshire should absolutely make Notts work as hard for it as they possibly can. They are professional cricketers. And there's always that feeling in cricket, while it might be a 1 in a million chance, you always give yourself the opportunity to take the 1 in a million chance.
You would feel a fool if you got out now and in 5 minutes' time an unexpected sinkhole appeared in the middle of the pitch. That's what I'm saying.
Look at this field, Mel.
It's all out again as Mohammed Abbas bowls to Mosley,
Shot.
who clips a very handsome shot down to deep mid-wicket. But the field, as I say, is all out again, so they don't take the run. Just the one slip in there. It's Freddie McCann, and everybody else is stuck on the boundary rope.
Including the county championship winning captain. He won't have been on the square leg boundary many times in the last few years.
They are all well out. As Mohammed Abbas runs in once more. He's coming around the wicket to Mosley, who just pushes this one up to long on. But of course they turn down the run. We're in for a little period like this, aren't we?
How quiet is it inside the ground? Yesterday, every run from sort of 150 onwards was being cheered to the rafters. So quiet. They just want that moment to come, don't they? They probably just huddle together in the cold out there. Actually, it really is a chilly day here.
It certainly is. I've got my jacket on.
Hampshire have lost a third. They're 83 for 3. Require a further 98 to defeat Surrey.
Wow. Mohammed Abbas bowls to Mosley, who just whips this one up to long on, no run.
So where are they bonus points wise, Hampshire, as opposed to Durham? Now, it's all of a sudden a draw for Durham. If Hampshire were to miss out in that game against Surrey, could that suck them down?
I think so. Ali Orr, the opener's still there. He's going nicely. He's 46 not out of 83 for 3. A wicket for Dan Lawrence and a couple of wickets to the Indian spinner Chahar.
Test of nerve, that game, isn't it?
Yeah, I tell you what, it sure is. Mohammed Abbas bowls. He's left alone outside the off stump by Mosley. And that is the 4th ball of the over. So 2 remaining, which suggests we might see a single taken the next ball. And right on cue, all the fielders start coming in from their positions out on the boundary rope.
Apart from the skipper, who's decided that deep square leg suits him. He's there conjuring up his next idea.
And the only one still out there. Everyone else has come in. All in a ring surrounding Mosley, except that one spot out, deep square leg. He goes down the track, and he goes for the big heave-ho, Mosley, and completely misses it. Verena just underarmed the ball back towards the stumps. It didn't connect, but Mosley was on the charge. He connected a similar way in the first innings, and that was how he got out. I mean, if he connects with that, it goes the distance because everybody's in.
I admire that he's held back until then to do that.
Yeah.
But now what does he do with the final ball? Not many singles to be had now. It's a tight ring.
Yeah, because Hazeeb Hamid has come up in the ring as well. Everyone's up, and he goes for another big flay, does Mosley, but he misses again. So that means that Gilchrist will have to face the next over. A maiden over for Abbas. Mosley unable to farm the strike on that occasion. So Warwickshire still 131 for 9, leading by 15 runs. But it's this next over now because Brett Hutton has just handed Martin Saggers, the umpire, his vest, and he's going to have a bowl from the Radcliffe Road end.
Yes, of course, tea is scheduled. Well, I don't think we're going to have a tea, Rich, are we? But tea is scheduled 17 overs from now, but of course the 9 wickets down as well, so it's unlikely I think that we'll get a tea today.
Hutton to continue, driven nicely by Gilchrist, but straight back towards the bowler.
He's knocked him over.
Who fields it with something on the half volley and face plants. and picks himself up actually rather elegantly under the circumstances. With a great big smile on his face.
Yeah, it was like a 9. He looked like a big hairy 9-pin. Straight over.
And for the second time in quick succession, Mosley did the fielding. He picked the ball up and sent it back to Dylan Pennington to have a little bit of a polish of.
He's been busy in the field while he bats, has done Mosley. Hutton, bouncer, short of a length, it bounces again. by the time it goes through to Carveray, and an attempted pull by Gilchrist, but I think he was done by the lack of pace on it, because it was a short ball, but it was not a fast ball by Hutton.
Well, boy, oh boy, did you hear the grunt of effort as he banged that one in.
I think it was a grunt of effort from Gilchrist as he tried to hit it as well. It was a little bit like watching a tennis rally.
Only if women are playing.
He approaches once more, and this is hit very nicely through a straight extra cover by Gilchrist, and they will come through for 2 as Pennington traps it as it is about to die 2 yards from the boundary rope. 133 for 9. Gilchrist to 10. Of course, I mean, the idea is in the women's tennis, it's to try and disguise the sound of the strings on the ball, isn't it? So you can't tell whether it's top spin or slice, or apparently.
No, I have heard the same thing.
They're actually trained and encouraged to do it. Oh, no, this one wraps him on the pad, but it was angling down the leg side. That nearly knocked Gilchrist over. It certainly knocked him backwards as it wrapped into the lower part of his pads.
Yeah, good effort to get as much movement with a ball that's 54 overs old as he did there. Warwickshire 133 for 9, leading by 17. This pair have added 12. 10 of them scored by the number 11. Then Patterson White at first slip is, for the first time today, getting himself prepared to have a bolt.
Hutton in, good leave from Gilchrist. There is a significant amount of swing after it passes the stumps, because Verena has to move to his left to take it. Knowing the way that Hasib Hamid has made his decisions in the field this season, and also given the propensity that Liam Patterson White has sort of had for being a partnership breaker, he'll probably come on and only need 1 ball or something stupid like that. I mean, if he bowls it down Mosley will presumably try and take him on. 1 ball left in this over. We might not even get to see it, to see what happens with Gilchrist here. And he leaves one that's straight, and it's his off stump, and that is the end of the innings. He's out for 10. Hutton gets his 3rd of the innings. Warwickshire all out for 133. And Nottinghamshire will be chasing 18 for victory.
Yes, it was an ill-advised leave from Nathan Gilchrist, shouldered arms. Brett Hutton, we'd already seen earlier in the over, he got one to jag back and strike the pads, would have gone down the leg side. But on this occasion, the stumps just got in the way, quite plain and simply. They got in the way, so Brett Hutton takes the final wicket of the season for Nottinghamshire, and all that it means now is that after a little break of 10 minutes, the openers Hasib Hamid and Ben Stater will come out with 18 runs needed to win this particular cricket match. It will be, if Notts get there, their 7th win out of the 14 matches. It will be their 3rd in a row in September. Historically, they've been awful at the back end of seasons for many, many years. But this year they won at New Road a fortnight ago against Worcestershire. They won at the Oval last week against Surrey, and here on their own patch they're 18 runs away from beating Warwickshire. Warwickshire 133 all out. Mo Abbas 3 for 18. Brett Hutton 3 for 30. 3 wickets as well for Dylan Pennington. 1 for Lyndon James. There's gaggle's the wrong word, but a group of photographers down there just getting the happy scenes as Hasib Hamid leads his side off, and all the bowlers all just encouraging each other to go forward and take a bow right in front of all the cameramen down there. That's a great effort from Nottinghamshire. Some of those players can quite deservedly go back and just kick their boots off and sit down and relax and leave it to they'll hope just the openers, and they'll be back out there in a minute or two. So when we return on 5 Sports Extra, on Trent Bridge Live and on the BBC Sport website and app, we'll give you the Nottinghamshire run chase, and all that's coming up in 7 or 8 minutes time when the players and the umpires are back out there. So too will be the commentary. So here we go then for the last act of the 2025 County Championship season here at Trent Bridge, with our umpires Michael Goff, Martin Saggers on their way out to the middle. The light isn't great, it has to be said. The floodlights are on, but surely this will be just only an over a 2 for Nottinghamshire to achieve their goal of ending the season with a victory. They need 18 to defeat Warwickshire, who've been bowled out just the other side of tee for 133. 3 wickets to Brett Hutton in the innings, 3 to Dylan Pennington, 3 to Mohammed Abbas. The other one from Lyndon James, a big one for Lyndon James, getting rid of Sam Hain. But now Nottinghamshire needing just 18 to win. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, alongside me Melinda Farrell. For the last act, I think it's fair to say at lunch, we were all sort of saying that this is likely to leak into a day 4, but I don't think anybody thinks so now.
I'm willing to put 5p on it, Dave. I'm not a betting woman, but I think my 5p would be safe.
It'd be interesting to see how Notts go about it, of course, with Ben Slater requiring 15 to reach 1,000 for the season. He's going to take strike.
Yeah, that's the first thing, isn't it?
It doesn't usually. It's usually a Seba Mead. So there's a pointer straight away that Slater has been basically given the opportunity here to control his destiny. If he wants to get 1,000, if he wants to get 15 of these 18, well, he's on strike and you can mastermind it yourself. Richard's tucked in alongside as well. Michael Booth's going to get us underway. We don't think this will be for too long, but you never know.
They've at least had a huddle. They had a huddle. And, you know, they'll want to take a wicket or two for pride, won't they?
They certainly will. So it's Michael Booth who's going to get things underway. He bowls to Slater, who drives as a wide, full delivery. It just comes off the toe of his bat. Goes up to mid-off. No run.
Which over, do you think? Which over? To get to 18?
Third.
I'm going to go 4th.
See, normally I'd go second, but I think in these conditions that won't be easy.
Yeah. In comes Booth. Once more, orange soles flapping as another full ball. He's angling it across the left-hander, and it's
Broken his
almost.
bat.
Oh dear.
Well, it's come off the toe again. I think it's gone up to mid-off again, similar to the last one. And of course, he's had 2 deliveries that have come off the toe of the bat. He's immediately asking for a new one. Let's drag it out as long as possible. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to throw it away with a dicky bat.
But you say, you know, drag it out as long as possible. Had Warwickshire been 5 or 6 down there,
Yeah.
that darkness that we were saying was going to come later this afternoon, it would be borderline, because you can see the shadows around the players now. Now, look, no way will Notts want to go off. They want to get the job done now as they get a replacement bat, or a choice of replacement bats for Ben Slater.
Can we just also mention that Hampshire are 105 for 6 now, requiring 76 more to beat Surrey, who've just shown what a resilient side they are. There's just a bat change going on here at the moment. Matthew Montgomery bringing a spare bat out, and it's the spinners. Dan Lawrence has got 2, Chahar has got the other 4. 105 for 6.
Wow.
And we're a long way away from Southampton, but another 76 there looks to be quite some way off.
And that is very tense. Here, it's Booth running in across Slater with his new bat, and that sounded better. It didn't come off the toe this time, but wouldn't you know it, it still ended up at mid-off. Gilchrist is just giving it a bit of a polish. There's a few more have come in here, even though it's cold and it's dark. They're gathering it. Is that the hound stand over that end? Is that there?
That's the... Yeah.
Oh, that is. As Booth comes in once more, beats the bat as he pushes the ball across Slater.
Yeah, that's the Hound Road stand over
Hound
there,
Road
Mel.
stand.
But this year it's acting as the members area because obviously the pavilion out of bounds, so they're all in theory members and members guests.
I'm led to believe the presentation is going to be over that side somewhere.
Yep, that's why they're gathering.
So that's
over
why
there.
more people are over there.
Yeah, there's quite a crowd gathering over there wanting to celebrate. Still got to get there though, and Booth is running in. Bowls to Slater, who does get hold of this one, and that's 4 runs. Just cut away behind point. So there's 4 of the 15 he needs. It's 4 of the 18 that Notts need. And that one made a good sound off the middle of the bat.
We've all three of us been to plenty of sporting events, and we've heard the people that dish out the accreditation and whatever telling the photographers where you can stand for this or that event, and you must stay behind the boundary boards, and you must be behind the advertising hoardings and whatever. All the photographers here just getting as close as they can.
Here comes Booth. Bowls. He gets that one too. He really gets hold of that one. And, well, that's another boundary back to back. So the new bat is doing Slater the world of good. And he has 8 runs, as does Notts. So that's a good over. He's closing in on 1,000 runs as Ben Slater for the season. Notts are closing in on finishing their season with a resounding victory over Warwickshire.
Wonder what Asiba Mead is going to do in this next over as we join by listeners to 5 Sports Extra, the main channel. Everybody joining us for the very last knockings of cricket here at Trent Bridge. This 2025 season, a hugely successful one for Nottinghamshire, in that for the first time in 15 years they've secured the county championship title. What they hadn't secured up until today was victory over Warwickshire in this particular contest, but they are 10 runs away. Notts have been set to score 18 runs. They are 8 without loss, so another 10 required. Asiba Mead, their very popular captain, is on strike, and he'll drop this on the leg side and take a single. And there's a game within a game, folks, out there, because that brings Ben Slater back onto strike. Slater starting this innings on 985 runs. He scored 2 boundaries in the first over to go to 993, and it's very clear that Hamid, who's well beyond the 1,000, is well beyond 1,200 runs for the season, wants his good mate, his opening partner, to experience 1,000 runs as well.
I mean, he's acutely aware. I'm not sure Warwickshire are aware, and why should they be, to be perfectly honest. So it is a nice little subplot for the final moments of this match.
It's Nathan Gilchrist bowling from the pavilion end. Bowls, and Slater will guide this down to third for 4 more, and Notts are inching now to within 1 big blow of victory. County Championship was secured 24 hours ago. Just a little less than that, just before 5 o'clock yesterday, when Kyle Verena hit the winning runs for Nottinghamshire to get them to 300 in their first innings, brought up a second batting bonus point, and that was enough to get them clear of Surrey. Notts 13 without loss. They need 5 to win. Slater needs 3 for 1,000 for the season. Gilchrist bowls to him, and a little push into the offside, and he thought about taking a single there to the 4th ball of the over, but didn't. Slater in his career has only once scored 1,000 runs in a season, and that was in 2018 when he got the bulk of them, I think 900 or so for Derbyshire, and then moved to Trent Bridge for the September games. He was on loan then, and obviously the deal became permanent that winter, but he got enough runs in September that year to reach 1,000. Now he gets this one away behind square again, and that gap's been plugged by Watt down at third match, and Ben Slater is 2 away from 1,000.
I mean, what do you do? You talk about the game in a game. Asiba Mead only 1 blow away, 4 runs needed, but what he really wants to do is ensure that his teammates has the opportunity to score 2 runs.
In a sense, it would be so fitting if Hamid got the winning runs. Let's see what happens. Gilchrist bowls to Hamid, and he's just really getting forward and making sure he blocks that one. So there's 1 ball left in the over. Notts require 4. They could actually manufacture this between them, that would be a little bit like Formula One cars, letting one go past if it's more important to the team or more important for the World Championship. That sort of situation.
I think Hamid will consider it enough to try and make sure Slater gets the 1,000 rather than having to get the winning run himself.
I think so. Just saying it would be hugely fitting, and he blocks this one. He's not looking for it. The Notts captain doing his bit for his team, for his mate, as he has done all year. Notts 14 without loss. They require 4 more to win.
It feels like everything has just turned out the way that Notts would have wanted it to. They had matters in their own hands in being able to secure the championship. They did it here at home at Trent Bridge in front of their fans. They did it by getting to 300, getting the points, so it wasn't decided on events elsewhere. And now they've got the opportunity to see one of their teammates reach a really significant milestone for the season.
They'll all be aware, I'm sure, of what's at stake. 14 without loss, 4 to win for Nottinghamshire. Michael Booth to bowl round the wicket. There are 2 slips, the rest of the offside field, 2 on the fence and a mid-off. Booth to the left-handed Slater, and he'll work this off his hip down, to deep backward square, and there'll be people in the ground thinking, Richard, why on earth didn't he take a run?
It makes me think that Warwickshire know. The field they've set with the boundary riders, I think they maybe know. It's an interesting thought. Earlier today, we had Paul Franks in, former Notts all-rounder, part of the coaching staff now. And I said, wouldn't it be great if they win this 7 wins out of 14? He was very quick to shoot back. 7 out of 10 with the Duke's ball. That was a telling moment this morning.
Was indeed, yeah. One of the slips, as Sam Hayne's been brought out into the cover region. 14 without loss. Notts need 4 to win this match, and Slater will again turn down the opportunity of a run, playing this square of the wicket on the offside out to deep point.
I've suddenly got deja vu. This is like watching Dan Mosley bat with Gilchrist with the tail earlier on, where we saw the singles being turned down and then just one taken at the end of the over. It does have that feel about it, doesn't it?
Been an extraordinary day in many ways. Notts need 4 to win. Ben Slater, loose waft outside the off stump there, and it goes through to Alex Davis.
The groan around the ground was rather strong for a match that's going to be won one way or another. That was amusing.
Where are we? Halfway through the 3rd over of the innings. In reality, Nottinghamshire have got 45 more overs after this one today. We won't need, I guess, too many more. And of course, all day tomorrow. They need 4 to win. They're 14 without loss. Ben Slater on strike, and he'll cut this one to deep point, and this time he'll take a single from the 4th ball of the over. So Notts 15 without loss. They require 3 to win. Seba Mead on 1, the right-hander, will be back on strike. 2 balls left in this over.
Oh, just don't let there be like an inside edge or something like that goes for 4.
A nick to 3rd man.
Oh, he's only got to get 1 more run, Ben Slater.
5 wides would be hugely
Oh,
unpopular
no.
in some senses.
Don't say that. Oh dear.
Michael Booth. 2 balls left in the over. Hamid is on strike. 3 slips in there now. That's a good delivery. Pitch right up in the block hole, and Hamid jabbed down on it and made sure it stayed out. What a season Hasib Hamid has had. His 2nd as Nottinghamshire captain. He's been absolutely terrific. Got the full respect of all his team, the coaching staff, and indeed the supporters. He's hugely popular. Huge smile yesterday as Notts reached the landmark they required, and he eases this into the offside but won't take the run. So Notts now 3 away, 15 without loss. Ben Slater needs 1 more run. He's on 999 for the season.
They're laughing out there as well. Of just had a little fist bump, Hamid and Slater. They know what's going on. They know what they're trying to do. Hamid is being a really good teammate here, and he's just having a little chat with Slater. Might see him just take the single here, and then that's out of the road.
It's not often in professional sport you can sort of mastermind something like this, and there's nothing wrong with this, Richard, is it? It's a nice moment.
No, look, they need to score 0.02 runs and over. So, yeah, look, but what it is good leadership. You want to reward somebody who's done really well for you this year by giving him that landmark that will mean an awful lot to him.
Slater needs 1. Notts need 3. Gilchrist round the wicket to the left-hander. He bowls now. Ben Slater drives into the offside, takes the run. They know. Will he raise his bat? Well, he will now. It's been announced on the tannoy, and Ben Slater has 1,000 for the season, and that's great. Really, really good. Hamid goes down, gives him a hug. He's raising his bat, Richard Wilford, for scoring 15 not out.
No, but the thing is, I mean, you think about what Notts have achieved this year, to have 2 opening batsmen who between them have scored 2,200, maybe 2,300 runs. I mean, that's huge. That's the founding block for your batting unit.
Now, no more holding back, I reckon, for Hamid.
Now, as I say, it would be the fitting moment. Gilchrist to Hamid, 2 needed to win. This time's this one up to mid-on. There seemed to be more attacking intent with that one.
Yep. And look, as I said, everything has seemed to turn out for Notts. Now they've had the latest milestone reached in Ben Slater doing that in front of his home fans, and it would be the icing on the cake for them in terms of what should happen if their captain scored the winning runs.
Halfway through the 4th over, Gilchrist in. Hamid, again, he clips it nicely, but once more straight to mid-on, and there's no run. He's so good square of the wicket either side. Asib Hamid. He's played 2 to mid-on now. Can he just find a gap? And there are plenty of them. Warwickshire have packed the slip cordon. They've gone with 2 of their principal quicks, Michael Booth and Nathan Gilchrist. It's not been a case of just serving this up and let's get off the ground and get back to Birmingham. 16 without loss. Notts need 2 to win. Hamid on strike, and there it is. There is the moment. Hamid hits the winning runs to seal this match. Now it's Slater's turn to come down and embrace his captain, who punches the air, turns to the dressing room. All around Trent Bridge, they're on their feet, and Nottinghamshire have beaten Warwickshire for the first time in 10 years. The Bears have got such a strong record here in Nottingham, but this week has belonged to Notts. Comprehensive winners of the county championship now, with 3 wins out of 3 in September, and they've defeated the Bears. And a nice little touch right at the end, with Ben Slater reaching 1,000 for the season, and Asib Hamid able to hit the winning runs to crown a magnificent individual season for him and for Nottinghamshire.
Well, if you were to write it, the proper ending to the season for the champions, that would have been it. The culmination of teamwork from everybody, the efforts throughout the season. It didn't look too clever at one point when they were struggling, when they lost that game up at Chesterler Street earlier this season, but they regrouped and they have really come home with a wet sail. The victory over Surrey last week, the victory over Worcestershire the week before, don't forget how important that was. But here at Trent Bridge, it's just like everything has been scripted for them, and they finish off in the most perfect way. Slater with that wonderful achievement in reaching 1,000 runs, and really it's terrific that he got it before the winning runs were needed, because who better, who more fitting to have the final say on 2025 is Asib Hamid, as he raises his bat to all corners of Trent Bridge and leads the players off.
So hard to put a Warwickshire perspective on it, because in the end they end up being the gate crashers this week, and they couldn't do much more than see Nottinghamshire over the line. They competed really well until that lashing they got when they took the second new ball late yesterday afternoon, when Verena and Patterson White batted spectacularly well to get to that point where Notts reached 300. They did get the worst of the conditions to bat in, but I think either way they were beaten by a significantly better side, and just massive congratulations to Nottinghamshire and for what they've achieved, and look forward to seeing them trying to defend their title next year.
Thanks very much, Richard and Mel. A great few days for Notts. Pleasure to share these moments with you, and indeed all the Nottinghamshire fans who've come along this week to be here for Notts' first home win here at Trent Bridge, clinching the county championship for the first time on home soil since 1987. They've won it twice since then, 2005 down in Canterbury, 2010 most recently at Old Trafford, but to do it on home ground always means that little bit more and more spectators here. And of course, those of you that have followed the audio commentary and indeed the pictures brought to you by the media team. Terrific stuff from our camera crew and Kirsty and Aaron in the production office on Trent Bridge Live. Now you can just see the county championship trophy. It's been brought out on a table, a lovely silk tablecloth as well, way over the far end of the ground in front of the Hound Road stand mentioned a few minutes ago. That's where the members are congregated for 2025 season. Like if Notts have this sort of success, they won't want to go back in the pavilion. Of course they will. Of course they will. It'll be magnificent when it's finished. But how strange and how almost repetitious it is that Nottinghamshire, Peter Moore's current side, have won the county championship when they can't use their pavilion. Of course, when Peter Moore's won it with Lancashire 14 years ago, Old Trafford was out of bounds, played all their home games at Liverpool. Hover cover's just being started up. I don't know if they're going to bring it out into the middle or they're just moving it, make it more user-friendly. But the excellent ground staff here, led by Steve Burks, just move the hover cover out of the way, and there's even more and more and more and more people making their way over to get into a good position to celebrate what has been a magnificent season for Nottinghamshire. They've won 7 of 14 matches in the county championship, and I can't remember a September like it before where they've won 3 in a row. Those wins at Worcestershire and Surrey, getting them into this position this week where they were able to go on and win the county championship title. I think it's going to be 3 or 4 minutes at least before the players get over there, and just quickly have a little look at what's happening up and down the country. Of course, games still going on, hugely important matches at Chelmsford in Division 1. The match between Essex and Somerset. Somerset are batting for a second time. Remember, these all day 3, so there's plenty can happen the rest of today and tomorrow. Somerset 63 for 4, leading Essex by 58. Hampshire-Surrey. Hampshire 113 for 6 at tea. They require 68 more. Surrey requiring obviously 4 wickets, and all 6 taken so far by spin. Just going down the card. Obviously, the next one we come to, Nottinghamshire have defeated Warwickshire by 10 wickets. And a reminder, Warwickshire 258 and 133 all out. Notts 374, finished in the end 20 without loss. The winning runs coming in the 4th over. Another result in Division 1 came earlier at New Road, where Sussex defeated Worcestershire by 3 wickets. It was squeaky old chase, that. They're only set to score 61 and there was 63 for 7. The other Division 1 game still going on is, in fact, not going on at the moment if you follow the drift. That's at Headingley, where they're off for bad light. Yorkshire 465 for 9. Now they're playing Durham. Both those sides went into this week with their Division 1 futures less than certain, far from certain. Durham are next to bottom, but they'll obviously be hoping that that Hampshire lose to Surrey and they can get something out of the match there as and when the weather relents and they can get back on. Division 2, congratulations to Glamorgan on their promotion secured last week. They're playing at home to Lancashire this week. Glamorgan in their second innings, 226 for 8, leading Lancashire by 117. At Canterbury, it's been a tough few days for Kent. They're 54 for 3, stranded at the bottom of Division 2. They still trail Derbyshire by 373 after Derbyshire racked up nearly 700 in their first innings. Middlesex Gloucestershire is taking place at Lords. Gloucestershire in their second innings following on 34 for 1. So they're still 314 behind. Northants Leicestershire at Wantage Road. Northants 67 for 2. And they require 434 more. So that's all the other matches that have either finished or still going on. Many thanks also, whilst we're still waiting for things just to advance forward. The players, I should tell you, are still at the Radcliffe Road end of the ground in their changing rooms. More and more supporters have made their way around. There's going to be some lovely photographs of the packed Hound Road stand, the Larwood and Vaux stand at the far end of the ground there. Everybody getting round to get a good view and to give the new county champions such a hearty roar and a hearty cheer when Asiba Mead lifts the trophy. But as I say, that's it's going to be a few minutes away yet, because we still haven't got the players over on that far side of the ground. And one or two shots there on the live stream of the photographers getting the close-up snaps of the trophy, the Rothesay County Championship trophy, last for Nottinghamshire, raised by Chris Reed in 2010. There is another shot of the champions board. All the photographs will have that in front of the players when they're celebrating. The ECB hierarchy, the Rothesay representatives, the county championship sponsors will be officiating over for the presentation ceremony. And see Richard Stevenson out there, the Notts Vice Chair. He's going to be a very happy man. Just looking on and generally assisting with the finer details out there as people take their photographs of the county championship trophy. The money shot, of course, will be Asiba Mead lifting it in front of the fans, in front of his teammates. All the medals are there as well. That's not something that I think happened at Old Trafford. I think back the last time Notts won it, of course, there was the lucrative, if you like, little sideline of the trip to Buckingham Palace, where the Duke of Edinburgh presented the trophies in 2010, or presented the medals. The trophy was at some point handed to Nottinghamshire. You may remember, you may be aware, you may not, but back 15 years ago when Nottinghamshire won it, they were actually handed the replica. There is a replica. The original trophy was taken up to Chesterley Street, where Durham were playing Somerset. The start of that final day that year, Somerset were the favourites. The real county championship trophy in 2010 started the day and probably finished the day up at Chesterley Street, and Notts were handed the replica trophy. But that all got switched round eventually after Chris Reed and his side lifted the trophy, and there'll be so many members of that side and squad reliving the moment, and we've had a couple of them in here today. Stephen Mullaney and Paul Franks, members of that side. Alex Hales was here at lunchtime bringing a curtain down on his 18 years here with Nottinghamshire, with a nice presentation, a few words out on the pitch. If you're just joining us, we're waiting for the presentation ceremony. Nottinghamshire yesterday secured their 7th county championship title, around about 5-5, something of that order. Carl Verena taking Notts up to 300. That secured them a 2nd batting bonus point and enough points to be safely clear of Surrey at the top of the table. At that point, Notts knew they were county champions. It all seemed as if today would be the day they could begin the celebrations in earnest. They were held up by Warwickshire. The day began 7 for 3. Warwickshire last night losing Yates, Davis and Bamber, a couple of wickets to Mohammed Abbas, one to Brett Hutton. And this morning, Will Young didn't last too long. Another wicket for Mohammed Abbas. Will Young just turned the ball to Lyndon James at square leg. He was out for 9. That was 29 for 4 in the 15th over. You may remember that Warwickshire began their second innings 116 behind, so they still had a lot of work to do, but then a partnership between Sam Hain and Zen Malik held Notts up quite considerably. They put on 62 for the 5th wicket, and just after lunch it was Lyndon James who removed Sam Hain, caught behind, one that just nipped away. Hain had a little fiddle at it. That was 91 for 5, 36th over that one. But the big over of the day, the 43rd, in which Dylan Pennington bowled an over that brought about 3 wickets. Zen Malik, LBW for 32. Ed Barnard was caught behind for 9, and Michael Booth played on without scoring. Taz Ali fell to Brett Hutton, and Hutton it was who got the last wicket, that of Nathan Gilchrist, who left a ball that jagged back and disturbed the off stump. So that was that. Warwickshire all out for 133. Tea was taken. It was about 3 o'clock then. Tea was taken, and it meant that Nottinghamshire needed 18 to win. The little subplot of that was that Ben Slater was 15 runs away from the gold standard, if you like, of county championship batting is 1,000 runs in the season. If you can do that, you've had a very, very good year. And he needed 15 runs, and everybody knew. And Captain Hasib Hamid made sure that Ben Slater got his 15, and then it was he who hit the winning runs. And Nottinghamshire have not only won the county championship, they have ended the season with 3 wins in a row, and are now going to get their rewards. They're going to receive the county championship trophy, and they're going to receive their medals. And here come the players, and the first 2 back crossing the boundary rope down below as former Worcestershire players. They came to Notts at the start of 2024. Josh Tong and Dylan Pennington. Tong didn't play at all last year through injury. I didn't even meet the fella. He signed for Notts back end of 2023. Didn't even meet him in 2024, although he was a Nottinghamshire player. Met him at the media day in March this year, and we've had a very good relationship since then. And what a player he's proven to be. 3 5-wicket hauls in just 7 matches. Dylan Pennington, he was on his way to a momentous season last year. He was the leading wicket taker in the country with 31 when he was called up into the England Test squad. Didn't play any matches, got injured, and we didn't see him again until this year, but he's played his part. Terrific performance from Pennington. Following them, Liam Patterson-White. First day of this match, he was awarded his county cap. Chipped in with useful runs and useful wickets. He's had a century this season and a 5-wicket haul. And then the rest, I think they've just been urged just to, can you hurry it up a little bit? And so they are. There's Lyndon James. There's Joe Clark. Kyle Verena. What a lovely, bubbly character he is, Kyle Verena. There's Ollie Stones there as well. Mohammed Abbas, Farhan Ahmed, and Freddie McCann. Poor old Freddie, because he's going to think every season's like this. It may be. What a career he'll have if every season's like this. But at 20, he's going to win the county championship title and become a county championship winner. There's Matthew Montgomery. Great to see Monty. Only played one game this season, right at the start of the season. Here against Durham, made 75, and I think he's been 12th man every match since. And the rest of the players. Just listen, if you can hear the noise to greet the 2025 county champions, Nottinghamshire. You can see Jack Haynes. He's had a great year. Ironically, in this match, seen off cheaply with what looked like a poor decision. Brett Hutton, the leading wicket taker for Nottinghamshire this year. Talked about Freddie McCann at one end of the cricketing spectrum. Brett made his debut in the county champion game in 2011. He's come full circle from Notts being county champions to retaining the title, or regaining it rather. Loitering towards the back, the two openers are Seba Mead and Ben Slater. They usually go out first and lead them out there. They're at the back. You can see Peter Moores, who's been given the man of the match jacket to wear, which is a nice touch. Moores has now done the domestic treble with Nottinghamshire. He won the Blast in 2017 and 2020. He won the one-day cup for Nottinghamshire in 2017, and now he's once again a champion county winner, having done it twice with Sussex, once with Lancashire. These occasions, generally, everybody's applauding everybody. Everybody's hugging everybody. Everybody's happy, and why shouldn't they be? It's lovely to see. Nottinghamshire have just been a little bit down the pecking order since 2010, but today they get their hands on that lovely trophy. So the presentation ceremony about to get underway. There's going to be a lot of applause, you would imagine. And here come the players for their medals. Joe Clark, first of all, called forward. First of the Nottinghamshire players to receive his medal. Now Dylan Pennington. The cheers for Verena, of course he hit the runs yesterday, the big 6 to take Notts to 300 and got them there. Lyndon James, great season for the young all-rounder. 4 centuries in 2025 in the championship for Jack Haynes. On his way to Australia to see if England can win the Ashes. What a winter ahead of him. Enjoy it, Josh Tong. Big, broad smile, and why not? Liam Patterson-White. Now Freddie. There's Freddie McCann. Lovely moment for Brett Hutton. Just missed out the last time. Very much to the fore this time. Matthew Montgomery's off to Derbyshire. He's off to Derbyshire with a county championship winners medal. There's Rob Lord, played up at Durham. Just getting the one match this season in the championship. Here's Ollie Stone. Didn't feature in the championship this year. 1,000 for the season. Congratulations to Ben Slater. Next in line to get his medal is Calvin Harrison. Spent a good chunk of the season with Northants, but very much considered part and parcel of the squad, as is Farhan Ahmed. Played in half the games, had his big moment, I guess, in the blast when he got a hat-trick against Lancashire. Mo Abbas, 4 years with Hampshire, didn't win a county championship title. He's come to Trent Bridge and can get a medal round his neck. Here he is. Asib Hamid, 28 years of age, from Bolton. What a moment. And now the trophy's handed across. And Nottinghamshire are crowned 2025 Rothesay County Champions. Magical, marvellous scenes for Nottinghamshire supporters, near and far. Lovely moment, lovely moment. Sure, they'll go to the fans and thank them for the support all year. Lots of the media over there waiting to just have a little word with one or two of the personalities. The coaching staff are all there as well in support, and just letting the players have their moment. And there's the picture that will be in many of the newspapers and cricket magazines over the next few days and weeks. Lovely picture. That's certainly one for putting in the frame and on the wall for those who almost get to this sort of stage in the proceedings where everybody's taken a photograph that's out there to do it officially. The proper photographs. You want the fun ones now. You want the fun ones. You want the people pretending to drink out of the trophy. Meanwhile, we're going to get the coaching staff now rightfully called forward. Peter Moore's in the MOM, the moment of the match, the man of the match, if you like, jacket. He's out there, and that means a lot to Peter. Paul Franks, Stephen Mullaney. Mullaney getting his hand on another winner's medal. Anne Boter and Kevin Shine. Zach Bess. There's Hugo, the analyst. He only took over, Hugo, just a few weeks ago from Kunal Manik, who's gone to England. Chris Marshall, a sports psychologist who was up with us. Celia, who pretty much looks after the day-to-day running of the team, and the rest of the backroom staff all coming forward to get their deserved medals. The moment they'll always quite rightfully remember. Nottinghamshire County Champions 2025. A gap of 15 years since they last did it. Don't leave it so long next time, fellas. In fact, there is Kunal Manik right at the end. He's here. Certainly played his part. Now the photographs of everybody. Just look at those smiles. And now the fist salute. Great moment, great day. Remember, there was a cricket match to be won today, and Notts won it. They were set to score 18 to defeat Warwickshire after bowling the Bears out for 133. 3 wickets for Houghton, 3 for Abbas, 3 for Pennington. Notts ruthlessly efficient after lunch. They've got the job done. So that's the end of the formal ceremonies. They'll, I'm sure, go across and engage with some family members and some supporters and well-wishers. Certainly a few there that you just know they're going to very much enjoy the moment, the evening, the weekend, the year as county champions. Aaron Lord's down on the pitch. Just see him in the shots now, just grabbing Lyndon James, and I think in a moment or two we might just be able to go down and join Aaron on the pitch.
So proud of everyone, individually, players, coaches, the whole club as a whole. Everyone's worked so hard for this, and I think it's fitting to end with a win like that. I think it showed how we've gone about our cricket, and just buzzing.
Did you ever think, like 2, 3, 4 years ago, when we were in Division 2, Red Bull, we were in a bit of a downward kind of spiral with that, but did you think that this moment would ever come?
Not really, to be honest. I mean, I haven't spoken to, obviously, the Fletchers of this world, Franksy, and when people that have won it in the past, you realise how hard it is to actually win one of these. And obviously being frustrated that we had to go to Division 2 after that COVID year, coming straight back up. But it was a tough couple of years for us, obviously, having to try and stay up.
Ben Slater trying to get Joe Clark with the champagne. This is what it's all about, though, isn't it, LJ?
Exactly, that's what we're looking forward to now, to be honest. Like, the last 3 weeks, my emotions couldn't take any more, so I'm ready for a beer or two.
I think you very much deserve a beer or two. Let's try and get... Where is the captain or the head coach? Where have they disappeared to? Oh, they do proper photos. You go and get somebody for me, LJ. I'm going to get... Oh, come on then. Ben Slater, come on and have a quick word. Yeah, come on. Come on. Congratulations.
Thank you. Is this on live?
It's live, so if you can face the camera, that would be great. Thank you very much. Media trained.
You know me.
I do. For you, you've just gone out there, got 1,000 runs. Was that something that you and Haas talked about, basically, you taking the strike and trying to get you to 1,000?
Yes, it was, yeah.
Are you going to share half your bonus with him then for doing that?
No, because I think he's scored enough runs and bonus.
That's fair enough. Okay. How does it mean? What does it mean to you to, be a part of this group this year, to kind of win the games that you've won, and just have a county championship Division 1 winners medal around your neck?
Well, to be honest, I think it's a bit surreal, really. Obviously, coming into the season, you want to win, but do you actually believe you can do it? I don't know, with how good Surrey've been over the last 3 or 4 years, however long it is. So I think to do it, and now we've done it, 7 wins, 7 wins with the Duke. It's obviously we're top of the table for a reason, and it shows. And we've played some good cricket. Everyone's contributed it all throughout the year. There's not one person who.
In early, say October, early November, pre-season.
You know when you're with players, right? And I think I said it to you. You genuinely hope that it just comes together and you start playing well. Stuff starts to happen. I mean, this man to my right has had a stellar season. I mean, a season he absolutely deserves. The work that goes in, the work that he's put in to get to this point over time. and then stuff just magically creeping. We've taken we've had when we've needed them, and you think, yeah. 8 different blokes have got 100 this year. 8 different blokes have got 100. 7 different blokes have got 5 first. That's magic, mate. It is absolutely magic.
34 bonus points bowling-wise out of 42 available. That kind of shows you that. Do you think as a batter that the bowlers have then given you a chance to go out there and score runs and put yourselves in positive positions?
Yeah, I think so. I think I've said I said numerous times when I've been on with Dave. I said obviously last year we finished 8th or whatever, but I actually didn't think it was that bad a year. If results had gone away and bowlers were fit, so we struggled to keep them fit last year, and if we'd had them fit, I think it'd have been a different story. And I think credit goes to Ferg. I think we've got to give him big credit for how he came into the dressing room as a 23-year-old or whatever he is, the belief that he had, and I think we looked at him at times and think, you're daft here, like stuff he was saying after 4 games.
Well, he's definitely daft. I think we can all agree on that.
I think how confident he was about, well, probably a bit deluded at times, but I think that rubbed off on everyone else.
Oh, Joe Clark there, getting you back. I'll speak to you quickly, General. You've gone in about sort of for it to realise that this is what happened. Seeing all the members in front of you, do you think it's helped a little bit to sink in?
Fucking hell yeah. I mean, like, the energy, sorry mate,
come on this side.
The energy of the group over the course of the last 3 weeks has been remarkable, mate. Like, to keep coming back, to keep going again, that desire for work, everything that we've hung our hat on all season has been brilliant, and it's been led by this man. Look at him. I mean, look at the state of him. Look at what look at the blood, sweat, and tears that's gone into it. Like it's not lost on its own. But I mean, if you want the embodiment of someone who's leading a group, there's your man.
Well, let's talk to that man now. Go on, General, you go and enjoy. If you can get... He's gone. Is this from when you got your 100 and you did that slide?
There's a good chance, yeah.
Come on. Captain of this club, the last person to lift this trophy was Chris Reed as captain 15 years ago. Hasib Hamid will be written into folklore here at Notts. What does it mean to you and the rest of the boys to become Division 1 champions? The team that everybody will want to beat now.
Yeah, so special, and there's not a set of lads I'd want to do it with more than the group that we've got here. It's a really special group of players, but also people, and I'm hugely privileged and honoured to be given the opportunity to lead them every single day, and it's something that I really enjoy.
Do you think it was just meant to be the captain of this club scores the winning runs? Obviously, you let Ben get his 1,000 runs. Does that kind of show just the teamwork, the closeness of everybody in this group?
Yeah, honestly, I just think Ben massively deserved getting to 1,000 runs. He's played incredibly well all throughout the season, made some hugely important contributions throughout, and it's fitting that he got to 1,000 runs, and we managed to be there at the end to get us over the line.
I said this to Ben Slater about what do you think this could be the start of for this club? The General, Paul Frank said this morning about something to build on, and there's a core in this group and a mentality that can really develop and kind of become a team that wins trophies on a regular basis in this format. Do you agree with that? And is something under your captaincy that you're trying to go for?
Yeah, we hope so. Absolutely. I think it's that is the ultimate aim. I think. Like I mentioned, the group of players that we've got, look at the average age of the squad, and I reckon it's going to be mid to late 20s. So it's certainly a really exciting time to be involved with the club. We know we'll have to keep pushing ourselves, keep pushing our standards, and keep moving forward as a club. And I'm sure the group of players that we've got and the people that we've got, leading us and managing us, will make sure we do that.
Well, massive congratulations to you. Like I say, you're going to be written into folklore. Fantastic to see so many members here. I'm trying to look for the head coach. You've just had photos with him. Do you know where he's gone?
I think he did go to see his
family?
granddaughter. Yeah.
Okay.
Which is fair enough. Yeah.
Okay, I'll let him off. Thank you very much for joining us. Just finally, just one thing actually. What do you say to people that I've had people up here today that come say about the stream and stuff, and this isn't about the stream, but about the people that can't always make it to Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire isn't just about supporters that live in Nottinghamshire. There's plenty of supporters that live down south, up north, everywhere. What would you say to them that potentially can't be here today? Many years.
Yeah, just a huge thank you. You know, every bit of support we get is it's been brilliant as well. I know my family don't always get to engage, but we were watching it on the live stream, so well to you guys as well. Yeah, in terms of, yeah, like always, it's hugely appreciated.
Okay. Can I ask you one favour? Can you go and ask Pete and see if he can come for a quick chat?
Absolutely.
If you don't mind. So let's.
I'll go find it.
Clarky, do you want to have a quick word? Do you want to say anything to the people at home that are watching?
Thank you very much.
Bit harsh. I think it's pretty positive.
Probably watching.
All your 17 brothers that you've got as well, are they watching or are they here?
Probably not. I don't think they care about me too much.
We care about you, Joe.
Oh, thank you. How good is this? It's good.
You've got to enjoy these moments, haven't you?
Yeah.
When you came to the club, is this something that you thought? Is this something that you wanted?
Yeah, 100% trophies. What it's all about. I mean, I'm done T20 Blast, this now, Division 2, but this tops it all. Because it was COVID, we couldn't share it with the fans and members. Yeah, it's tops it.
Just grab Pete for me very quickly. Okay. Apologies if there is a little bit of static on this mic. Obviously, there's a lot of equipment around here, but we're just going to get a final word with the head coach, Peter Moores, and then we'll leave these guys to celebrate. But obviously, you can tell from the picture, hopefully we're providing, it's a momentous moment, if that's right, if that's the right word, I don't know. It's just fantastic to see these people that have gone through the ringer for the last couple of years. Lisa, come here, Lisa, come on have a word. Come on, Lisa, come on. No? Come on, we're live, Lisa, we're live, come on. I know I haven't got my jacket, everybody wants my jacket, but it's unbelievable, isn't it? Come on, Lisa, come on. I've managed to get the outgoing CEO. I've managed to get the outgoing CEO. He's live. Come on. I just saw you there, so I thought Kirsty was in me again. Yeah, grab Lisa. 25 years, is that right? You've been at this club?
Next week, 2nd of October, it'll be 25 years.
25 years, amazing.
Half my life.
Half your life?
Near enough.
Just over. Is that what it is? Okay. What's it like to kind of... yeah, I'd still like to be here next season, to be fair, so I should... what's it like to see the people that you've known for so long?
No, it's great.
Division 1 champions.
Where they've run training for the tail set this morning. I've not thought about it actually. It's been at Lord's or it's been all of our members and everybody here around. Or it's often questions.
It is, isn't it? I'll let you go now. On Trent Bridge Live. Thank you, Lisa. Well, celebrate. I don't know where Pete's gone. Obviously, it's a moment that he's dreamed of for many, many years since he's been at this club. But they're all getting photos. Please look at Trent Bridge social media channels. We're going to let the lads and the coaches go and enjoy it. But from everybody here at Trent Bridge Live, thank you very much for joining us over this season. And what a season it has been. Your Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club are Division 1 champions. Doesn't get much better than that, does it? From everybody on Trent Bridge Live, winter well, and we hope to see you back here in 2026.